Did I transmigrate? Ichin murmured to himself. I remember pulling an all-nighter, then I just passed out completely. In an unfamiliar bedroom, Ichin stared at his reflection in the mirror. Noting his much younger face, he felt disoriented as memories not his own, yet somehow familiar, began to surface in his mind. The name of the body he transmigrated into was also Ichin, and the appearance was identical to his original self. Even his parents had the same names and faces. He was 17 years old and had arrived in Japan as an exchange student just 3 days ago. The original Ichin was academically strong. He had learned Japanese in just a year and obtained his parents' approval to study abroad. But his true goal for coming here wasn't purely academic. He was a hardcore otaku who dreamt of becoming a game developer. His ambition was to join Nintendo after graduating from university. However, this guy had gotten a bit too excited after moving here. He went wild and overindulged in gaming and watching anime for 2 days straight, pulling all-nighters until he eventually dropped dead from exhaustion. That was when Ichin's transmigration took place. Recalling the original owner's heated online debates about games and the impulsive vow to create a hit game of his own, Ichin took a deep breath and whispered, "Don't worry. If it were something else, maybe I wouldn't be able to do it. But making a game? That's what I did in my past life. Leave your dream to me." In the next moment, he felt as if a weight had been lifted. He became more familiar with the body, and his thoughts cleared up significantly. Is this a sign that I've fully merged with this body? Not bad at all. Being young really is great, he said, moving his limbs to test his flexibility. Ichin then began sorting through the game development experience from his past life alongside the detailed memories of the body's previous owner. After about half an hour of organizing his thoughts, Ichin opened his eyes with a newfound clarity. He felt a rush of excitement as he thought about all the game development knowledge and experience now residing in his mind. Surveying the room, which was plastered with game and anime posters, Ichin smiled and sat down at the computer. The first thing I need to do now is choose the first game I'll create, he decided. The gaming industry in this world was both similar and different from his previous life. Many well-known game series still existed, like the legendary Capcom titles Devil May Cry, Monster Hunter, and Resident Evil. Other popular franchises like Assassin's Creed and Tomb Raider were still ongoing, but they had hit a creative slump, delaying their new releases. While many major titles from his past life had appeared in this world, there were also some famous developers missing, like Hidetaka Miyazaki and Hideo Kojima, although that one golf-loving maniac was still hopping around. But there was one major timeline difference. It was already 2021 here, and The Last of Us Part 2 had just announced its release date, scheduled for July of next year, in 2022. Well, that's good news. This time, I won't be wasting my time getting disappointed by that game, Ichin muttered, recalling his own distaste for the title. Aside from those AAA titles, Ichin also remembered several niche or indie games that this world's version of him had played, many of which he hadn't experienced in his past life but found equally excellent. After browsing through his memories and doing some searches on Steam, Ichin formed a preliminary plan. I'm just one person right now, so making a large-scale game isn't possible. I have to focus on creating a polished indie game, and the development difficulty can't be too high either. So, for my first project, the game I'll develop will be... He created a new folder and began typing on the keyboard. Slay the Spire. In his previous life, Slay the Spire was an indie card-based roguelike game he was deeply addicted to. It had sold over 1 million copies and even got console and mobile versions later on. It had basically set off the trend for card-building roguelike games. Ichin himself was deeply addicted to Slay the Spire, having spent over 200 hours on it. As he typed, he muttered to himself, "Slay the Spire isn't too complicated. 4 characters, 3 modes, a tower climbing system, and the core mechanics are all about cards and choosing paths during the run. As for the art style, it's something I can try drawing myself. If worst comes to worst, I can hire an artist, but that costs a lot. I'm not at the point where I'd ask my parents for money." In his previous life, Ichin had entered the gaming industry right after graduating from university and had spent 5 years there. His head was packed with game development experience. To better understand and create games, he had seriously studied art both during and after university. Although he wasn't as skilled as a professional artist, he could still handle the basics on his own. As he continued planning, Ichin began to consider which game engine to use. In his past life, Slay the Spire had apparently used a relatively niche engine that he hadn't paid much attention to. but for a game of this scale, finding the exact same engine wasn't necessary. Unity's available. Let's go with that. Unity was a widely used engine suitable for both 2D and 3D games. It supported multiple platforms including PC, consoles, tablets, mobile devices, and even VR. If Ichin remembered correctly, more than half of the games across all platforms on the market were developed using Unity. Who would have thought that the previous owner of this body was quite knowledgeable? Unity's already installed. That's great. It saves me a lot of time, Ichin remarked. He stretched a bit and checked Unity's development interface, which was almost identical to the one he had used in his past life. In fact, the resources and materials available within it were even more extensive, boosting his confidence in developing Slay the Spire. Alright then, let's get to work. First, I need to write a development draft, then outline the gameplay and settings. Although he was working solo, having a plan would ensure smoother progress. Diving in headfirst without one would only disrupt the game's development flow. Grrr. Before he could type more than a few words, his stomach let out a loud growl. Right, I got too excited and forgot that this body hasn't had a proper meal in 2 whole days, he sighed. Saving the document on his computer, Ikin pulled out his phone to check his current balance. Wow, this guy's got way more money than I did when I was 17. Looks like the parents in this world are doing much better in business, and they're healthier too, not like in my past life, where they worked themselves into the ground. Since he had enough funds, there was no issue. Ichin found some bread in his room to curb his hunger, took a quick shower, changed into fresh clothes, and then headed out. By the time Ichin left home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The weather in early March was still a bit chilly, but the sunshine was pleasant. Wow, 2021 in this parallel world is really something. You don't even need to wear a mask outdoors, Ichin muttered, walking through the unfamiliar streets. According to his memories, it had only been a week since moving to Tokyo. Other than a couple of trips to Akihabara, the original Ichin had spent most of his time cooped up at home. Thankfully, he was a fast learner with no language barriers. Otherwise, things could have been rough. Ichin sighed in relief. He himself only knew English and picked up a bit of Japanese from anime and some special movies. Following the directions in his memories, Ichin soon arrived at a convenience store. He bought 2 boxed meals, along with some snacks and drinks. It was already late today, so he decided to make do with these for now and buy groceries tomorrow. After years of living alone and working hard, he had developed decent cooking skills. As he carried the bags back, Ichin began organizing his plans. First, I need to get this body back in shape. Now that I'm 17 again, there's no way I'm going to let myself collapse from exhaustion. I should start jogging in the mornings. And I still have to attend school. Starting in April, I'll be in my 2nd year at Toyogasaki Academy. He stopped in his tracks, looking at the buildings around him. He pulled out his phone and did a quick search, his face showing a look of disbelief. Fushikawa Bunko actually exists here. He only muttered this in passing. Right now, Ichin's mind was focused entirely on game development. Since I've come to this world, I can't let all those games remain just memories. I have to recreate them all. With this determination, he returned home. 10 minutes after Ichin came back, a tall girl with long black hair, dressed in a dress and black tights, stepped out of the elevator. She had a refined handbag slung over her shoulder and a worried expression on her face. She walked up to the apartment next to Ichin's, took out a key and unlocked the door. I'm home. Welcome back, Yuta. How did it go with the editor? A mature woman who bore a strong resemblance to the girl walked out of the kitchen holding a spatula. Kasumigaoka Hata shook her head. I got picked apart for a whole hour. The entire manuscript needs to be rewritten and polished. Luckily, there's still time before publication, so I can manage. The woman nodded reassuringly. Don't rush. Take it slow and steady. I believe in my daughter, but remember, once your break is over and school starts again, you need to balance your studies too, alright? If your grades drop, your father will be upset, even if I don't say anything. Don't worry, Mom. I know, Utaha replied, ready to head back to her room. Wait a moment, Utaha, her mother called, stopping her. She took a box of snacks from the kitchen and handed it to her daughter. The boy who moved in next door just came back from his outing. Why don't you take these over to him? Studying abroad alone must be tough, and as neighbors, it's only polite to introduce ourselves. Staring at the box of snacks in her hands, Utaha's face stiffened. Mom, why don't you go? Well, how about this? I'll deliver the snacks, and you finish cooking. All right, I'll go, okay? Utaha sighed. Resigned, she dropped her bag onto the couch, picked up the box of snacks, and left the house. When she reached the door of Ichin's apartment next door, Kasumigaoka Utaha hesitated for a while in front of the door that still lacked a nameplate. After some contemplation, she finally pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, tilde, tilde, tilde. Inside, Ichin was eating while typing away on his keyboard. Hearing the doorbell, he was surprised but quickly swallowed his food and rushed out of the room. Coming, coming. The moment he opened the door, he saw a girl with long, straight black hair standing at the entrance, holding a box in her hands. For a brief moment, he was left speechless. Seeing Ichin's somewhat dazed and awkward expression, Utaha immediately felt less nervous. She smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Kasumigaoka Utaha, from the family next door. My mother asked me to bring over these snacks for you." Thank you. Ichin, snapping back to reality, accepted the box of snacks a bit clumsily and said, "Sorry, I just moved in, and I haven't gotten everything organized yet, so I can't return the favor right now." Utaha shook her head gently. "It's fine, don't worry about it." Peering past Ichin, Utaha saw several open moving boxes scattered around the apartment. Glancing at Ichin, who seemed to be around her age, she recalled her mother's earlier words and asked, "My mother mentioned that you came here to study." Ichin, still distracted by the surname Kasumigaoka, nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm starting at Toyogasaki next month." Toyogasaki? Utaha raised an eyebrow. "That means we'll be classmates. I didn't introduce myself properly earlier. My name is Kasumigaoka Utaha, and I'll be entering my second year." "Hello, I'm Ichin. I'll also be starting my second year." After introducing themselves, an awkward silence fell between them. Having focused solely on game development until now, Ichin wasn't exactly adept at holding conversations with beautiful girls. Utaha wasn't any better. Once she knew Ichin's name, she felt her task was complete. The snacks were freshly made, so it's best to eat them soon. I'll be heading back now. Thank you very much. As Utaha walked away, Ichin closed the door behind her. "I never would have guessed. She's living right next door," Ichin muttered to himself. But why doesn't this body's previous memories include any mention of her? It's like he only had a brief encounter with Kasumigaoka's mother and exchanged a few words. Shaking his head, Ichin opened the box and saw the neatly arranged cookies inside. He smiled. "These look really good. I'll have to find a way to return the favor." Next door, Utaha had just returned home when her mother, Mrs. Kasumigaoka, came out of the kitchen again. "How did it go? Did you meet him?" "Yes, I met him and gave him the snacks." Smiling at her daughter, Mrs. Kasumigaoka teased, "So, was the boy next door handsome?" Utaha's expression faltered slightly at her mother's playful smile, but she still replied, "Yes, he's quite handsome, but it's got nothing to do with me. I'm going back to my room." As Utaha retreated to her room, Mrs. Kasumigaoka sighed and shook her head. "Oh dear, what am I going to do with this girl? She's been in high school for a whole year now and hardly talks to any boys. All she does is write novels all day. But now that there's a boy her age next door, maybe she'll start interacting more. We can't let her stay like this forever. What do they call it? Social anxiety." Ichin had no idea about what was happening next door. Back in his room, he continued eating his bento while working on his project. In his previous life, Ichin's job was mostly about making ends meet. Even though he was skilled, after several years in the industry, he had lost the initial drive he once had, let alone leading the development of his own game. However, after crossing over to this new world and finding himself young again, he felt a surge of passion and enthusiasm, perhaps due to his body's previous owner's love for games. It was like rediscovering that early excitement of entering the gaming industry for the first time. "There were so many interesting games in my past life that don't exist in this world. I really can't stand it. I'll start with Slay the Spire," he decided. After finishing his bento, Ichin patted his stomach contentedly, cleaned up the table, opened the snack box Utaha had brought over, and started munching while diving into work. As someone who focused wholeheartedly once he began, it took just half an hour before Ichin paused, sensing something different. "It feels like my memory has unexpectedly improved. Is this because of the transmigration?" In his mind, he could clearly recall every detail from the games he had played, whether they were childhood classics or those he enjoyed as an adult: God of War, Titanfall, Atelier, Dark Souls, and many more. It was as if each game's intricate details were etched in his brain, instantly surfacing whenever he thought of them. "This enhanced memory is such a huge advantage, and my thoughts are unusually clear as well," he noted. Looking at his computer screen, Ichin's expression slowly shifted to one of excitement. In that case, I might finish this first game faster than I expected. With this realization, Ichin took a deep breath and continued tapping away at the keyboard with renewed energy. Although he decided to focus on developing the game in the month before school started, Ichin didn't forget about maintaining his physical health. So, after working until midnight, he sensibly stopped and went to bed. The next morning, at 8 a.m., Ichin woke up to his alarm, marking his first morning in this new world. "What a beautiful day to start," he exclaimed, stretching lazily. After getting up, washing up, and heading outside, he started his morning run. While his current body was in decent shape, it was clear it hadn't experienced much exercise. Thus, Ichin kept it simple, a slow 1-kilometer jog there and back, planning to gradually increase the intensity over time. Returning home, he took a shower and had some bread he had bought the day before. Then, he went out again. Though he had a high-end computer with a top-tier 3090 graphics card at home, Ichin hadn't yet bought a graphics tablet, so he headed to a nearby electronics store to purchase one. On his way back, he also picked up a large quantity of groceries. He planned to shut himself in for the next few days and minimize his trips outside. Just as he returned to his floor and pulled out his keys, Ichin noticed the apartment door next to his open. Utaha, dressed in a casual dress and carrying a bag, stepped out. Their eyes met, but Ichin didn't feel as nervous as he had the day before. He nodded and greeted her. "Good morning." Utaha, not expecting to run into Ichin again so soon, responded in kind, "Good morning." She glanced at the large bags Ichin was holding. "That's a lot of stuff," she thought. However, neither of them engaged in further conversation. Ichin entered his apartment, and Utaha headed for the elevator. As she stepped inside, she muttered softly, "I think I saw a graphics tablet. Does that guy draw as well?" Shaking her head, Utaha stopped thinking about it and focused instead on how to deal with her troublesome editor later. Back in his apartment, Ichin put the groceries in the fridge, arranged all the seasonings, and looked at his spotless kitchen counter. "Since I received those snacks yesterday, I should make something to return the favor this afternoon. I can't make anything too complicated, but I do know a few simple recipes. I learned them from my mom in my previous life. I've bought flour and everything else I need. All right, I'll work in the morning and leave some time in the afternoon to make them." Returning to his bedroom, Ichin glanced around at the walls of his room before sitting down to work. The walls were covered with various posters, some of games and anime he recognized, while others didn't exist in his previous life. After some thought, Ichin took down all the posters, neatly folded them, and placed them in the trash bin. If I'm going to put up posters, they should be of my own games. Though his game currently existed only as a folder with a single document inside, Ichin was brimming with confidence about his project. He sat down, turned on the computer, and began working. By midday, he had sorted out the game's design concept and sketched out 4 character designs. All right, let's implement 2 characters first to get the overall game structure in place. The other 2 can be added later as part of ongoing updates. This way, I can cut down on the initial workload. Feeling hungry, Ichin made a simple bowl of noodles for lunch and then got to work making the snacks. Although he was skilled at cooking, he wasn't as experienced with baking. This time, he planned to make some cookies and mini cakes. Baking wasn't as smooth as developing a game, and he hadn't baked anything in a long time in his previous life. However, thanks to his improved memory, he quickly regained his familiarity with it. He continued to work until past 3 p.m., occasionally running back to his room to sketch designs. After going back and forth several times, he finally finished a batch of egg cakes and cookies. He took a piece and tasted it. Not bad. It's exactly how I remember it. Satisfied with the result, Ichin packed the snacks into some airtight containers he had bought earlier and prepared to deliver them next door. Mrs. Kasamigaoka is a full-time housewife, so she should be home at this time, right? He thought. Putting on his shoes, Ichin went to the apartment next door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong tilde tilde tilde. The doorbell rang, and Mrs. Kasamigaoka, who was in the kitchen preparing dinner, called out to her daughter in the living room. "Uta, could you get the door?" "Got it," Utaha replied reluctantly. Having just returned home and feeling exhausted, Utaha dragged herself to the entrance. When she opened the door, she was met with the sight of Ichin standing there holding 2 containers of snacks. "Good afternoon." Seeing Utaha's slightly dazed expression, Ichin smiled and handed over the containers. "Thank you for the snacks yesterday. I made some in return this afternoon. Please give them a try." Utaha, surprised and uncertain of what to do, was left momentarily speechless. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. At that moment, Mrs. Kasamigaoka, hearing voices at the door, quickly came over with a warm smile. Oh, Ichin-kun, you're so considerate. Please come in and sit for a while. Handing over the containers, Ichin politely declined with a smile. Thank you, but I still have a lot of work to do. I'll visit again when I have more time. Goodbye for now. After delivering the snacks and exchanging a polite farewell, Ichin returned to his own apartment next door. After closing the door, Mrs. Kasamigaoka tapped her daughter lightly on the forehead and sighed. When are you going to change this attitude of yours? Can't you at least say a few more words? Rubbing her forehead, Utaha murmured, I just got back after a long day. I'm really exhausted. Seeing her daughter's weary expression, Mrs. Kasamigaoka didn't press further. She led Utaha back to the living room and opened the food containers. I never expected that boy to be able to make snacks himself. That's quite impressive. These look really well made. If I remember correctly, these are traditional Chinese pastries, right? Your father brought some back from a business trip once. Utaha, try one. Utaha nodded and picked up a golden pastry, taking a small bite. Her eyes widened in surprise. This is delicious. Mrs. Kasamigaoka tried one as well and was equally delighted. It really is. It tastes even better than the ones your father bought. Next time we get the chance, let's ask Ichin-kun how he made these. I'd love to learn it too. Now, go ahead and eat while I get dinner started. Okay. Utaha acknowledged softly and quickly devoured her snack. Before long, one pastry was gone. She then picked up a fragrant egg cake and once again got lost in its soft and sweet texture. For a moment, the lingering frustration from her editor's constant nagging earlier in the day melted away. As she continued eating, Utaha recalled seeing Ichin in the morning with those bags full of groceries. He had so many ingredients. Do all Chinese guys cook this well? She mused to herself before reaching for another egg cake. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ichin spent most of his days cooped up in his apartment, focusing on developing his game. Other than his morning runs and occasional grocery trips, he rarely stepped out. Over the month, Ichin gradually became more acquainted with the Kasamigaoka family next door. The head of the family, Mr. Kasamigaoka, was a mid-level employee at a trading company. He left early and returned late, frequently having to travel for work or stay overtime. Ichin only ran into him twice. Most of his interactions were with Mrs. Kasamigaoka, whom he frequently saw while returning from his morning jogs or while out shopping. As for Yuta, it could be said that they were somewhat familiar with each other by now. After all, she wasn't very talkative, and like Ichin, she didn't go out much. And when she did, she was usually gone for the entire day. According to Mrs. Kasamigaoka, Utaha had won an award in a writing competition organized by a publishing house, and her novel was set to be published soon. Whenever she went out, it was usually to discuss her novel with her editor. Despite all the ups and downs, it seemed the book was slated for an official release in April, after the start of the school term. Of course, Utaha never shared any of this directly with Ichin. When they met, the most she would do was thank him for the snacks, complimenting their taste. As for Ichin, he had no grand ambitions of building a close relationship with a beautiful girl. His mind was solely focused on completing the framework of his game and producing a demo. Girls? Girls would only slow down his game development. At 7 a.m., Ichin woke up right on schedule. After his morning run, he got ready, had breakfast, and changed into the school uniform of Toyogasaki Academy. He hopped onto the bicycle he bought a couple of days ago and set off for school. Today was the first day of the new term. Despite being busy for the past month, Ichin never forgot his current status, a second-year high school student. As he pedaled, he reflected, my memory is unbelievable. Just a quick review of the books yesterday, and I remembered everything. Honestly, it wasn't that hard. With the skills of my previous self, who was a top student in Shanghai, combined with my now ridiculously good memory, high school here in Japan is going to be a breeze. This means I can spend all the extra time making games. The more he thought about it, the better his mood became, and he couldn't help but hum a tune. When he arrived at an intersection and stopped to wait for the green light, he noticed a crowd gathering diagonally across the street. An accident? He wondered. In the midst of the crowd, Ichin could vaguely see a crushed bicycle lying on the ground and a sleek black car that had collided with a street lamp. Two pedestrians crossed the street as the light changed, chatting as they walked. Man, what a tragedy. That high schooler was in such a rush that he ran the red light and got hit by the car. They said by the time the ambulance took him away, he wasn't even breathing. Really? A high schooler? Yeah. Apparently he was from Toyogasaki Academy. Not sure which grade though. As the two pedestrians walked away, their conversation faded into the distance. Ichin swallowed hard. Reckless driving leads to tears and regrets. Following traffic rules is definitely the right choice, he thought. The light turned green, and Ichin smoothly pedaled forward. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Toyogasaki Academy, a school that looked impressive even from the outside. He entered the gates, parked his bike in the designated area, and made his way to the teacher's office, relying on the memory from his earlier visit. As a transfer student, he needed to report to his teacher first, who would then guide him to his class. Standing at the office door, Ichin knocked and said, "Excuse me, I'm the new transfer student, Ichin." A middle-aged male teacher inside looked up and smiled. "Ah, come in, Ichin-kun. We met during your interview." This was the second-year head teacher. After inviting Ichin inside, he turned towards a corner of the room. "Miss Hiratsuka, please meet your new student." In the corner, a woman with long black hair, wearing a white lab coat, looked up. She removed her earphones and glanced at the head teacher and Ichin, sighing. "A transfer student, and you're putting him in my class without telling me?" "Well, it's because your class had the best grades last semester, Miss Hiratsuka." Ichin-kun was consistently at the top of his grade in China, and he even ranked high within the city. He definitely belongs in your class. And as for not telling you beforehand, well, we wanted it to be a pleasant surprise. It's a great opportunity. Without giving Miss Hiratsuka a chance to protest, the head teacher brought Ichin over and had him sit down next to the female teacher. Faced with the sudden responsibility, Miss Hiratsuka ran a hand through her hair and looked at Ichin. "Well, it's like this. I'm your Japanese literature teacher for the next 2 years, and the homeroom teacher for class 2A. I'm Shizuka Hiratsuka. Nice to meet you." Another formidable character had just appeared. Shizuka Hiratsuka, one of the characters from the light novel and anime My Youth Romantic Comedy Is Wrong As I Expected, Oregeru, is an unmarried high school teacher of a certain age, known by her nickname Hiratsuka Sensei. She enjoys smoking, drinking, and taking drives to unwind. Honestly, it's no surprise to anyone that this woman hasn't found a boyfriend. However, Ichin vaguely remembered that there was a route in the game where the protagonist could marry Hiratsuka-sensei. Man, that's terrifying, he thought to himself, as expected of the protagonist. Hiratsuka-sensei, sitting across from him, raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "I have a feeling you're thinking about something inappropriate." "You're overthinking it, sensei," Ichin replied, sitting up straight. "Hello, Hiratsuka-sensei. I'm Ichin. Please guide me over these next 2 years." Dropping her suspicions, Hiratsuka nodded. "Ah, yes, hello. I didn't expect you to be assigned to my class. The head teacher mentioned your grades are quite good?" "They're decent," Ichin answered humbly. "If you want to get into a good university, competition is intense everywhere." "That's true," Hiratsuka agreed, studying Ichin. "I haven't seen your grades from China, but there will be a placement exam this week to gauge everyone's level. Be prepared and aim for good results. Of course, there will be some differences between the subjects here and what you studied before, so it's fine if you need time to adjust. Come on. Let's head to the classroom. The entrance ceremony is about to start." With that, Hiratsuka stood up and led Ichin out of the office. After they left, a teacher standing next to the head teacher whispered, "Sir, doesn't assigning him to Class A mean we have another potential top student? This isn't fair to the other classes." "There's no other choice. This was the result of our discussions," the head teacher replied with a smile. "You know about Kasumagaoka Utaha from Class A, right? She's always been top of the grade, but she often sleeps in class. That's not a good habit. We thought that by adding this transfer student, we could give her some healthy competition, maybe even push her to improve her grades further." "Ah, I see." Unaware of this conversation, Hiratsuka and Ichin soon arrived at Class 2A on the 3rd floor. Inside, all the students had already gathered, chatting in small groups. Hiratsuka entered with Ichin and announced, "All right, quiet down and take your seats. We have a new classmate to introduce today." The students promptly returned to their seats upon hearing her commanding tone and directed their attention to Ichin standing beside her. Regardless of whether they were boys or girls, the same thought crossed their minds when they saw him for the first time. This guy is really handsome. With his striking appearance and a height of 1.8 meters, Ichin effortlessly became the center of attention just by standing there. Among the curious gazes, one came from a familiar face in the class. Kasumagaoka Utaha had already known that Ichin was around her age and would be starting his 2nd year of high school, but she hadn't expected that her neighbor would end up in the same class as her. Ichin also noticed Utaha, but didn't linger on her. He turned to the blackboard, wrote his name, and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Ichin, from China. Please take care of me. Although his introduction was brief, Hiratsuka wasn't one to dwell on formality. She quickly added, "All right, that's that. Ichin will be joining our class from now on. As for your seat, there's an empty one by the window. Ichin, you can sit there. Your eyesight's fine, right?" "Yes, my eyesight is fine," he replied. With a nod, Ichin walked over to the empty seat next to Utaha and sat down. Ichin placed his bag down and glanced to his right at Utaha, whispering, "What a coincidence, huh?" Utaha felt the same. After all, she had never told Ichin which class she was in, and the two of them hadn't even talked much about school-related topics. Before they had the chance to continue the conversation, Hiratsuka instructed all the students to head to the auditorium for the opening ceremony. Opening ceremonies were pretty much the same everywhere. The principal would give a speech about the school's vision for the year, their expectations for the students, and so on. Then, the student council president would come up to speak on behalf of the students. Ichin wasn't particularly interested in these speeches and spent most of the time with his head down, thinking about his game development. The only thing that caught his attention was when the principal mentioned that a new student had an accident on their way to school this morning and had already been confirmed dead. He gave a special reminder to all students to pay attention to traffic safety. The student council president's speech soon ended, and with that, the opening ceremony concluded. The students returned to their classrooms to start their first day of classes. Ichin's first class at Toyogasaki High School was Hiratsuka's literature class. 2 days before the term began, Ichin had already gone through the textbooks and memorized all the contents. The second-year curriculum wasn't particularly challenging for him at this point. With his textbook open, Ichin also laid out a notebook, listening to Hiratsuka's lecture while jotting down notes. Hiratsuka was a renowned teacher at the school, and no one dared slack off in her class, except for Kasumigaoka Utaha. Utaha was the only student who could sleep through Hiratsuka's lectures and get away with it. There wasn't much Hiratsuka could do about that, since Utaha was the top student in their grade. Now, however, besides Utaha, there was another student daring to do his own thing during Hiratsuka's lecture, Ichin. While teaching, Hiratsuka noticed Ichin, seated by the window, writing non-stop from the moment the class began. Curious, she continued her lecture but slowly made her way down from the podium toward him. When she reached Ichin's desk, she glanced at his notebook. She saw a mixture of English words, code symbols, and some terms she vaguely recognized like route and negative effects. Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow. She cleared her throat, and as Ichin paused his writing and looked up, she said, "Ichin, please continue reading the text from where I left off." Having been caught, Ichin wasn't flustered. He stood up with his textbook and, under Hiratsuka's surprised gaze, flawlessly read from where she had stopped. The entire class was equally stunned. Many of the students had already noticed Ichin's little side activities during the lesson when Hiratsuka walked over. They didn't expect that he'd actually know exactly where the teacher had stopped. Was it just luck? Or had he really been listening? After Ichin finished reading a section, Hiratsuka instructed him to sit down and asked, "Have you reviewed the text beforehand?" Ichin nodded. "Yes, I've already finished the entire second-year curriculum." Finished the entire curriculum? Hiratsuka's mouth twitched slightly. But given how competitive Chinese high school students were, she didn't find it too hard to believe. Whether he was telling the truth or not would soon be revealed in the upcoming exams. After the first class ended, it was break time. Once Hiratsuka-sensei left the classroom, several curious girls immediately gathered around Ichin, surrounding him and bombarding him with questions. "Ichin-kun, why did you decide to study abroad? Is it true that you've already finished all the coursework? That's amazing. If I don't understand something, can I come ask you?" The girls' enthusiastic atmosphere made the boys in the class envious. They had intended to introduce themselves to Ichin as well, but the girls beat them to it. Additionally, there was another reason holding the boys back. Kasumigaoka Utaha was seated next to Ichin. Utaha's aura was unmistakable. The boys, who had been in the same class for a year, knew better than to approach carelessly, lest they face her sharp tongue. After some effort, Ichin finally managed to escape the group of girls and stepped out of the classroom to use the restroom. As he finished washing his face and was about to leave, he happened to run into Hiratsuka-sensei, who was just coming out of the restroom herself. Seeing Ichin, Hiratsuka grabbed him immediately. "Perfect timing. I was planning to find you at lunchtime. Come with me now." Hiratsuka led Ichin to a quiet spot and looked at him, asking, "So, what were you writing during class?" "I'm currently developing a game," Ichin replied. "What you saw in my notebook are related notes." "Huh? Developing a game?" Hiratsuka looked at Ichin in surprise. "You? Alone?" "Yeah. Ichin nodded. I've been working on it solo for about a month now, and I should have a demo ready soon. If you don't believe me, I can bring the demo for you to try out later. You could even give me some feedback. Do you play games, Hiratsuka-sensei? I play a little, but I'll pass on the demo. Hiratsuka's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, with such good grades, you still have the energy to learn all these things about game development? Doing it alone requires a lot of skills, right? Using an engine, doing the art, writing scripts, balancing numbers. These aren't too hard for me since I have a knack for it, Ichin replied with a confident smile. And the game I'm making isn't technically demanding, so I'm feeling pretty confident about it. Seeing Ichin's confident smile, Hiratsuka couldn't help but feel a slight urge to believe him. Sighing, Hiratsuka massaged her temples and said, fine, but I have conditions. As I mentioned before, there's a test tomorrow, and you need to place in the top 3 of the grade. If you can't manage that, you'll have to pay full attention in my classes and no more side activities. Deal? Ichin agreed without hesitation. Deal. Waving him off, Hiratsuka said, all right, go back to the classroom. It's almost time for the next period. Watching Ichin leave, Hiratsuka had a feeling that this class was going to become more troublesome in the future. When Ichin returned to the classroom, the girls didn't crowd around him anymore, and the boys also stayed in their seats, giving him a few minutes of peace to continue writing in his notebook. Holding a traditional novel in her hand, Kasamigaoka Utaha glanced at Ichin and felt a twinge of curiosity about what he was writing. The morning classes soon came to an end, and it was lunchtime. Since Ichin didn't bring a packed lunch, he went to the school's snack shop and bought 2 pieces of bread before heading up to the rooftop. Just as he opened his second piece of bread and took a couple of bites, the door to the rooftop opened again, and Kasamigaoka Utaha appeared. Seeing Ichin already on the rooftop, Kasamigaoka Utaha was momentarily surprised but still walked over and sat down on a nearby bench, opening her bento box. Glancing at the bread in Ichin's hand, she asked, didn't bring lunch? Ichin nodded and replied, I was busy late last night, so I didn't have time to cook, just making do today. As he spoke, Ichin continued writing something in his notebook with his other hand. At this moment, Utaha finally got a clear look at what Ichin was writing, and it wasn't the study material she initially assumed. What are you doing? She asked. Working on a game, Ichin answered without looking up. I've only been developing it for a month, but I'm trying to release an early access version by the end of the month. The progress is going well. Are you interested? I could give you a copy to try out. A game? Utaha asked, surprised. Can one person really make something like that? Of course, Ichin said with a smile. The simplest way is to use a software called RPG Maker, which even beginners can quickly use to create their own games. But I'm not using that, since my goal isn't just to make a personal project for fun. Ichin then briefly explained the genre of his game to Utaha. Card-based, and something else. Utaha looked puzzled. The games she had experience with were simple ones like Mario and Pokemon. Seeing her confusion, Ichin explained further. Yeah, it's a combination of card elements and roguelike mechanics. Essentially, it's a game with procedurally generated content and irreversible consequences. For example, you control a character, and the stages ahead are randomized. Your first room could be a monster encounter or a treasure chest. But if you lose during a run, the entire game resets, and you have to start over from the beginning. Would people really play a game like that? Utaha didn't understand. A game where losing meant restarting from scratch. Could that be enjoyable? If it's done well, people will definitely enjoy it, Ichin said confidently. Anyway, I'll keep working on it. If you're curious, I'll let you try the demo later, and you can see for yourself. With that, Ichin quickly finished his bread and stood up. Take your time eating. I'm heading back. Okay. Utaha nodded as she watched Ichin leave the rooftop. She quietly muttered to herself, no wonder. Mom did mention that he stayed home all last month. Turns out, he was developing a game. Utaha didn't know much about the gaming industry, so she refrained from making any judgments about what Ichin was doing. Whether he was serious or not, she would find out soon enough. A few minutes later, Utaha finished her lunch and returned to the classroom. There, she saw Ichin surrounded by several boys, chatting enthusiastically. Even though he was doing something other than studying, like she was, Ichin was clearly better at interacting with people. With that thought, Utaha returned to her seat. Just as she sat down, the group of boys around Ichin found various excuses to quickly return to their seats. Turning his head, Ichin looked at Yuta and asked quietly, "Those guys seem to be pretty scared of you." Kasamigaka Utaha didn't expect Ichin to notice this issue on just the first day. Her lips twitched slightly, and she muttered softly, It's just that, back when I first started high school last year, I snapped at a few guys who tried to hit on me. Maybe what I said was a bit harsh. Just maybe, a bit harsh. Ichin hadn't seen this side of her before. Kasumigaoka Utaha trying to save face and not outright admit it, which was quite unexpected. But thinking back to his interactions with her over the past month, it's true she never came off as blunt or unfiltered. Well, she's my neighbor after all, so it's normal to be polite. Nodding, Ichin said. Getting approached like that must have been annoying. But in a classroom setting like this, don't you feel out of place? At first a little, but I got used to it, Utaha replied, covering her mouth as she yawned. Most of the time during class, I'm asleep anyway, so I don't really notice how others look at me. With that, she slumped over her desk without another word. She had stayed up late again last night and barely managed to get a few hours of sleep. If it weren't for today being the first day of the new semester and wanting to show some respect to their homeroom teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka, Kasumigaoka Utaha would have probably been sleeping since the first period. Seeing her fall asleep so quickly left Ichin speechless. He didn't disturb her. Instead, he took out his phone, put on his earphones, and jotted down some game ideas in his notebook while listening to music. During the afternoon classes, Kasumigaoka Utaha spent most of her time with her head on the desk, sleeping. On the other hand, Ichin was focused on his game development tasks. Hiratsuka had already talked with the other teachers, so they didn't interfere and decided to wait and see how Ichin performed in the upcoming exams. The afternoon classes soon came to an end, and it was time for the after-school club activities. Today, being the first day of the new semester, all the school clubs were actively recruiting new members starting from lunchtime. In his previous life, Ichin had seen many such club activities in anime, but he had little interest in joining. His time would be better spent developing his game. Right now, all he could think about was finishing Slay the Spire as soon as possible. After packing his bag and getting ready to leave, Ichin noticed that Kasumigaoka Utaha was still asleep at her desk. He glanced around at the students who were leaving the classroom one after another and decided to hold back from leaving just yet. Once everyone else had left, Ichin got up and approached Utaha. He gently tapped her shoulder. "Kasumigaoka, wake up. School's over," he said softly. Under his gentle nudge, Kasumigaoka Utaha mumbled a few incoherent words and slowly straightened up, looking dazedly around the room until she finally came to her senses. "Oh, school's over?" Turning to face him, Ichin smiled at her disheveled bangs and the bright red mark on her forehead. "Yeah, it's already over. If you're tired, you should head home and get some rest. Also, your forehead." He gestured toward her forehead with his finger. Utaha raised her hand and noticed her own disheveled state. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she raised an eyebrow and said to Ichin, "I didn't expect you to have a hobby of enjoying girls' embarrassing moments, Ichin-kun." "Not at all," Ichin responded with a calm smile. "I was just kindly letting you know." He then grabbed his backpack. "Since you're awake now, I'll head home. I still need to buy groceries and cook. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After Ichin left the classroom, Utaha realized that she was now the only one left. "So, was he trying to keep me from oversleeping?" she murmured with a smile, brushing her bangs back. "Compared to the other boys, he's not bad at all." The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Ichin yawned as he left his house. He had been up late drawing cards for his game and lost track of time, working until 2 in the morning. As a result, he overslept a little and even skipped his morning run. Riding his bike to school, Ichin hurried as he disliked being late. However, just as he was nearing the school, he saw Kasumigaoka Utaha standing face to face with a blonde girl. Curious, Ichin slowly came to a stop and approached them, just in time to hear Kasumigaoka say, "I'm a second year and you're a first year, so from now on, when you greet me, make sure to add senpai." "Got it, Eri-chan." "Ereri?" Ichin glanced at the blonde twin-tailed girl opposite Kasumigaoka. She did indeed look exactly like the character he remembered from the anime in his past life, a true golden-haired tsundere. "Ugh!" Iriri glared furiously at Kasumigaoka, but then noticed Ichin watching them from the side of the road. She immediately puffed up and snapped, "What are you looking at?" Kasumigaoka turned her head and, upon seeing Ichin, greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Ichin-kun." "Good morning," Ichin replied. He looked at Eri and asked, "Is she a friend of yours?" "As if," Iriri retorted loudly before turning on her heel and running off. Watching her retreat, Kasumigaoka chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so talented, Ichin-kun. Just a few words, and you've already driven away such a cute girl." "Don't pin this on me. I'm not taking the blame," Ichin said with a shrug. "I just happened to see you and stopped by." So, what's the story here? Kasamigaoka carefully chose her words. She's someone I happened to meet before. Her personality is so much like a little puppy that I can't resist teasing her, and that's what you saw just now. I never thought she'd end up at Toyogasaki too. Looks like school life won't be boring. A puppy, huh? That's quite an interesting description, Ichin remarked with a laugh. Anyway, we should get to school. We'll be late if we don't hurry. Want to go together? Sure. Kasamigaoka didn't mind Ichin's company. Being around him wasn't tiring, and he had even brought over some homemade snacks a few times. As neighbors, they got along quite well. Soon after, as they entered the school gates, some students noticed the sharp-tongued Kasamigaoka Otaha, who had shot down several guys last year, walking side by side with a boy, chatting and laughing. Who exactly is Kasumagaoka Utaha? She's the top-tier beauty who, just after entering the school last year, was immediately crowned the school belle by all the boys. With her long black hair, tall and slender figure, and perfect curves, she's the very image of the ideal girlfriend that most boys dream of. On top of that, Utaha also excels academically, consistently ranking first in her grade, which made her position unshakable. However, this seemingly perfect Kasumagaoka Utaha has one notable flaw: her sharp tongue. After ruthlessly cutting down several boys who tried to hit on her, she quickly became known as the venomous-tongued beauty. As a result, no boy dared to approach her anymore. Yet, today, this very Kasumagaoka Utaha was seen walking to school with a boy, chatting and laughing along the way. Ichin and Kasumigaoka were both aware of the stares from the surrounding students, but neither of them paid any mind to it. Having experienced all sorts of societal hardships in his previous life, Ichin couldn't care less about the glances of high school students. As for Utaha, she had gotten used to this in the past year, and it didn't bother her either. After all, if she cared, she wouldn't have been so bluntly sarcastic to others in the first place. After parking his bike, Ichin walked into the school building alongside Utaha, changing shoes as they headed to their classroom. While walking up the stairs, Ichin couldn't help but yawn, prompting a curious question from Yuta. "Were you up working on your game?" Ichin nodded. "Yeah, I got a bit carried away last night and stayed up until 2. I'm still feeling sleepy, but it's not a big deal. I'll grab a can of coffee later to wake up. We have exams today, so I need to do well. Otherwise, I won't be able to work on my own stuff during class." Utaha's voice trailed off with a playful lilt, and she said with interest, "You seem pretty confident. Just so you know, I've held the first place spot in our grade since last year, so you better give it your all." "Is that so? Well, I'll do my best then," Ichin replied nonchalantly. Utaha's accomplishments might be impressive, but Ichin had survived the grueling academic gauntlet back in his previous life. A mere second-year high school exam wasn't going to be much of a challenge for him. Seeing Ichin's relaxed attitude, Utaha couldn't help but narrow her eyes. It felt as if she had just been underestimated. The first period bell rang, and Hiratsuka Shizuka entered the classroom with a stack of test papers in hand. "Everyone, sit down. We're starting the exam. Don't think that just cramming yesterday will get you through. This test won't be any easier than last semester's finals, so take it seriously." The first exam was Japanese literature. As the test papers were handed out, Ichin skimmed through the questions and couldn't help but let a small smile form on his lips. Though the subject differed a bit from what he was used to back in China, the content wasn't difficult for someone who had already self-studied extensively. He picked up his pen and began answering the questions swiftly. Before long, the only sound in the classroom was the scratch of pens against the test papers. Hiratsuka-sensei monitored the students for a while before standing up and walking around the classroom. When she reached Utaha's and Ichin's seats, she paused to check their progress. Despite Utaha's habit of sleeping through classes, Hiratsuka had always been confident in her academic performance. A quick glance showed that Utaha's answers were correct, and Hiratsuka nodded in approval. But when she turned her attention to Ichin, Hiratsuka was surprised to find that he had not only answered correctly, but he had also completed several more questions than Utaha. "Is this the power of a Chinese high school student?" Hiratsuka mused. "Maybe I should suggest to the principal that we arrange a trip for our teachers to visit some Chinese high schools to learn a thing or two." After standing there for a few minutes and confirming Ichin's capability, Hiratsuka Shizuka returned to the chair at the front of the classroom, quietly continuing her duty as the invigilator. Ichin, who was busy working on his test, was fully aware of Hiratsuka's earlier inspection but was so confident in his skills that he didn't even bother to react. An hour and a half passed swiftly, and the Japanese literature exam ended. After a 15-minute break, the second exam, mathematics, began. 2 exams in the morning and 2 more in the afternoon made for a full day. For most students, it was a grueling experience. However, for Ichin and Kasumagaoka Utaha, the tests were far from challenging. They finished early and used the remaining time to relax, which meant that by the end of the day, the two of them were in much better spirits than the rest of their classmates. After the exams, during the time allocated for club activities, since Ichin didn't join a club and was a full-fledged member of the Going Home Club, he turned to Utaha and said, "I'll head out first. See you tomorrow." See you tomorrow, Utaha replied. After leisurely packing her bag, Utaha was, as usual, the last to leave the classroom. While heading downstairs, she ran into Iriri again. The moment their eyes met, the blonde twin-tailed girl bristled. "Ugh, why do I keep running into you everywhere?" Iriri muttered. "Oh my," Utaha replied, crossing her arms and using her height advantage to look down at Iriri. "Is that any way to speak to your upperclassman, Iriri-chan tilde?" "You!" Iriri clenched her fists, her face turning red. Fortunately, there were no other students around, or she felt she might just lose it entirely. After several moments of silence, Irari finally muttered, "Senpai." Utaha nodded in satisfaction. Though your voice was a bit quiet, not bad at all." Pouting, Iriri glared at Utaha. Recalling what her classmates had mentioned earlier in the day, a sly grin crept onto her face. "Hey, I heard something interesting today. Apparently you were getting quite close with a boy. I wonder how someone as awful as you managed to find someone willing to hang around." Utaha paused, and then it clicked. Iriri was talking about her and Ichin entering the school gates together that morning. How did this news spread so fast? Though Utaha felt a bit embarrassed, she didn't let it show. Instead, she flashed a faint smile and said, "Oh, are you jealous?" Iria's voice immediately rose. "Huh? What's there to be jealous of?" "Of course you're jealous," Utaha replied, leaning in closer to stare directly into Iriri's eyes. "After all, you secretly work as a doujin artist, a young girl like you drawing those kinds of books. If that news were to get out, things would get really interesting, wouldn't they?" You're threatening me," Iriri stammered. "Threatening? How could you say that?" "I'm merely stating a fact," Utaha responded, lightly patting Eri on the head with a bright smile. "Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anyone. After all, I'm not a monster. But in the future, make sure to greet me properly. Okay, Eri-chan tilde?" With that, Utaha gracefully walked past Iriri, descending the stairs, leaving the frustrated Iriri behind, grumbling to herself. "Ugh, why did I ever try to negotiate with that demon? Evening, Kasumigaoka residence. After finishing dinner and taking a bath, Kasumigaoka Utaha was sitting comfortably on the living room sofa, munching on half an apple while watching TV. At that moment, Mrs. Kasumigaoka emerged from the kitchen, looking at her daughter. "Utaha, you're not busy, right? Could you do me a favor and take this container to Ichin-kun next door? And also, bring these pastries along. I bought some extra this afternoon." In addition to the container, Mrs. Kasumagaoka was holding a box of pastries from a nearby pastry shop. Hearing her mother's request, Utaha frowned. "Mom, I just finished my exams today. Can't you let me rest for a bit longer?" "Oh, what's this? Are you complaining about a simple task? I've been cleaning all day and still cooked dinner for you two." Mrs. Kasumigaoka started to lecture, and Utaha quickly set her half-eaten apple aside. She took the items from her mother and sighed. All right, I'm going. Happy?" She headed out of the house with the items in hand. Watching her daughter leave, Mrs. Kasumigaoka nodded in satisfaction and muttered softly, "This is how it should be. It's rare to have such an outstanding boy of the same age living next door. But this girl doesn't know how to be proactive at all. I have to step in as her mother." Just then, Mr. Kasumigaoka came out of the bathroom and overheard his wife's words. Smiling, he asked, "Did you send her over?" "Of course. If I don't do something, who knows how long it'll take this girl to find a boyfriend with her personality." "That's true," Mr. Kasumigaoka agreed, nodding. "That boy next door, Ichin, even though I've only met him a few times, he's excellent in every way. He's modest, polite, and clearly well-raised, not to mention very independent." If Ichin hadn't been living next door, allowing them to get to know him better, Mr. Kasumigaoka wouldn't have been comfortable letting his daughter go over alone. But wait, if those two do end up together, Wouldn't that mean our daughter would get married abroad? He suddenly realized. Isn't that fine? A flight back and forth isn't that long these days, Mrs. Kasamigaoka replied. That's true, but it's way too early to even think about that, Mr. Kasamigaoka chuckled. While the couple continued chatting, Utaha had already rung the doorbell at the house next door. Ichin, who was busy in the kitchen, quickly came out when he heard the doorbell. Upon opening the door, he saw Utaha standing there with the items, looking elegant and composed at the entrance. Her hair, still slightly damp, made it clear she had just taken a bath. With a gentle smile, Utaha greeted him. Good evening. I came to return these, and also brought some pastries from my mom. Auntie's really too kind, giving me pastries. Ichin felt a bit touched. He had often brought homemade treats to Utaha's house, and now even the store-bought ones included something for him. Well, you've brought us delicious treats several times, after all, Utaha said. Then, I won't be shy, Ichin replied. Remembering what he was cooking in the kitchen, he looked at Utaha and asked, Are you not busy? If you have time, would you like to come in for a bit? I'm cooking something, and I'd like to offer you a drink. Utaha seemed curious. She nodded. I don't have any homework today, so I'd be happy to accept the invitation. Although they had known each other for a month, this was the first time Utaha had actually stepped inside Ichin's home. The boxes in the living room from earlier had all been cleared away, and the house now had a much more lived-in feel. After bringing Kasamigaoka Utaha inside, Ichin said, Take a seat in the living room for a bit. I'll be done soon. All right, Utaha replied. She wandered around the living room with her hands behind her back, eventually noticing Ichin's laptop on the dining table, surrounded by papers filled with sketches and notes. Although it felt a bit impolite to peek at other people's things, Ichin hadn't made any effort to hide them, so it seemed okay. Walking over, Utaha glanced at the computer screen, which displayed lines of code that she couldn't make sense of. The papers scattered on the table mostly featured sketches of various characters and monsters in different styles, seemingly drafts or concept art. Just then, Ichin came out of the kitchen, holding 2 cups in his hands. He smiled at Utaha and said, This is the game I mentioned before that I'm developing. It's still in the early stages, though. Utaha immediately straightened up. Sorry, I didn't mean to look. It's no big deal. If I left it out here, I don't mind people seeing it, Ichin said with a smile, shaking his head. He handed one of the cups to her. Here, it's homemade brown sugar milk tea. Most girls like this, right? Milk tea? Utaha looked at the cup in surprise, inhaling the fragrant aroma from within. You can make this yourself? It's a lot easier than cooking, Ichin replied. He motioned for Utaha to sit, then sat down in front of the computer and continued. Plus, it has less sugar than what you'd buy outside, and I can choose better tea leaves. I chilled it with ice, so it's ready to drink. Luckily, I bought a few extra cups the other day, or I wouldn't have been able to serve guests properly. The cup wasn't too hot to hold, and Utaha took a small sip. The rich taste of milk and tea made her eyes narrow in delight. It's really good. Much better than what I've had at shops, she praised. I'm glad you like it, Ichin said, clearly pleased with her compliment. After taking another sip, Utaha placed her cup down and watched as Ichin started typing away on the keyboard. The game isn't quite ready for a test version yet, but there's some basic gameplay you could try out. Want to give it a go? He asked. Huh? It's already playable? Utaha was surprised. Only a very basic version, Ichin explained as he launched the software. He pointed at the screen, which displayed a rough diagram. See, the opening and background are still under development. For music, I've only got simple background tracks and basic sound effects for now. I'll need to invest a bit in that area because free music resources don't really fit what I have in mind. As for characters, I've only made one so far, and there aren't many monsters yet, but it should still give you an idea of the gameplay. But I'm not very good at games. Utaha hesitated. No worries, this one's a card-based strategy game, where you just have to calculate values. I can guide you through it, Ichin assured her. He turned the computer screen towards Utaha and moved his chair closer to hers. Try it out and think of it as helping me with some testing. I'd really appreciate your feedback, Ichin added. With that kind of request and her growing curiosity, Utaha nodded and reached for the mouse. To be honest, the crude interface in front of her was exactly as Ichin had described. Nowhere near a demo. Looking at the partially developed map that hadn't yet extended to the top, with only 3 starting points and several branching paths in the middle, Utaha asked, So, I need to pick one of these 3 routes first. That's right, Ichin confirmed. You choose one of the 3. Each route has different enemies and treasures. This icon represents an enemy, this one is for elite monsters, and this question mark indicates a random event. These two are the treasure room and the shop. Each icon is pretty self-explanatory, and this campfire icon indicates a campsite where you can heal or upgrade one of your cards. After introducing the icons on the map, Ichin had Utaha click on a card icon at the top right of the screen, revealing 10 cards. At the beginning of each game, you're given a fixed set of cards. The warrior's default deck includes 5 strike cards, 4 defense cards, and 1 bash card. The number in the upper left corner shows the card's energy cost, and the total energy you have each turn is fixed, Ichin explained. Alright, choose a starting point. Usually you'd have the option to pick a starting bonus like a rare card or treasure, but I haven't set that up yet, so we'll start like this. Utaha nodded, having grasped the basics of the gameplay. She glanced at the map and chose a route without elite monsters. The scene changed, and on the right side of the screen appeared an enemy with a bird's head, holding 2 sticks and covered in feathers with wings on its back. On the left stood a warrior wielding a longsword. The battle began, and 5 cards appeared at the bottom of the screen, 3 strike cards and 2 defense cards. It starts right away? Utaha noted, noticing the 3/3 inches energy points beside the cards. Only 3 energy per turn? That's not a lot. There are some cards that can increase or restore energy, and some treasures can do that too. But in the early stages, 3 points are enough, Ichin explained. The icon above the enemy shows their intended action for this turn. They aren't attacking, so you don't need to play any defense cards. Just hold a strike card and drag it onto their face. Following Ichin's instructions, Utaha dragged a strike card onto the enemy, dealing 6 damage with a crisp sound effect. Only 6 damage? But this enemy has 53 GP, Utaha pointed out. Just bad luck. This is one of the higher HP enemies on the first floor. Most of the smaller ones only have around 10, Ichin said with a slight smile. Utaha twitched her lips, but continued by using the remaining 2 strike cards, ending her turn after dealing more damage. The difficulty level of Slay the Spire wasn't particularly high, especially in the initial stages. With some strategy and a bit of luck, anyone could progress through the 3rd floor. Although Utaha wasn't an experienced gamer, she was good at calculating, making it easy for her to grasp the mechanics. She quickly cleared 3 rounds of enemies, selected 3 new cards, and obtained a potion. Despite taking some damage, the warrior's innate ability to restore 6 GP at the end of each battle kept her health in good condition as she finished all the current stages. After obtaining a treasure from the final treasure room, the game session came to an end. Utaha let go of the mouse and took a breath, offering her evaluation. Although it's still really rough, I've gotten a feel for the gameplay. If there's a wide variety of cards, this could be pretty interesting to play. Players could develop different strategies, and it's easy to get hooked. And since the gameplay is card-based, it can be paused at any time. Even if you have bad luck, restarting doesn't come at a huge loss. Hearing Utaha's feedback, Ichin felt relieved. Though he couldn't predict how more experienced players would react, her positive response gave him motivation. With a smile, Ichin said, "It seems like I should stick to this direction then." Utaha nodded in agreement. "Yes, if you can complete it, it will definitely be a good game." After chatting a bit about the game's settings and other details, Utaha finished her cup of milk tea and bid Ichin goodbye. When she returned home and changed out of her shoes, she was immediately met with a teasing look from her mother. "Utaha, why were you out so long?" Kasumigaoka's mother asked with a smile. "We just chatted and had some tea," Utaha replied, trying to brush off her mother's gaze and quickly sitting down on the couch. "Mom, where's the apple I didn't finish earlier?" "I thought you didn't want it, so I ate it," her mother said. "All right," Utaha sighed, feeling full from the milk tea anyway. Her mother sat down next to her and asked, "Why did you stay so long next door? You were there for over half an hour." "Ichin is developing a game. He invited me to try out an early version he's working on, and we chatted a bit," Utaha explained. "Wow, he's making a game? All by himself?" her mother exclaimed, genuinely surprised since she'd never heard Ichin mention it before. Utaha nodded. "Yes, he's doing everything on his own, from design to art to programming. It's really impressive." Hearing her daughter's praise for Ichin, her mother's smile only widened. "So, it sounds like you two got along quite well?" she asked slyly. At this point, Utaha could easily read her mother's intentions. She sighed helplessly. "Mom, we're neighbors and classmates. Isn't it normal to chat a bit more?" "It's normal for most people, sure. But you, Utaha? I know you too well," her mother said confidently. "You've been in high school for a whole year, and I've never heard of you getting close to any boy. But now, there's a new neighbor, and you're already hanging out in his room? That's totally unlike your usual style." Come on, be honest. Do you have a good impression of Ichin-kun? I think he's a nice boy. Despite being a romance novelist, Yutaha wasn't used to discussing love when it came to herself. Flustered, she quickly got up and escaped to her room. It was Wednesday, during school hours. The class had just started. As the school bell rang, Shizuka Hiratsuka entered the classroom, holding the exam papers she had marked the previous day. However, her expression wasn't exactly friendly. Bang! She slammed the stack of exam papers onto the desk, sweeping her gaze across the class with a cold sneer. It seems like spring break made you all go completely wild, huh? None of you seem to have remembered my warning before the holiday about the start of term mock exams. Even with an extra day, most of you still didn't get it together. The majority of you scored noticeably lower in this test. If you don't get your act together, expect me to load you with a ton of homework. Shizuka Hiratsuka was usually quite easygoing, but when she got strict, she was scarier than any other teacher. Of course, there were some students who were completely unfazed, and those were Ichin and Utaha Kasumigaoka. Both of them were extremely confident in their scores, and there was no way they could have messed up. As expected, Hiratsuka continued. Fortunately, there are at least a few of you saving me from popping a blood vessel and needing blood pressure meds. This time, our class holds both the first and second ranks in the entire grade. Especially Ichin, who recently transferred here from overseas and immediately secured the top rank. The rest of you should learn a thing or two from him. Hiratsuka's words left the entire class in shock as they turned their gazes toward Ichin. Here was this guy who always seemed to be distracted during class, yet he had somehow managed to rank first in the entire grade. Are Chinese students all this scary? Even Utaha looked at Ichin in surprise. He really was as confident in his scores as he had claimed. If Ichin took first place, then she was probably second. First place goes to Ichin, and second place to Kasumigaoka. Her scores haven't dropped either. In mathematics, both of them scored full marks. Very well done. Now, I'll start handing out the Japanese exams. When I call your name, come up and collect your paper. Hiratsuka started calling out names, individually glaring at the students as they came up to collect their papers. Ichin. When it was Ichin's turn, he naturally didn't receive such a treatment. As he took his paper, Hiratsuka said, "You did well this time. Keep it up." Ichin smiled and nodded. "No problem. Okay, go back." Next up, Kasumigaoka. Once all the papers were handed out, Hiratsuka began explaining the answers to the test questions. As the day went by, period after period, the news of Ichin and Kasumigaoka taking the top 2 spots in the grade spread like wildfire among the teachers of the sophomore year. By the afternoon, even the freshmen were abuzz with the news, making Ichin, the transfer student, somewhat of a celebrity. During a break in the afternoon, Ichin noticed quite a few first-year students passing by his classroom, peeking curiously inside. Utaha also noticed and smiled at Ichin. "Looks like you've become quite famous, Mr. Top Ranker. Was it really necessary to react this way over a single exam?" Ichin sighed. "I just wanted more free time for myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done this well. A rank in the top 10 would have sufficed." Utaha laughed softly, resting her chin on her hand. "You're sounding a bit like a humble bragger. To you, even a top 10 rank is something you can achieve effortlessly. If the hard-working students heard you, they'd definitely be upset." "If that happens, I'll apologize," Ichin said, spreading his hands. "But I think they're just curious about me being a transfer student. Hopefully, everything will calm down in a couple of days. By the way, didn't you hold the top rank last year? Did you have this many people coming to stare at you?" Utaha thought for a moment. Even when there were no exams, people would still come by. But after half a year, it got a lot better. "Did they all get scared off by your sharp tongue?" Ichin teased. Utaha narrowed her eyes at him. "Ichin-kun, are you implying that you'd like to experience it firsthand? I don't mind putting my verbal skills to the test. I think I'll pass. I'm not a masochist, so I'm not into that sort of thing." While sharp-tongued and sadistic girls are entertaining in anime and games, Ichin wasn't interested in experiencing it in real life. Utaha scanned him curiously. "So, does that mean you prefer sweet and obedient girls?" "Not really. I just don't like being the target of sharp remarks." After a brief pause, Ichin grinned. "But it is pretty amusing to watch someone else being roasted by sharp-tongued comments." "Ah, I see. So you enjoy finding your amusement in other people's misery. Quite the interesting hobby you have. Something about the way you're phrasing that feels off. Inside the classroom, many of their classmates were observing Ichin and Utaha's conversation with gossip-filled eyes. It was well known that in the entire past year, Utaha had never held a conversation of more than 3 sentences with any boy. Was Ichin about to change Utaha's sharp-tongued nature completely? While the girls seemed quite intrigued by this, the boys felt a sense of despair. After all, they knew what would happen if they tried to join in themselves. Getting roasted by Utaha wouldn't end well. However, over the following days, Ichin and Utaha's interactions remained casual, with no signs of any further developments. Others might not have known, but as their homeroom teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, was well aware of their busy schedules beyond studying. Utaha was preparing for the release of her new novel, while Ichin was deep into developing his game. In the teacher's office, Hiratsuka glanced at the class roster, focusing on the photos of Ichin and Utaha. She couldn't help but sigh. Having to deal with Utaha alone had been troublesome enough, and now there was also Ichin, and on top of that, they were both top students whose grades remained consistently excellent, making it impossible to scold them. Just then, a female teacher from the neighboring seat slid her chair over and whispered, "Hiratsuka-sensei, we're having a mixer on Friday. Would you like to join? The guys attending are all quality men." Hiratsuka perked up. "Where's the mixer being held?" "In an izakaya in Shinjuku." The mention of an izakaya where she could enjoy some drinks piqued Hiratsuka's interest immediately. Smiling, she agreed. "Sure, let's go together on Friday." Her students were giving her enough headaches. It would be nice to unwind and have a drink for a change. Time flew by, and it had already been 2 weeks since Ichin started school. During these 2 weeks, aside from being at home, Ichin had spent all his free time at school, focusing on developing his game. Finally, with his relentless effort, the game's version was nearing completion. On Saturday morning, Ichin, who had slept in a bit longer than usual, got up and busied himself at home for a while. He decided to head out for lunch. Walking down the street, Ichin held his phone in hand, constantly searching for good restaurants. What should I eat? It's been about a month since I last ate out, hasn't it? In recent times, he'd been mostly cooking at home due to his game development work, not wanting to go out. The rest of the time, he had been relying on convenience store bento boxes. Now that he was suddenly looking to eat out, he found himself at a loss. Peking duck? As he scrolled through the web, a familiar name caught his eye. Kwanjude Peking duck. Oh right, there is a Kwanjude branch here, isn't there? Ichin recalled seeing a video from a content creator who had visited a Kwanjude in Japan, and the reviews were quite positive. The only downside was the hefty price tag, but given that it was an international franchise, it was expected to be pricier, especially for foreign customers. Man, now I really want some Peking duck. The enticing golden brown color of the roast duck in the picture made Ichin swallow involuntarily. Considering that his wallet was in a decent state, he figured it wouldn't hurt to splurge on a nice meal once in a while. He quickly made up his mind to have Peking duck for lunch. After searching for the address, he found that there was a Kwanjude in Shinjuku, which wasn't too far from where he was. So, he headed towards the train station to catch a ride there. 20 minutes later, Ichin got off the train and, guided by the map, started walking towards Kwanjude. Although he was a decent cook, making Peking duck at home was a whole different challenge, with all the preparation work and specialized equipment needed for it. He simply didn't have the resources for that. Being in a foreign country, I guess it's fine to pay a bit more for this. At least I won't be broke after the meal, he consoled himself. As he got closer to the restaurant, Ichin noticed someone he recognized sitting at an outdoor table of a nearby cafe. It was Utaha Kasumigaoka. Dressed elegantly in a lady's summer dress, Utaha was also wearing a sun hat and sunglasses. If she hadn't slightly lowered her shades to look off into the distance, revealing her face in profile, Ichin might not have even recognized her. What's she up to? Putting his phone away, Ichin curiously approached her. Given their relatively good relationship, and seeing that she was sitting alone, it felt impolite not to at least greet her. As he got closer, it seemed that Utaha still hadn't noticed him. Ichin called out, "Kazumuga, good morning." Hearing her name suddenly, Utaha jumped in surprise. Turning around, she realized it was Ichin. "Oh, it's you, Ichin-kun. You startled me. Good morning. Are you out for some fun today?" "That's quite rare." Ichin sat down on the chair opposite Utaha and said, "I'm giving myself a half day off, just wandering around and grabbing some food. What about you? Why are you out here alone? I heard from your mom that you're not really the type who likes going out shopping." Mom, Why do you have to share everything? Utaha internally grumbled about her mother. After taking a moment to consider, she responded, well, I've been writing a novel, and it's released today. Ah, it's out? Congratulations, Ichin replied, his tone completely flat and unenthusiastic. Utaha's lips twitched at his lackluster response. So, did my mom already tell you? Ichin didn't deny it and nodded. Yeah, she did, but she also told me not to mention it since you might get embarrassed. Hearing this, Utaha suddenly felt as if her heart had stopped beating. After taking a few deep breaths, she resignedly said, fine, if you know, you know. It's not a big deal, but, Ichin-kun, please don't spread the word. I don't want to draw too much attention. Got it. When it comes to keeping secrets, you can count on me. Ichin glanced around and, as expected, spotted a bookstore operating across the street. So, that bookstore is where your novel's stocked, right? Are you here to see how the sales are going on the first day? Utaha nodded, having already taken off her sunglasses, and looked towards the bookstore. It's not going well. I haven't seen many customers buying my book. That's normal, Ichin remarked bluntly, without offering empty flattery. For a new author, having a bestseller on the first day isn't just about your writing skills. It also requires a lot of support from the publisher. But from the looks of it, there hasn't been much promotion, has there? Right, not much at all. Utaha sighed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of resignation. Even though I won an award in the previous writing contest, I'm still a new writer, and writing a romance light novel is pretty niche, so there's no way they'd pour too many resources into it. Plus, the publishing house has other novels by much more well-known authors being released around this time. That's unfortunate, but this is only the beginning. What's more important than results right now is adjusting your mindset, Ichin replied, his gaze shifting away from the bookstore. What's the title of your book? The Metronome in Love, Utaha answered. Got it, I'll be right back. Huh? Wait, that's... Utaha saw Ichin's actions and immediately understood that he was going to buy her book. She wanted to stop him, but Ichin had already rushed off. There was nothing she could do except watch him walk into the bookstore. A few minutes later, Ichin came back, holding a bag from the bookstore. He pulled the novel out of the bag and looked at Utaha. Do you have a pen? Could you sign it for me? Just in case you get famous one day, this book might be worth something. Pressing her lips together, Utaha took a pen out of her bag, opened the front page of the novel, and signed her pen name, Kasumi Utako, inside. Thanks. Ichin glanced at the signature and smiled as he put the book back into the bag. Don't worry too much about it. If you're really talented, you'll shine sooner or later. Anyway, it's getting close to lunchtime. How about we grab a meal together? I came out today specifically to treat myself to something nice, and now that I've run into you, we can celebrate the release of your novel. Since he was going to eat anyway, having company would be much livelier. So, Ichin extended the invitation to Utaha Kasumigaoka. Eating out? Hearing Ichin's invitation, Utaha suddenly felt a bit hungry. Due to the release of her novel today, she hadn't slept well since yesterday. After a simple breakfast in the morning, she rushed out and had only been sitting here drinking a cup of coffee. After thinking it over, she agreed. Sure, but where are we going? Have you decided? Of course, I've already made up my mind. It's something I haven't eaten in a long time. Ichin replied with a nod, taking out his phone and smiling at Utaha. Let's go. 5 minutes later, Utaha followed Ichin out of the elevator and saw the name of a Chinese restaurant in front of them. With an exasperated look, she said, You really are spending big, coming to Kwanju Day for dinner. Have you been here before? Ichin asked. No. Utaha shook her head. I knew there was a Kwanju Day in Tokyo, but the prices are just too outrageous, so I've never come. Well, today's the day, isn't it? Ichin laughed. Once your novel royalties come in, you can bring your family here to try it out. Think of today as a preliminary visit. I'll treat. Really? No splitting the bill? Utaha glanced at Ichin skeptically. This place isn't cheap. I saw the price downstairs. A single duck costs nearly 10,000 yen. Don't worry, I already checked the prices beforehand. I know it's pretty expensive. Walking towards their table, under the guidance of a waitress, Ichin continued. But what can you do? I've been craving it. Even if it's a little pricey, it's not like I eat here all the time. It was already lunchtime, and there were a few other customers in the restaurant. Since there weren't any tables meant for two, Utaha decided to sit beside Ichin rather than across from him. Sitting so far apart would feel strange. Taking the menu from the waitress, Ichin turned to Utaha and asked, Do you mind if I order? You're treating, so it's up to you. Don't worry, you'll be going home with a full stomach. Ichin flipped through the menu and asked the waitress, You have different origins for the duck here, right? Which one has the best flavor? The waitress pointed to a picture on the menu and said, if the price isn't a concern, I would recommend our Kyoto raised roast duck. After glancing at the price, Ichin raised an eyebrow but nodded anyway. All right, we'll have that one. Do you serve duck soup? Yes, we do. Would you like a small portion or a large one? The prices differ. Wow, they even have portion sizes, Ichin thought to himself. They probably aren't even using the duck from our order to make the soup. He glanced at the waitress and said, we'll take 2 small portions. Utaha, what would you like to drink? Orange juice. All right, 1 can of orange juice and 1 can of cola, and let's get this and this side dish as well. That'll be all for now. The waitress noted the order and responded with a smile. Understood. Please wait a moment. After the waitress left, Ichin placed the menu aside, took a sip of tea, and remarked, at these prices, let's hope it tastes good. It should be, right? Utaha replied, her curiosity evident since she'd never tried it before. It's Peking duck after all. No matter what, it can't taste that bad. I checked online reviews earlier, and none of them said it tasted bad, just that it's expensive. Ichin-kun, the duck you had in China wasn't this pricey, right? Of course not. The location makes a big difference in price. Talking about this made Ichin sigh in nostalgia. I really miss the roast duck back home in China. They say that apart from missing family, what international students miss the most is home country food. Thinking about it now, that's absolutely true. No matter how delicious foreign food is, it can't quite compare to the flavors of home. I haven't been out much these days, but I've noticed that it's really hard to find Chinese cuisine in Tokyo. After eating a so-called mapo tofu and Sichuan-style ramen at one restaurant, I vowed never to step into another place claiming to serve Chinese cuisine. It's not that the food was bad, it's just that I couldn't get used to the taste, so I ended up cooking my own meals. Mapo tofu, that should be delicious, although I'm not great with spicy food. Utaha Kasumigaoka recalled eating mapo tofu with her parents at a Chinese restaurant. It was genuinely tasty. Maybe the restaurant you chose wasn't that great. I found it based on high reviews from a food website. Ichin shrugged helplessly. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Next time, I'll make my own version for you, and you'll be able to taste the difference. While they were chatting about Ichin's experiences since coming to study abroad, a chef approached with a cart carrying the roast duck. He lifted the cover to reveal a golden, crispy duck that looked quite impressive and smelled delicious. The only question left was whether it tasted as good as it seemed. After arranging the side dishes on the table, the chef began slicing the duck. Curious about the chef's background, Ichin asked, "Excuse me, are you from China?" The chef, who appeared to be in his 30s, nodded with a smile and replied, "Yes, I am." Hearing that, Ichin switched to Chinese. "Ah, I'm lucky to have run into a fellow countryman. Are you also from China?" the chef asked, pleasantly surprised. Ichin smiled. "Yes, I'm studying abroad here. I was craving roast duck today, so I came to this place." The chef could tell from Ichin's accent that he was genuinely Chinese, not someone pretending, and his smile widened. "To be honest, in the year I've been working here, I haven't met many fellow countrymen. Where are you from?" "I'm from Shanghai." "I'm from Chengdu." The chef introduced himself briefly. Glancing at Utaha beside Ichin, he asked, "Is she your girlfriend?" "No, she's just a classmate. We ran into each other today, so we decided to come here together." Realizing that Utaha didn't understand Chinese, the chef smiled and said, "Ah, she's quite pretty. Make sure you cherish this opportunity." Ichin couldn't help but feel a little awkward. It's rare to meet someone from home, only to be teased like this. While chatting, the chef continued slicing the duck with precision, laying the slices with crispy skin onto a plate and placing a separate plate with only the roasted skin on it. After finishing, the chef looked at Ichin and said, "I'll take the duck bones and make a salt and pepper dish for you. It's on the house, since it's a rare chance to meet a fellow countryman. Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" The chef casually waved it off. "No worries, it's a small thing, just wait a bit." With that, he pushed the cart away. After the chef left, Ichin smiled at Utaha. "We really lucked out today. We got an extra salted duck frame, for free." "Really?" Utaha didn't expect Ichin to run into a fellow countryman, but thinking about it, it made sense. In a Chinese-themed restaurant like this, it wasn't uncommon to find Chinese people working there. But salted duck frame, is it tasty? If done right, of course it's tasty. Even after slicing the meat, there's still a lot left on the bones, Ichin explained with a grin. "I noticed earlier that the menu didn't offer the duck frame for free. They usually charge extra for it, and it's quite pricey, so we got lucky today." Since the food's here, let's dig in. Do you want me to show you how to wrap it? Utaha nodded, and with Ichin's guidance, she wrapped a piece of duck meat in a lotus leaf pancake, adding sauce, spring onions, and cucumber slices. She took a cautious bite. Wow, this is really delicious. Ichin also took a big bite of his wrap and nodded in satisfaction. Although it's a bit pricey, it's definitely worth it. After quickly finishing a duck wrap, Ichin picked up a piece of crispy duck skin with his communal chopsticks and placed it in front of Utaha. Try this with a bit of white sugar, it's pretty good. Utaha couldn't help but look at him skeptically. Isn't that some kind of strange, dark cuisine? Relax, it's an authentic way to eat it. Although she still wasn't entirely convinced, Utaha sprinkled a bit of white sugar on the duck skin and nervously took a bite. Her mood instantly flipped as she chewed. It's so good. The white sugar makes the duck skin less greasy, and it feels even crispier and more flavorful. See, I told you it's the right way to eat it. Though not everyone is into it, it's really up to personal preference. Ichin smiled as he put a piece of duck skin sprinkled with sugar into his mouth, showing a satisfied expression. About 10 minutes later, the chef returned, pushing a cart. Here's your salted duck frame and your duck soup. Enjoy. Looking at the carefully prepared duck frame, which seemed more generous than the usual portion, Ichin gratefully said, "Thank you so much." The chef waved it off nonchalantly. "It's nothing, really. Take your time and enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call a server. Many of the staff here are from China." "Alright, got it." With everything now on the table, Ichin and Utaha continued their meal. After wrapping another duck roll, Utaha took a bite and then turned to Ichin. "How's your game coming along?" "It's progressing well. In a few more days, the demo should be ready." Thinking about his game, Ichin couldn't help but smile. "I've already put up the game's Steam store page, and once it passes the review, the early access version will be available. I can get some initial feedback then. But even with the early access, there's still so much left to do, like finishing the additional characters, tweaking some elite monsters, balancing cards. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. You're not really into games, so this must be boring for you." Utaha smiled and shook her head. "Actually, it's not that bad. I may not be super into games, but I know a little. After all, I grew up playing Mario and Pokemon. Then we're really quite similar. Those were my childhood too." And with that, they smoothly transitioned into chatting about the games they used to play when they were kids. Just as Ichin was reminiscing about how he pestered his parents until they finally bought him his long-coveted game, Utaha's gaze shifted to the entrance of the restaurant, where she caught sight of a familiar figure. Seeing Utaha's change in expression, Ichin also glanced over and saw the blonde tsundere, Eri, who had previously been bickering with Utaha. Come to think of it, Ichin mused, he hadn't seen the legendary Tomoya Aki at their school. Did he not make it into Toyogasaki High? That's strange. Someone like him shouldn't just be a nobody after enrolling. After all, Iriri's name had already spread among the second years. Next to Iriri stood a woman with similar facial features, but with black twin tails and dressed in a kimono. Presumably, it was Iriri's mother. Looking for an empty seat, Iriri soon spotted Utaha, and her face immediately turned sour. Just my luck. What's wrong, Eri? Following Iriri's line of sight, Sayuri Sawamura noticed Utaha and Ichin sitting not far away and asked with a smile, "Is that someone you know?" "No, she's my enemy." Pulling her mother's hand, Iriri said, "Mom, let's find another restaurant." "Oh, there's no need for that. Mom really wants to have roast duck today." Sayuri completely ignored her daughter's protest and instead pulled her along towards the staff, saying, "We see some acquaintances over there. Let's check if we can share a table with them." And with a very reluctant Iriri in tow, Sayuri approached Utaha and Ichin. Upon seeing Utaha, Sayuri immediately recognized her. A few months ago, after collaborating on light novel illustrations with a publishing house, Iriri had come back and ranted about a rookie author she couldn't get along with. Sayuri had done some digging and discovered that this so-called enemy was not only Iriri's future classmate at Toyogasaki High, but also an honor student. For Iriri, who had always presented herself as a sweet and proper girl, encountering a peer she clashed with was quite rare, so Sayuri's curiosity was piqued. Standing by their table, Sayuri smiled warmly at Utaha. "Hello, you must be Miss Utaha Kasumigaoka. My daughter Eri often mentions you. I'm Sayuri Sawamura, Eri's mother. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, I'm Utaha Kasumigaoka." After introducing herself, Utaha glanced playfully at Iriri. "I'm sure what she says about me isn't anything flattering, right?" Sayuri chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. Oh my, not at all. It's just that girls at this age tend to feel a bit envious of things they lack themselves. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's go find a different table already. Ariri's face flushed bright red as she tugged on her mother's arm, trying to steer her towards another empty table. But Sayuri was immovable. She looked at Utaha and Ichin and asked, "Are you two on a date? If we join your table, would that be bothersome?" Utaha smiled and shook her head. "We're not on a date, we just happen to run into each other. But if you want to share the table, Ichin-kun, would that be alright?" Seeing Utaha's smile directed at him, Ichin understood and reluctantly nodded. "Sure, please have a seat." It seemed like this meal was going to get quite lively, but in a way that made things more interesting. Pulling the somewhat reluctant Iriri to sit down, Sayuri Sawamura ordered the same roast duck as Ichin, along with a few side dishes and 2 cans of drinks. After ordering, Sayuri curiously looked at Ichin and asked, "Ichin-kun, are you Chinese?" "Yes, I just came to study abroad this semester." "You're attending Toyogasaki as well? Did you come alone?" Ichin nodded. "Wow, really?" Sayuri was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected someone so young to study abroad by himself. After all, adapting to a foreign language and environment at such a young age is a huge challenge. Turning to her daughter, Sayuri asked, "Iriri, how about studying abroad for university?" "What? No way." Iriri immediately rejected the idea, shaking her head furiously. "You want me to study abroad? Are you trying to kill me?" Already feeling down from being dragged to this table and now hearing her mother's teasing, Iriri was on the verge of giving up. Seeing Iriar's reaction, Ichin couldn't help but laugh. "Sawamura-san's behavior is completely different from what I've heard about her at school." "Oh? Is that so?" Sayuri asked curiously. "And what did you hear?" Recalling what he'd been told, Ichin replied, "Well, a good girl, the perfect young lady, very polite, and someone who gets along well with her classmates. In the teacher's eyes, she's an ideal student, something like that." These descriptions were what Ichin had picked up from his male classmates. They might be a bit exaggerated, but they were likely close to Ariri's actual behavior at school. Utaha, who was listening on the side, also nodded. "Yeah, I've heard similar things, though not in detail. Still, I wonder, if the boys at school saw this side of her, wouldn't their illusions be shattered?" Iri, unfazed, pouted. "What does their shattered illusion have to do with me? But what about you? I heard you earned the nickname Venomous-Tongued Beauty at Toyogasaki over the past year, with a reputation of being unapproachable. But now here you are, having dinner with a boy. If this gets out, it would cause an even bigger scandal, wouldn't it?" "Would it?" Utaha calmly ate her duck wrap and took a sip of her drink before smiling. "I'm just having dinner on the weekend with a neighbor I happen to run into, and I'm quite open about my actions. The worst I do is write novels. Unlike a certain someone who struggles to make it and constantly worries about dying of embarrassment, must be a lot of pressure, huh?" "Hey!" Iriri slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Utaha. "We agreed not to bring that up, you jerk." "Oh dear, did I say something?" Utaha chuckled softly, covering her mouth, then turned to Ichin with a slight tilt of her head. "Ichin-kun, did you catch what I meant earlier?" "I did, but I won't dare say it out loud." Ichin shrugged and used the communal chopsticks to serve Utaha a piece of roast duck skin. "Stop speaking in riddles. We're at a restaurant, so let's not draw unnecessary attention. You're treating me, so it's your call." Utaha was too lazy to bicker with Iriri further. As a upperclassman, she was, after all, magnanimous. Yes, very magnanimous. Soon after, the food that Sayuri and Iriri had ordered was brought to the table, and Iriri finally quieted down and focused on her meal. Sayuri Sawamura was quite curious about Ichin, especially since Iri had mentioned things about Utaha Kasumigaoka. This beautiful girl, whose figure was significantly more impressive than her daughter's, was known for never interacting with boys in the past. So, after ruling out the possibility that Ichin was Utaha's relative, Sayuri figured the reason must have something to do with this boy himself. "Ichin-kun, since coming to Japan, have you felt lonely being by yourself? Besides studying and attending classes, do you have any other hobbies?" "I wouldn't say I feel lonely," Ichin replied with a smile. "I was mentally prepared for this when I decided to study abroad, and there's no time difference, so it's easy to call my family without any issues. As for hobbies, I'm currently developing a game." "Oh my, developing a game? That's quite surprising. Are you working on it all by yourself?" Sayuri didn't expect this response from Ichin. After all, developing an indie game these days isn't an easy task. It requires a tremendous amount of time and effort, not to mention doing it all alone. Ichin nodded. Yeah, I'm handling everything from planning to art and all the development and programming. The main framework is almost done, so the demo should be ready soon. Ichin's words piqued Eriri's interest. She was a hardcore otaku, with interests spanning manga, anime, light novels, and games, though she rarely played indie games and mostly focused on mainstream titles. But out of pride, she refrained from asking questions and quietly continued eating. Sayuri, however, had no such reservations and asked Ichin more about his game, to which he briefly explained the game's concept. Utaha, who was sitting nearby, chimed in after Ichin finished. I played a little bit of his game before. It's genuinely interesting. When he completes it, it's likely to be a great title. Sayuri, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected and fascinating conversation during an outing with her daughter, smiled and said, I'm also quite interested in games. When your game is released, Ichin-kun, be sure to let me know. I'll definitely give it a try. Ichin nodded with a smile. Thank you for your support. After about half an hour, Ichin and Utaha, having finished their meal, paid the bill and left first. Watching them leave, Sayuri muttered to herself, what a compatible pair. Don't you think so, Eriri? Eriri took a sip of her cola and huffed. Tch, isn't she just attracted by that girl's curves? Nothing special. Oh, is that so? Sayuri teased. I wonder who it was that stood in front of the mirror after a bath, looking at herself and, Mom, don't say it. Eriri frantically tried to stop her. Laughing as she held her daughter, who nearly lunged at her, Sayuri chuckled. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Is there anywhere else you want to go this afternoon? After thinking for a moment, Eriri replied, let's head to the nearby bookstore. I want to see how that girl's writing actually is. She's always flaunting her debut as a light novelist in front of me. The weekend lunch with Utaha didn't stir up much of a ripple in Ichin's life. After returning, he resumed his mundane routine of game development. While developing the game, he was also contemplating the upcoming release, calculating how much time he had left to complete it. Although launching an early access version before fully finishing the game wasn't ideal, waiting to release the full version would require significantly more time. Thus, Ichin decided to go ahead with the early access release for his first game. Once he gained more experience or established his own studio, he could focus on launching complete versions in the future. Ichin wasn't sure if his efficiency in game development had increased because of his transmigration or not, but he noticed a significant improvement compared to his previous life. Many parts of the process that seemed tedious and challenging before now came easily to him. Could my mental abilities and programming skills really be this exaggerated after transmigrating? He wondered. Of course, this was all good news, as he could now develop games more efficiently. To further speed up his progress, Ichin even applied for permission from his homeroom teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, to use an empty classroom during lunch breaks to work on his game with his laptop. Initially, Hiratsuka wasn't inclined to approve his request, but after Ichin promised to secure first place in the exams, she agreed to trust him just this once. That afternoon, in the newly secured empty classroom, after finishing his lunch, Ichin resumed his work at the laptop. Not too far away, Utaha, who was sitting in a nearby seat, watched him intently as he immersed himself in his work. After a moment, she spoke up. Ichin-kun, could I bother you for a moment? Stopping his work, Ichin looked at her. What's up? Utaha had known about the classroom arrangement from day one. She happened to overhear Ichin's conversation with Hiratsuka when she went to the office that day, and boldly decided to use the classroom as well. With the weather getting hotter, Utaha didn't want to eat lunch on the rooftop anymore, nor in her regular classroom. When she heard Ichin request the empty classroom, she jumped on the opportunity. Ichin didn't mind Utaha's request. After all, the room was spacious, and it wasn't like he needed to occupy the entire area. Allowing her to use the room during lunch didn't interfere with his game development at all. Glancing at Ichin's laptop screen, Utaha asked, You bought my novel earlier. Did you get a chance to read it? When she asked this question, there was a hint of anxiety in her voice. Lately, she had been searching online for reviews of her novel. Although the reviews were sparse, they were a mixed bag of praise and criticism, with most of them being fairly balanced. However, this was her first time hearing direct feedback from a reader in person. Your novel? Yeah, I read it. I even finished one of the volumes. Ichin nodded, not making anything up. These days, in the gaps between game development, Ichin would read The Metronome in Love by Utako Kasumi before going to bed. In his past life, he knew from anime that Utaha Kasumaguaka was a light novel author, but now he had the chance to judge her work firsthand. Upon hearing Ichin say he had finished reading it, Utaha immediately asked, How was it? Do you have any thoughts? While asking, she even pulled out a notepad and pen, clearly intending to take notes. Given that Ichin had come in and overtaken her as the top student in their grade, Utaha felt that his evaluation carried some weight. Glancing at his laptop, Ichin realized that if he didn't provide a proper answer today, Utaha wouldn't let him off easily. He adjusted his chair to face her and said, "Well, let's put it this way. Your first volume didn't cover a lot of plot. The main storyline is just the process of the male and female leads meeting and getting to know each other, with some sweet little stories interspersed in between. Thanks to your good writing style, reading it felt pretty pleasant overall." Hearing these compliments, Utaha felt quite happy, but she knew that not all of Ichin's feedback would be positive, and sure enough. "But," Ichin continued, watching Utaha's smile fade, "from the content of your first volume, I can't discern the tone of the story moving forward. Is this going to be a pure love story, a lighthearted romance that would be ideal for a TV adaptation? Or will there be changes in the storyline, with the main characters facing various challenges and either reaching a happy ending or being unable to stay together in the end? Have you considered these aspects?" Ichin's words left Utaha speechless. Much of what he pointed out was precisely what her editor had mentioned, the need for a clear tone and direction for the story's future development, but she hadn't expected Ichin to point it out today as well. Seeing Utaha's expression, Ichin could tell that she likely hadn't fully considered these things. It didn't surprise him too much. "Well, it's normal," Ichin said with a reassuring tone. "After all, this is your first published book. Just take it step by step. The editors at the publishing house will definitely give you some useful advice." Utaha nodded, looking at Ichin. "A lot of what you said overlaps with the suggestions from my editor. I've been thinking about the direction of the story too. Originally, I just wanted to write something and try submitting it for a competition, and I ended up winning. Honestly, when I found out my novel would be published, I was extremely nervous. Expanding the contest entry into a full novel took a lot of effort. The early stages are indeed the most exhausting," Ichin agreed. "When I started learning about game development, it was overwhelming too, but it got easier after I got the hang of it." "You're beyond just getting the hang of it at this point," Utaha replied with a wry smile, glancing at the laptop on the side. Although she didn't understand much about game development, she had heard Ichin mention that the game would soon be ready for an early access release, meaning it could be semi-launched. Utaha wasn't clear on how much time the planning stage took, but Ichin had told her that formal development began after he arrived in Japan. This meant it hadn't even been 2 months until now. And on top of all this, he was still keeping up with his studies, having taken first place in the opening exam. Compared to herself, wasn't he the real genius? As class time approached, Utaha and Ichin packed up their things, preparing to return to the classroom. While Ichin was locking the door, Utaha asked, "You told Hiratsuka-sensei that you'd take first place in the exams to get access to this empty classroom, right?" "Yeah, that's right," Ichin replied, pocketing the key with a smile. "Makes sense, considering you were the previous top student. So, are we having a showdown in the midterms?" "Oh, feeling confident, aren't you?" Utaha scrutinized him. "Now that my novel is published, I'll have a lot more free time than before, but you seem to be in a crucial phase of game development, aren't you? If I surpass you, you won't be able to use this classroom anymore." "Then, are you challenging me?" Ichin's smile didn't falter as he met her gaze. "It's true that most of my time recently has been devoted to game development, but that doesn't mean my grades will drop. Kasumigaoka-san, don't underestimate me." Utaha raised her head proudly, her confidence unshaken. "We'll see." With that, the two of them set off back towards the classroom. Unbeknownst to them, just around the corner, Shizuka Hiratsuka stood in her white lab coat, rubbing her chin thoughtfully as she watched their retreating figures. She muttered to herself, "What's going on between Utaha and Ichin? Well, whatever. Judging by their attitude, it looks like they're planning to compete in the midterms. That's good. As long as neither of them is neglecting their studies, I won't have to intervene." Back in the classroom, most of the students had already returned. Seeing Ichin and Utaha enter together, curious eyes immediately filled the room. Over the past 3 weeks, the class had gotten quite familiar with Ichin. Although he seemed busy, he had built good relationships with everyone and was always willing to help his classmates with their questions. His popularity was steadily rising, especially among the girls. Standing at 1.8 meters with a handsome face, Ichin had already won over quite a few admirers. After the first period ended, as soon as Utaha left the classroom, the boy sitting in front of Ichin turned around, eyes wide with curiosity. Hey, Ichin, why did you come back with Kasamigaoka? You two aren't. Several other boys also leaned in, surrounding Ichin with eager expressions. It's not like that, Ichin said, clearly exasperated. We just happened to come back right before class. Of course it matters, one slightly chubby boy exclaimed, placing a serious hand on Ichin's shoulder. You have to understand, Kazumagoka hasn't gotten this close to any other guy since we started school. Dude, if you manage to pull this off, you'll make history. Making history? You're exaggerating, Ichin sighed. It's not that dramatic. I just happened to sit next to her, so we get along a bit better. Yeah, right. The other boys weren't buying it at all. After all, the seat in front of Utaha was also occupied by a boy, yet she wasn't nearly as friendly with him. Something's up. Yep, definitely something's up. Ichin couldn't be bothered to deal with their gossip. He pushed them aside and headed out of the classroom. Reaching the vending machine at the end of the hallway, Ichin pulled some coins from his pocket and bought a bottle of cola. With a clank, the drink fell into the dispenser. As he bent down to pick it up, he noticed Iriri Spencer Saomura coming up the stairs and heading towards the vending machine. Iriri wasn't expecting to run into Ichin there and hesitated for a moment. Hello, she greeted. Yeah, Ichin nodded. Getting a drink? He stepped aside to give her space. Yeah, the vending machine downstairs ran out of orange juice, Iriri said as she approached the vending machine and bought a can of orange juice. After taking out the can, she looked around cautiously before asking Ichin, You didn't tell anyone, did you? Huh? Ichin blinked and then smiled. Relax, I'm not the type who likes to gossip. Instead of worrying about me, you should probably worry about Kasamigaoka exposing your true colors. After all, the difference between your school and outside behavior is pretty big. Ichin knew about Aria's secret identity as a doujin artist, but since Kasamigaoka hadn't told him directly, he pretended not to know. That girl may be a bit of a jerk, but I trust she wouldn't spill this secret, Iriri replied, clicking her tongue. Then, she suddenly remembered that Ichin was a second-year student. Technically her senior. Feeling a bit awkward, Iriri quickly added, I have some things to take care of, so I'll be going now. She turned and rushed down the stairs in a flash. Not knowing what urgent matter the golden-haired girl had, Ichin didn't dwell on it. He sipped his cola and continued towards the classroom. As he passed by the restroom, Utaha's voice suddenly came from the side. Oh my, I didn't expect you to be having such a pleasant chat with your junior. Pff, cough. Ichin nearly spat out his drink. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he complained, Can you not scare me like that out of nowhere? What if I choked? Would you be responsible? Utaha had never seen such a flustered expression on Ichin's face before, and she couldn't help but flash a bright smile. She pulled a handkerchief from the small pocket of her skirt and handed it to him. Sorry. Here, wipe yourself quickly. Hold on a second. Ichin placed his cola in Utaha's hand and went into the men's restroom to wash his hands and face. Only after that did he come out, taking the handkerchief from her to dry his hands. Just as he was about to wipe his face, he paused and looked at Utaha. You didn't use this to wipe your nose, did you? Utaha felt her anger rising. I'm not sick, she replied through gritted teeth. Then it's all good. Ichin acted as if he didn't notice her darkening expression. After wiping his face, he carefully folded the handkerchief and slipped it into his pants pocket. Thanks, I'll wash it and return it to you later. Although Utaha wanted to say it wasn't necessary, he had already put it away. Since they were deskmates at school and even neighbors outside of it, there wasn't much point in fussing over something so small. Handing the cola back to Ichin, Utaha began walking towards the classroom. What were you chatting about with that blonde earlier? Nothing much. She just came up to buy a drink. So we said hello, Ichin replied, after taking a sip of his cola. Also, no matter what, you shouldn't refer to someone as that blonde. If you knew what she calls me, you wouldn't think that way, Utaha retorted. Oh? What does she call you? Ichin asked, curious. Utaha didn't answer. She elegantly stepped into the classroom without looking back. Okay, so it's probably not a flattering nickname, Ichin muttered with a shrug, following her into the classroom. 6 p.m. at the Kasamigaoka residence. After finishing dinner, Utaha returned to her bedroom, opened her laptop, and began working on the second volume of her novel. She had barely written a few lines when a knock came at the door. Utaha, come out for a moment. Ichin-kun is here, her mother called out. Huh? Utaha paused, turning around in curiosity. Why would Ichin visit at this hour? Leaving her room, she followed her mother to the living room. As expected, she found Ichin sitting on the sofa with her father. Her father was holding a canister, which looked like a container for tea leaves. When Utaha appeared, Ichin greeted her with a smile. Good evening, sorry to bother you. Good evening, Utaha replied, taking a seat on a nearby single-seater. What brings you here? She asked. Ichin gestured to the canister in her father's hand and explained, My family sent me a package, and these are for your father. During a phone call with his parents, Ichin had mentioned that the couple next door had been quite kind to him. So, when his parents sent him a package, they also included some additional gifts for the neighbors. Utaha's father, Mr. Kasumigaoka, took a whiff from the open canister, looking delighted. You didn't have to, Ichin-kun. This Dahongpao tea is a real treasure. It's hard to find good quality ones in Japan, and they're quite expensive, he said. It's nothing, really. My dad has friends who specialize in the tea business, so we can get these at near cost. If you like it, uncle, I can ask my dad to send more varieties next time, Ichin replied with a smile. High-quality Chinese teas were always imported to Japan, but they were sold at a premium. Even with Mr. Kasumigaoka's decent income, he wouldn't often indulge in such luxuries. But with Ichin around, he could finally enjoy some fine tea without the hefty price tag. Utaha glanced at her father, who was cradling the tea canister, then at her mother, who was inspecting the new robot vacuum cleaner. After surveying her surroundings, she turned to Ichin and asked, So, nothing for me? Nope, nothing, Ichin replied with a nod. I forgot to tell my parents that I had a classmate living next door. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Utaha grumbled. Though she didn't really care about receiving a gift, his straightforward response left her feeling a bit peeved. Ichin raised his hands in mock surrender. Not intentionally, it's just that if I mentioned you, my mom would definitely start asking all sorts of questions. So, to avoid any unnecessary gossip, I didn't say anything. If it really bothers you, how about I treat you to dinner next time? Forget it, I was just saying. Utaha dismissed the idea. She couldn't bring herself to outright ask for a gift. Ichin didn't stay at the Kasumigaoka household for long. After delivering the items, he soon made his way back home. Once Ichin left, Mr. Kasumigaoka eagerly cradled a cup of freshly brewed Dahongpao, retreating to the dining table to sip his tea and play on his phone. Mrs. Kasumigaoka pulled Utaha onto the sofa, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. So, how are things progressing between you and Ichin-kun? What do you mean, progressing? Utaha asked, looking genuinely confused. You're not suggesting that I'm dating him, are you? What else could it be? Mrs. Kasumigaoka replied with a raised eyebrow. If you're not dating, does that mean he has feelings for you? Otherwise, why would he send gifts through his family? Although it's a bit early to be in a relationship at your age, I think Ichin is a good boy. If it's him, I wouldn't mind. Please stop. There's nothing like that going on, Utaha said, exasperated. He's definitely a good guy, but he doesn't seem to have any interest in girls. Whether it's me or the other girls in our class, we're all the same to him. Is that true? I've known him for over a month. I think I'd be able to tell, Utaha sighed. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Ichin sneezed just as he was about to get back to work. Did I catch a cold? Another week passed, bringing them to the end of April. It was a Saturday afternoon. Ichin had been busy in his room ever since he woke up, taking only a short break for a simple burger delivery for lunch. He continued working until 4 p.m., finally leaning back and letting out a huge sigh of relief as he stared at the game screen in front of him. At last, the game version is complete and playable, he said. After 2 months of development, Ichin had finally created a preliminary version of Slay the Spire. Although only 2 of the 4 playable characters were fully implemented, and some relics weren't yet in the game, the core gameplay was now complete. Man, I'm exhausted, Ichin muttered. He shut down the game program on his computer, stood up to stretch, and grabbed a change of clothes. He decided to take a quick shower. After his shower, with his hair dry and the time approaching dinner, Ichin planned to go out for a meal and pick up some snacks to restock at home. As he stepped outside, his phone began ringing in his pocket. Kasumigaoka, Utaha? He glanced at the caller ID and turned to look at the closed door of the Kasumigaoka household next door before answering. Hello? Kasumigaoka. Ichin-kun, can I ask you something? Utaha's voice came through. Huh? What's up? Ichin replied, locking his door. Are you outside right now? Yeah, I just left the publishing house, Utaha said, her voice sounding somewhat downcast. Do you think I'm not suited to writing novels? Ichin was caught off guard by the question. He hadn't expected her to call about something like this. Had she just met with her editor and faced criticism? Judging from the timing, it seemed like she had finished writing the 2nd volume within a week. Given that speed, it was likely that she hadn't been able to properly consider all the details. Unlike Ichin, who could develop games with almost cheat-like efficiency, she didn't have that advantage. After some thought, Ichin replied, "It's not up to me to say whether you're suited for it or not. How about this? I'm heading out anyway, so let's meet up and I can give you some advice." Utaha agreed and told him her current location. After hanging up, Ichin scratched his head with a sigh. Seriously, the younger generation can't handle even the slightest setbacks. They really need more resilience. Half an hour later, Ichin met up with Utaha, who was waiting by the roadside. He took her to a yakiniku restaurant he had found on the way and booked a private room. After ordering a large variety of dishes, Ichin looked across at the visibly troubled girl and asked, "So, what did the editor say to upset you so much? Come on, tell me so I can have a good laugh." Utaha shot him a glare but eventually recounted what had happened at the publishing house. "I finished writing the second volume of my novel, so today I took it to the publishing house for my editor to review," Utaha said, lightly spinning the cup in her hand with a dejected look. "But after reading it, my editor flatly rejected it and told me to rewrite the whole thing." "Rejected, huh?" Ichin looked at her quietly and extended his hand. "Do you have the manuscript for the second volume? Let me take a look. I've never written a novel, but I've read quite a few. I also read your first volume, so I might be able to give you some feedback from a reader's perspective." Utaha nodded, not refusing. She pulled a stack of printed pages from her bag and handed them over. "I was originally planning to just throw it away," she admitted, "but in the end, I decided to keep it so I could study it more carefully later." She stopped herself from saying more, glancing at Ichin, but he didn't notice as he was already flipping through the manuscript. Just then, the door to their private room was knocked on, and the server brought in the large order of food they had requested. As the grill heated up, Ichin placed a pile of meat on it and said, "You go ahead and eat. I'll take a look at your manuscript." "Eating something good when you're feeling down can help cheer you up. That's what I always do." "Thanks," Utaha replied. The sizzling meat on the grill released a mouth-watering aroma, making Utaha, who hadn't eaten all afternoon, feel a sudden surge of hunger. Despite worrying about her weight, she decided to indulge, just as Ichin suggested. She reasoned that she could cut back on food for the next few days to make up for it. The meat quickly cooked, and Utaha picked up a few pieces, placing half of them on Ichin's plate. "Ichin-kun, you should eat too." "In a minute," Ichin responded, not moving and still reading the manuscript as he turned another page. After around 5 minutes, Ichin finally put down the papers and took a bite of the grilled pork belly. He looked across at Utaha and said, "Although I only read a little bit, just from the beginning of the second volume, I can see why your editor rejected it." "Really? Go ahead, tell me. I want to see if it matches what my editor said," Utaha replied, curious because Ichin had accurately pinpointed several issues with her first volume. Pointing to the manuscript, Ichin said, "In the opening, you introduced 2 new characters at once. I'm guessing they're the second male and female leads, right? You wrote quite a bit about how the main characters met these 2 new ones, and you also depicted the second male lead's growing affection for the female lead, as well as the second female lead's feelings for the second male lead. From this, I'm guessing you're aiming to write a love polygon?" "Yes, that's exactly what I intended," Utaha said, looking surprised. "How did you guess so accurately? Have you read a lot of romance novels?" "Not really," Ichin chuckled. "It's just that your descriptions were pretty clear, so it was easy to guess." He continued, "Actually, this setup isn't bad. With this kind of development, you can write some emotionally intense scenes in the future. But, as a light novel, it comes across as too cliché, like just another love polygon. Also, your second female lead's personality is too similar to the main female lead's. It's best to differentiate them more." "That's exactly what Miss Machida said." Utaha widened her eyes in astonishment and stared at Ichin. Slapping her hands on the table, she quickly pulled out a small notebook and pen from her bag, her eyes sparkling. "Do you have any good suggestions? Please help me." "How about we eat first?" "Suggestions first, then we eat. I'm paying for this meal." "Is it that serious?" Ichin sighed at Utaha's serious expression. He took out his phone and searched for some light novel titles. Suddenly, he remembered a drama he had seen in his previous life that didn't exist in this world. "So, light novels usually don't focus solely on intense emotions," Ichin began. "You could try leaning a bit more towards romantic comedy. For example, this is just a suggestion, but you could change the second male lead's characterization. Instead of having him like the female lead, you could write him as just wanting to be friends with her, because he actually likes the male lead instead." Cough, cough, what did you just say?" Utaha coughed, staring at Ichin in disbelief. "Are you saying the second male lead should like the male protagonist?" Ichin nodded with a grin. See, you're shocked, right? And this is just a basic idea. If you write the story well, this could be a really interesting angle. Of course, the main male lead has to stay straight, but the friendship between them would make the revelation of the second lead's feelings more entertaining. The female lead, who thought she had everything under control, would then find out that her new rival is a guy. And you wouldn't want to make the second male lead's feelings too explicit. Leave some ambiguity for the readers to speculate. Listening to Ichin, Utaha gradually sank into thought, feeling that this approach was indeed much more interesting than her current draft. Her creativity sparked, Utaha eagerly said, and then, the second female lead, who likes the second male lead, would try all kinds of ways to straighten him out. She could even ask the male and female leads for help, which could also strengthen the bond between them. Seeing Utaha so inspired, Ichin smiled and ate a piece of grilled beef tongue. It looks like you've got the rest figured out, Ichin remarked. But keep in mind, this is just a suggestion. The downside of this approach is that the second male and female leads would take up quite a bit of screen time, so you'll need to balance that with the main character's development. Utaha diligently jotted everything down. Her spirits completely lifted. She beamed and said, I get it. I'll carefully balance things out. This is an amazing direction. Then, remembering her mother's words earlier, Utaha hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Ichin-kun, you seem really knowledgeable about this stuff. Don't tell me your interests are. Ichin's hand, which was holding a piece of grilled meat, twitched, and the meat fell back onto his plate. He almost lost his composure. Deep breath, deep breath. Ichin looked at Utaha seriously and declared, Let me make this absolutely clear. My name is Ichin, male, and I'm very much into girls. Although Ichin had made a clear declaration, Utaha still seemed a bit skeptical. She looked at his handsome face and murmured softly, But how do you explain your deep understanding of these kinds of storylines? You wouldn't know so much about this without being in that environment, right? Plus, I heard that good-looking guys are more likely to, swing that way. That's a total misunderstanding. Ichin swallowed his grilled meat and exclaimed, By that logic, wouldn't all the male celebrities in showbiz be swinging that way? Then how do you explain your extensive knowledge? My knowledge isn't extensive at all. It's just a suggestion, that's all. And I can actually explain this, Ichin said, resting his chin on his hand with a resigned sigh. As a Chinese person, I can responsibly tell you that on our internet, a lot of this stuff is treated as memes and spreads widely. It's almost impossible not to know about it. Also, I did meet a guy like that once. Though he wasn't interested in me, he already had a partner. Wow, so you really have met one? Utaha immediately picked up her small notebook again and eagerly asked, Can you tell me more about it? I need these real-life details to better integrate them into my story. I've never met anyone like that in real life. What's there to say? And it was quite a while ago, anyway, Ichin shrugged. But if you're writing, it's not that hard. Just describe the second male lead the same way you would write a female character, with a bit of a masculine touch, not too effeminate. Make him more of a gentle, warm-hearted type. If you can write a female character's secret feelings, you should be able to write this, right? Ichin noticed Utaha's silence and glanced at her manuscript again, flipping through the pages. Finally, he understood. So that's it. One of the reasons your manuscript got rejected is that you're struggling with depicting a character's secret feelings. In the first volume, it was just the beginning of the story, and there were only subtle hints between the two main characters, so it wasn't too difficult for you. But now that the story's moving towards romance, and you have more characters involved, it's a much bigger challenge for you, isn't it? Still, shouldn't your editor be able to give you some advice on this? Utaha's lips twitched and she turned her head slightly. My editor is unreliable. She's almost 30 and has never been in a relationship, so she can't help me at all. She just tells me to read more relevant books and watch movies or dramas. Oh, a late-blooming single woman. Makes sense. Ichin nodded sympathetically and said, I can only apologize on that front. I can provide suggestions like these, but when it comes to writing the inner feelings of characters, I've never been in a relationship myself, so I can't give you precise advice. You haven't? Utaha exclaimed in surprise. With how you look, I would think you're quite popular with girls. Not at all, Ichin shook his head. Where I'm from, early romance is strictly prohibited, and I was entirely focused on my studies. Girls would only have slowed me down from solving problems faster. Is that so? Utaha said skeptically. But if you were so dedicated to studying, how come you're spending all your time now developing games? If I hadn't studied seriously before, I wouldn't have all this free time to develop games now, would I? Ichin replied while placing more meat on the grill. Hard work first, enjoyment later. Even though developing games is tough, I find it equally fulfilling. You're really something else, Utaha murmured in admiration. After finishing their meal, Ichin initially planned to pay for everything himself, but in the end he agreed to split the bill at Utaha's insistence. Since they lived in the same apartment building, the two naturally took the bus home together. As they boarded the bus, Iriri, who was out shopping with her mother, coincidentally saw them and curiously stroked her chin. Could those two really be dating? That would be quite a surprise. I'll have to keep a close eye on them later. Soon, Ichin and Utaha returned to the apartment building. While riding the elevator, Ichin spoke up. I've finished my game. If you have some time tomorrow, would you like to try it out? You've finished it? Utaha asked in surprise. When you said it would be done by the end of the month, I thought you were exaggerating. But it's actually complete, huh? Sure, I'll drop by tomorrow. Tonight I need to think carefully about how to write the second volume. Good luck with that then. I look forward to reading your masterpiece. The elevator arrived at their floor, and after saying goodnight to Utaha, Ichin opened his apartment door and went inside. Utaha also took out her key to open her apartment door. As soon as she stepped in, she was met with her mother's inquisitive gaze. You're back, Utaha? Her mother greeted. Yeah, I'm back, Utaha responded, changing into her slippers. Just as she was about to head to her room under her mother's watchful eyes, she felt her arm being gently pulled. Wait a moment, sit and chat with your mom for a bit. Utaha, with a look of resignation, was dragged to the sofa. Her mother started by asking, how did it go at the publishing house today? My manuscript got rejected. I have to rewrite everything. Is that so? Seeing her daughter looking a bit down, Mrs. Kasamigaoka gently patted her daughter's head. It's okay, you're just starting out. Keep working hard. I'm fine now, Utaha replied. Although the editor said I can't properly depict a character's secret feelings, it's not a big deal. I'll just watch more movies and dramas until I get it right. Also, Ichin-kun gave me some suggestions on how to structure the plot. Oh my, Ichin-kun? Mrs. Kazumigaoka raised her eyebrows in surprise before giving a slightly melancholic sigh. My little girl has grown up. She faces challenges but doesn't confide in her mother first. Instead, she turns to a boy. Should I feel happy or sad about this? Mom! Utaha blushed, realizing that her impulsive decision to call Ichin directly must have seemed intentional in her mother's eyes. It's not what you're thinking, Utaha quickly explained. Ichin-kun had reviewed my novel before, and many of his points aligned with the editor's feedback. That's why I thought of asking him for more advice. Mrs. Kasumigaoka gave her daughter a scrutinizing look. Seeing Utaha's uncharacteristic shy expression, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, I understand. Go on and take care of your own work. It seemed like there was no clear way to explain things. But as Utaha thought back to their conversation on the way home, her heartbeat quickened just a little. Sunday morning, after having breakfast, Utaha received a call from Ichin. She informed her parents before heading next door. As Utaha was leaving, her mother, who was busy in the kitchen, peeked out with a teasing smile, saying, Ah, to be young. The doorbell rang, and Ichin, waiting in the living room, came over to open the door for Utaha. Good morning, come on in, Ichin greeted. Good morning, Utaha replied. After changing into slippers, Utaha followed Ichin to the living room, where she saw a laptop set up on the table. The screen displayed the game interface, which was far more polished compared to the unfinished version she had previously tested. This time, there was a complete start menu and a version number labeled at the bottom left corner, 0.9.1.1. Have a seat. What would you like to drink? Coffee, tea, juice? Coffee, please. Thanks. As she sat down, Utaha gripped the mouse and clicked on the start button of the game. Yesterday, Ichin had given her feedback on the second volume of her novel, and today it was her turn to test his game. Unlike the initial version she played, which only featured a single armored warrior, this time a new character called Silent was also available. Draw 2 cards per turn. This is totally different from the last one, and I can't heal after battles, Utaha mused aloud. After some thought, she chose the familiar armored warrior, Ironclad, to play with. Since brewing fresh coffee took some time, Ichin spent a few extra minutes preparing it. When he returned to the living room carrying 2 cups of coffee, Utaha had already made it halfway through the first level. Without enabling higher difficulty modes, the game wasn't too challenging for each character, especially in the early levels. The main limitations came from the locked relics and cards. With multiple playthroughs, everything would eventually unlock, making these easier stages quite manageable, as long as luck didn't turn against you. Of course, if the card dealer messes with you, that's a different story. Here you go, freshly brewed coffee, Ichin said, offering a cup. Thanks, Utaha replied, pausing her game to take a sip. She smiled and remarked, "You've got everything here, huh? I get tired when developing games, so I bought some coffee to stay energized," Ichin explained. He pulled up a chair beside Utaha and asked, "So far, have you encountered any bugs?" "No bugs, but sometimes after finishing a room battle, there's a slight lag. Sometimes it's smooth, though," Utaha responded. "That's an optimization issue on my part." Ichin nodded thoughtfully, jotting down her feedback in a nearby notebook for further improvements. Utaha's game continued. Perhaps it was due to the beginner's protection period, but every card dealt to her by the dealer in each battle room was quite good. She quickly became familiar with the basic strategy, building defense, enduring enemy attack rounds, and then attacking. Utaha even learned how to streamline her deck while passing through the shop without needing Ichin's reminders. Before long, she arrived at the last campfire before the first level boss. After upgrading a card, she asked, "I haven't made any basic mistakes so far, have I?" "No, you haven't," Ichin shook his head. "You seem to have a talent for this. You picked it up really quickly. I thought I'd need to give you more tips. The difficulty of this type of game isn't that high. It mostly just requires some calculations and a bit of luck. Once I got the hang of the mechanics, it didn't feel complicated at all. It's actually pretty fun to play," Utaha said as she entered the boss room. The boss she encountered was the Slime King, a boss that was not strong at all. For Utahi, as long as she understood its attack patterns, defeating it would be easy. Just as Ichin had thought, once Utahi figured out the boss's movement sequence, she quickly took it down and advanced to the second level. Upon entering the second level, she noticed that both the regular and elite monsters had increased in difficulty, but it was still within Utaha's capabilities. As she progressed from room to room, she became increasingly cautious, taking more time to strategize. Finally, after spending an hour, she stood before the boss of the third level. This boss was a dual encounter. One resembled a donut while the other was an orange octahedron, both of which looked formidable. Even though it was a 1 versus 2 situation, Utaha maintained a serious expression and didn't ask Ichin for hints, instead choosing to figure it out on her own. Ichin, who was aware of Utaha's deck, mentioned, "If you lose, you can just exit and challenge the boss again." "Oh, there's that mechanic too. That's nice." She nodded, then focused intently on the fight. In her first attempt, she predictably lost, but Utaha quickly exited the game and restarted the boss battle. After 2 consecutive failures, she finally defeated the dual boss and arrived at a large heart at the end of the level. Following the prompts, she clicked on the heart, which received a series of damage and was destroyed, but then her character fell. "Does this count as clearing the game?" "Ah, did I unlock something?" "Yes, you could say you cleared it," Ichin replied with a smile. "However, even after clearing the game, you can continue playing because there are still some cards and relics to unlock. Plus, once you clear it, you can unlock advanced difficulty options. Each time you clear an advanced difficulty, the challenge level will increase by 1. That sounds quite challenging." Looking at the game that had returned to the main menu, Utaha smiled and said, "I really like this game. When will it be released? I want to support it." "Not yet. I still need to find more people to help me test it and identify more bugs for fixing before I can launch an early access version." "Oh, right, if you're not busy." As he spoke, Ichin picked up a USB drive from the table and placed it in front of Utaha. "This contains the game's running program. You can continue playing at home and help me find more bugs if you can." "You want me to be a tester?" Though she said this, Utaha didn't refuse and accepted happily. "Sure, I'll do my best to find more bugs in the game, but who else are you planning to ask for help? Isn't there a game club at school? I plan to ask those members to help me test it." "A tester, huh?" Utaha suddenly thought of someone and suggested, "I know someone who might be a good fit." "Who?" "A silly golden retriever." Monday morning. After finishing a math class, Iriri seemed completely drained and slumped over her desk. "High school math is so hard," she muttered. Just as she was about to take a break, a classmate's voice called out, "Sawamura-san, someone's looking for you." "Huh?" Iriri sat up, confused. She didn't know anyone in other classes, so who could be looking for her? She turned around and saw Utaha Kasumigaoka standing at the back door, smiling and waving. Iriri's face instantly stiffened. She hurriedly stood up, rushed to the back door, and quickly dragged Utaha away. The classmates watched their interaction with curiosity and started whispering among themselves. Isn't that Kasumigaoka-senpai from the second year? Does Samura know her? No idea, but it seems like they do. Kasumigaoka-senpai is so pretty, and what a great figure. Leaving the classroom gossip behind, Ireri continued pulling Utaha along, going up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was where the club rooms were, and it was completely empty at this time, perfect for a private conversation. Letting go of Utaha, Ireri turned and glared at her. What the heck? Why'd you come to my classroom? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Utaha chuckled, crossing her arms. You've got to work on that attitude. I didn't even say what I was going to do, and you're already this scared. If you accidentally spill the beans one day, you might as well head to the rooftop, huh? Keep dreaming. I'm not going to crack that easily, Ireri retorted, shooting another glare at Utaha. So, what exactly do you want? Utaha waved her hand dismissively, trying to calm Ireri down. Relax, it's good news. After lunch, come find me in room 502. You like playing games, right? Ichin's game is almost done, but he's short on testers. I recommended you. What do you think? Interested? Huh? A game? Ireri blinked in surprise. She suddenly recalled seeing Utaha and Ichin during the weekend when Ichin mentioned he was working on a game. Already finished? She asked. Not completely, but it's playable from start to finish. I played it all day yesterday, Utaha replied, looking at Ireri. The game's quite impressive, so don't underestimate it just because you've played a lot of games. I've said my piece, yes or no. Game testing, huh? Ireri hadn't expected Utaha's visit to be about this. To be honest, it piqued her interest. During lunch, right? Sure, I'll come after class. All right, I'll be waiting for you then. With that, Utaha left as class was about to start. Ireri returned to her classroom just in time for the start of the next period, conveniently avoiding the curious stares from her classmates about her relationship with Utaha Kasumagaoka. The morning classes ended quickly, and Eri declined a few girls' invitations to have lunch together. Carrying her bento box, she made her way to room 502, an empty classroom. Utaha had already gotten the key from Ichin earlier that morning, so she was the first to arrive and had opened the classroom door. After entering, Ireri glanced around the empty classroom and asked, "Is it just you? Where's Ichin?" "He won't be here at noon. He's having lunch in his classroom," Utaha replied, taking out her lunch and laptop. Plugging in the power, she said, "The game's on the desktop. Play it on your own. I'll be eating, so just ask me if you don't understand something." Ireri sat down in front of the laptop and opened her bento. Don't treat me like you. I've played all sorts of games before, she muttered, finding the game icon on the desktop as soon as the computer booted up. Slay the Spire? She awkwardly read the name aloud. It just so happened that except for the in the middle, Ireri didn't recognize the English words before or after it, but she didn't want to admit it, so she clicked on the game without asking. Remembering what Ichin had mentioned in a previous conversation with her mother, Ireri knew the game was card-based, so she was mentally prepared. It feels a bit like Hearthstone since it's all cards, she mumbled, selecting the warrior and entering the first level. Looking at the screen, Ireri felt a slight headache. Games like Hearthstone weren't her forte. She hated all the calculation involved and remembering each card's effects. Thankfully, this game wasn't as over-the-top as Hearthstone, and after getting a little familiar with it, Ireri got the hang of it. But her strategy skills weren't as sharp as Utaha's, and combined with her poor luck, she lost a lot of health to an elite monster in the first level. By the time she reached the boss, her health was only at 2/3. Naturally, she ended up losing to the boss in the first level. How did I lose in the first level? Ireri grumbled angrily as she prepared to start another round. Hold on a minute, Utaha stopped her. Let's eat first, and continue testing after we finish. There's plenty of time, and you can always come back after school, since neither of us are in any clubs, right? Not yet, but a few classmates have been inviting me to join the art club. I'm still deciding, Ireri replied, putting off her frustration with the game and opening her bento to start eating. While eating, Ireri curiously asked, "You were playing this game all day yesterday. Did you beat it?" "Of course, I beat it ages ago. I even cleared several levels of the harder mode after beating it," Utaha replied with a chuckle. "But don't be too curious about that yet. Focus on reaching the 3rd level first. Shh, you just played it before me. What's so great about that?" Ireri muttered quietly, then began eating her lunch at lightning speed, the fastest she had ever eaten since coming to Toyogasaki. However, despite her renewed determination, Aria still couldn't beat the game within the lunch break. Her best attempt only reached the 3rd level, where she was defeated by an elite monster. For the rest of the afternoon, Iriri was completely distracted in class, her mind running over strategies and ways to improve her game plan. She nearly got caught out by the teacher when she didn't respond to a question promptly. When the final bell rang, Iriri packed her bag at the speed of light and dashed out of the classroom before anyone else had even processed what was happening, leaving her classmates in stunned silence. After leaving her classroom, Iriri marched upstairs, clearly determined. Unfortunately, when she arrived, Utaha was nowhere to be seen, leaving Iriri standing outside, locked out of the room. She waited for nearly 5 minutes, barely holding back the urge to call Utaha, before the girl in question finally showed up, leisurely walking down the hallway. "You're so slow," Iriri complained the moment she saw her. Utaha paused, then quickly grasped the situation. With a smile, she scrutinized Iriri before saying, "I was moving at a normal pace. You, on the other hand, why are you here so quickly? Don't tell me you're already addicted to the game. That's not good, you know. As a student, you shouldn't get too hooked on games." Iriri's face turned red in an instant. "No way, you're the one who asked me to test it," she retorted. "I guess that's true. Well then, let's get started." Utaha pulled the key from her bag. "Step aside, I'll unlock the door." Once they entered, Utaha handed the laptop over to Eris and then took out a light novel, sitting off to the side. "We don't have a lot of time this afternoon, only until 5 p.m. That should be fine, right? Remember, the goal isn't just to play. You're supposed to be testing the game and finding bugs." I know. I'm not getting addicted," Iriri protested. But as soon as her hand touched the mouse, she immediately launched the game. After entering the game, Iriri asked, "By the way, where's Ichin? Why is it just you here?" "He went to find the school's gaming club," Utaha replied, still focused on her novel. "Since he's developing the game on his own without a studio, there aren't any dedicated testers. There's a gaming club at school, so of course he wouldn't miss the chance." "I didn't even know we had a club like that," Iriri muttered. "Want to join?" Utaha chuckled. "It's full of hardcore gamers and otakus. I'm sure they'd be thrilled if you joined." Erinya pursed her lips. "Tch, no way. You just want to see me blow my cover, don't you?" Utaha smiled but didn't respond, continuing to read her novel. Soon, the only sounds left in the room were the rustling of Utaha's pages and the sound effects from Iriri's game. Meanwhile, Ichin successfully located the school's gaming club. It had 7 members and 5 laptops, which conveniently allowed 5 members to test the game simultaneously. After some brief discussions, the club members were eager to help out. Ichin then handed out 5 USB drives with the game files, and they started playing. At first, they assumed it was just a typical card game, but as time passed, all 5 members became thoroughly engrossed in it. One of the club members, a chubby boy with glasses, exclaimed, "Ichin, when is this game going to be released? I'll definitely buy a copy to support you." "Thanks. The game isn't fully developed yet. There are still 2 more characters and some other features that need to be finished. I'm thinking of releasing an early access version first, and it should be up on Steam in a few days. When it's ready, I'll let you all know and send you each a free copy as a thank you for helping me test it." For Ichin, giving out a few game activation codes was no big deal. Hiring part-time testers would have cost much more. Sigh, students are really so simple. They'll help out for free without hesitation. While staying at the gaming club, Ichin watched the members play the game earnestly. They occasionally pointed out areas that needed optimization or bugs that required fixing. As expected of the gaming club members, by the time it was close to 5 p.m., 2 of them had managed to clear the game. The other 3 didn't finish but all made it to the 3rd stage. After expressing his gratitude once more, Ichin collected the USB drives with the game files and left the club. Just as he stepped out, his phone buzzed with a message from Utaha. Realizing that she was still in their activity room, he changed direction and headed there. When he returned to the room, both Utaha and Iriri were still there. Iriri was staring intently at the laptop screen, completely unaware of Ichin's arrival. He walked over to Utaha and whispered, "She's been playing all this time." Utaha closed her novel, nodded, and replied, "She played for about an hour at lunchtime. This afternoon she's been at it since she arrived around 3:30. "Did she clear it yet?" "Nope," Utaha chuckled, unable to hide her amusement. "This is her 3rd attempt. The first 2 times, she overlooked the monster's abilities and got defeated by an elite monster. This time, she managed to reach the 3rd stage but died after just 2 rooms. Right now, she's struggling with the 1st stage again." Ichin stayed silent and walked up behind Iriri. Seeing her game screen, he couldn't help but comment, So bad at this. Iriri hadn't noticed Ichin's presence earlier, but she definitely heard that remark. She immediately let go of the mouse, spun around, and glared at him. Don't randomly judge people while they're playing a game, okay? It's distracting. The thing is, you're playing a game I developed, so why can't I judge? Ichin countered. Realizing his point, Iriri blushed, turned back to the screen, and shut off the game in frustration. Stupid game, I'm done playing. So childish. However, it was about time to leave school anyway. Ichin helped Utaha shut down her laptop, then said, "Thanks for helping out today. Let me treat you both to dinner. How about that?" "Sounds good to me." Utaha agreed readily, grabbing her bag. "I just need to let my family know." "What about you, Iriri? Want to join?" "Me? No, I can't. My dad's coming back from a business trip today, so I have to head home," Iriri said, shaking her head. Pausing for a moment, she glanced at Ichin and added, "Can I help you test the game again tomorrow? I found quite a few bugs today." "Of course. The more testers, the better for me." Iria brightened up instantly and waved at Ichin. "Great, then I forgive you for calling me bad at the game. See you tomorrow." After Iri left, Ichin turned to Utaha and said, "Let's go find somewhere to eat. Anything in particular you want?" "Sushi, maybe?" Utaha suggested. "Of course, that works for me." For the next few days after school, Ichin would head straight to the gaming club to have its members help test his game. These members were genuinely skilled. Within just a few days, the fastest among them had already reached Ascension Level 6, and even those with slower progress managed to hit Ascension Level 3 with both characters. On the other hand, a certain blonde-haired girl had also been diligently playing every day, but up to now, she had only cleared the game once with each character, and even reaching Ascension Level 1 had been an enormous struggle. Watching Iriri's progress on the computer screen, Ichin sighed and remarked, "Sawamura-san, I think I finally understand. This type of game just isn't suited for you." "Urusai," Iriri retorted angrily, glaring at her screen showing yet another game over. "It's not me, it's your game's difficulty. There's something wrong with it." But the members of the gaming club have already reached Ascension Level 6. Iriri was instantly deflated, blushing with embarrassment as she stayed silent for a long moment before shouting, "What am I supposed to do? I just can't beat it." Utaha couldn't hold back her laughter. "I think Ichin-kun's right. You really aren't cut out for this game, and you fit the bill of someone who's bad at it but totally addicted." "Huff, mind your own business." Eri shot Utaha a glare before seriously evaluating the game on the screen. "Although I can't climb the higher difficulties, the game is actually quite fun. Ichin, are you planning to release it soon?" "Yeah, pretty soon. I'll fix the bugs collected over the past few days and optimize the game a bit. Then, I'll launch it on Steam. After that, I'll reach out to a few content creators and streamers for promotion, and then I'll focus on completing the rest of the game. Now that the foundation is set, the remaining updates should go quickly. I think I can release the full version within 3 months." Listening to Ichin's plan, Iriri couldn't help but feel astonished. Counting on her fingers, she muttered, "According to what you said, you started development in March, and it's now the end of April. So in just 2 months, you've already created a fully playable early access version, and then you'll finish the full version in 3 more months. You really developed this game all by yourself?" "Yup, didn't I already say that?" Ichin replied with a grin. "You can call me a genius. I'm not one to boast, though." So full of yourself," Iriri grumbled, but deep down she was genuinely impressed. Thanks to her family's involvement in doujin circles, she had met many other indie game developers. However, the games those teams created couldn't hold a candle to Ichin's work in terms of quality. Plus, their development times were significantly longer, usually taking about a year to complete a single game. Considering all this, it really wasn't an exaggeration to call Ichin a genius. But being a proud tsundere, Iriri wouldn't praise him so easily. Instead, she turned back to her screen and continued playing. Despite her lack of skill, the game was undeniably addictive. When it officially launched, she planned to make her mother buy a copy and watch her struggle with it. Sweet revenge. Before long, it was 5 p.m. Although it was Friday, Ichin didn't intend to stay at school any longer than necessary. After packing up his things, he left the school with Utaha and Iriri by his side. After leaving the school gates, Iriri headed in the opposite direction from Ichin and Utaha. After saying their goodbyes, she went on her way alone. Ichin, meanwhile, walked alongside Utaha, pushing his bicycle. They had known each other for about 2 months now, and they were friends. Walking home together like this didn't bother Utaha in the slightest. Pushing his bike, Ichin asked, How's the second volume of your novel coming along? Talking about her novel brought a smile to Yutaha's face. Pretty well. I showed the new outline to my editor, and she was quite pleased. She suggested I lean towards a more light-hearted and humorous approach to broaden the audience. That makes sense. Ichin nodded in agreement. If you kept going with the tone of the first volume, while it'd stick to the pure romance genre, the audience would remain quite limited. The new approach can attract readers who don't usually read romance novels. After all, it's still a light novel. I have you to thank for that, Ichin-kun. Your suggestions were spot on, as expected from you. Why does that sound a little off? Ichin frowned slightly. It's nothing. Utaha chuckled softly behind her hand. I'm simply complimenting your vast knowledge. I could never come up with such interesting ideas on my own. Please, stop. I already regret giving you those suggestions. Don't go getting weird ideas about me. Ichin protested, looking slightly exasperated. Seeing his frustrated expression, Utaha's smile grew even brighter. I can't help it, she said. I've been to your place several times, and I noticed that your room is excessively clean. It doesn't look like the room of a typical teenage boy at all. There aren't even any suspicious collections under your bed. Ichin stared at her, shocked. You looked under my bed? When did that happen? Utaha thoughtfully tapped her chin. Oh, a couple of days ago. The math teacher gave us some intentionally difficult problems, so I came over to discuss them. When you went to grab some drinks, I got curious and took a peek. Sorry, Ichin-kun, but it was for research. Too bad I didn't find anything interesting. Of course you didn't. Ichin sighed, exasperated. I'm not like those guys in novels or manga who still hide stuff under their bed these days. Isn't it way more convenient to just keep it on a computer hard drive? Oh my, so it's on your computer, huh? Utaha grinned slyly. Don't get your hopes up. You won't find anything, Ichin said with a shrug. It's not on this laptop anyway. It's on my PC back home in China, and before I came abroad, I encrypted and hid all those files. No one's finding them. Ichin's former self had been quite cautious. Knowing he couldn't take all his stuff with him, he had encrypted and hidden several hundred gigabytes worth of collections. He even set a complex startup password for his computer and locked the cabinet with his collectible figures, keeping the key on him at all times. He was wary of any potential little invaders, thanks to all the horror stories he'd seen online. You came prepared. What a shame, Utaha said with a mock sigh of disappointment. She had been curious to see what kind of collection a boy like Ichin might have, but it seemed like she would never get the chance. Ichin, on the other hand, was curious. Aren't you writing a novel? Do you really need to collect that kind of material? The protagonist in my story is a guy, after all. It wouldn't be realistic for him to have zero worldly desires, right? Well, I guess that's true, Ichin said, thinking it over. Whatever. Even if I did have a collection, you wouldn't be able to find it anyway. Over the weekend, Ichin spent 2 continuous days at home optimizing his game. Finally, by Sunday night, he uploaded it to Steam, setting the release date for Wednesday, perfectly marking the last 2 days of April. Stretching his body, Ichin felt a sense of relief. Finally made it this far. I wonder what the sales numbers will look like in the first week and the first month. Once the game is released, I'll still need to reach out to some content creators for promotion. I might as well start contacting them now. Ichin didn't know many foreign content creators, so he decided to focus on those within the domestic scene first. With so many creators on Bilibili and streamers on various platforms that specialized in single-player games, he had plenty of potential contacts. He started reaching out, prioritizing those with larger followings. If the creators had a business inquiry email listed, he sent a direct email. If not, he opted for private messaging. Naturally, there weren't going to be any immediate responses that night, but by the next day, Monday, Ichin received his first reply. It was from a prominent figure in the industry, an up-and-coming game developer and chairman of Future Tech Corporation. Ichin was thrilled to get a response from Lao Ju. He quickly added him to his contacts, and the two began chatting, starting with Ichin sending a game activation code. They then transitioned to talking about game development. Lao Ju's game development seemed to be progressing slower than what Ichin knew from his past life. The company had just been founded, and the game was still in its early development phase, but Lao Ju appeared to have plenty of creative ideas awaiting his team's experimentation. During their lunchtime conversation, Lao Ju took some time to try out Ichin's game. Meanwhile, Ichin continued to sift through the other replies he received in his email. Over the next 2 days, many domestic content creators and streamers privately tested Ichin's game. They found it quite intriguing and agreed to promote it through videos or streams. As for the international scene, Ichin had made some headway and was negotiating with a couple of content creators abroad. Finally, it was Wednesday, the day of the game's official release. At noon, Ichin arrived at his club room and opened the laptop he had brought with him. Utaha and Iriri joined him after lunch, both curious about how the game was performing on its first day. Looking at the Steam store page, Iriri spoke up. "Ichin-kun, I didn't ask you for a game activation code. I bought my own copy to support you." She proudly showed her purchase record on her phone to Ichin. Seeing this, Ichin smiled and said, "Thanks for the support. When I develop a new game, I'll be sure to come to you first for playtesting." "Hee hee, it's a promise." Iriri cheerfully pumped her small fists, then quickly asked, "Your next game won't be a turn-based card game, will it?" "Nope, the next one will definitely be a different genre." "Good, good," she sighed in relief. Watching the two interact, Utaha sat to the side, arms crossed, her eyes narrowing slightly. She couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Don't ask why, she just felt that way. Seeing the atmosphere between the two becoming more pleasant, Utaha couldn't hold it in any longer and interjected. "Ichin-kun, how are the sales numbers looking so far?" Upon hearing Utaha's question, Ichin nodded and opened the back end of his account to check the game's sales figures. For the release, Ichin had chosen a global launch, but at the moment he only supported 3 languages: English, Chinese, and Japanese. This was enough to cover most regions, but he planned to hire translators to expand to more languages once he had sufficient funds. The sales numbers in the back end showed a total of 562 copies sold worldwide. This wasn't an enormous figure, but considering this was a game developed by a single person, it was surprisingly solid for a start. Utaha, not being very knowledgeable about sales numbers, asked, "Is this considered good?" "It's better than I expected," Ichin replied with a nod. "Since it's still early in the release and there's a language limitation, many people who are interested in the game might hold off on purchasing it. But it's fine. I anticipated a slow start in sales for my first game. Plus, I haven't even started the promotional campaigns yet." Saying this, Ichin opened his computer's browser and logged into Bilibili. Seeing the website, Iriri exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, I know this site. There are tons of fun videos here, and they even have lots of anime content, but there's no Japanese version, so I have to use a VPN to access it. Still, it's not much of a problem for me." "Ichin-kun, have you been promoting your game here?" "Yes, I reached out to some content creators and streamers," Ichin replied as he opened his notifications and saw that Lao Ju had already posted a video, at 5 in the morning no less. "Wow, that's fast. It's only been a day, and he didn't even let me know," Ichin thought, amused. The title of the video read, "100 minutes full of details." It sounded impressive, but Ichin knew that the content would likely cause viewers' blood pressure to rise in some way. He clicked on the video and heard the familiar opening line. "Alright dear viewers, hello everyone." Seeing Ichin open a video about his game, Utaha seemed to catch on. "Ichin-kun, is this one of your promotional partners?" "Yeah, this is one of them," Ichin confirmed. Iriri, being more familiar with Bilibili, was startled. "Huh? This creator has over 2 million followers and the video is already close to 1 million views, and it's only been half a day, right?" Hearing the surprise in Iriri's voice, Ichin chuckled. "Of course, did you think I'd randomly pick someone? I wouldn't reach out to anyone without some real influence." After closing the video, Ichin planned to watch it in detail later that afternoon. For now, he refreshed the Steam backend. As he did, he noticed a noticeable increase in the sales numbers. He refreshed again, and the numbers climbed even higher. Soon, it had surpassed 1,000 copies, and after one more refresh, it was already at 1,500. Looking at the detailed sales report, it was clear that most of these sales were coming from the Chinese region. Checking his Bilibili notifications again, he saw that many of the content creators he had arranged collaborations with had already posted their videos. Their efficiency was impressive, with some even streaming live. Although he wasn't sure about other regions yet, in the Chinese market, the momentum seemed promising for now. And just as Ichin had anticipated, the results weren't far off. As the content creators and streamers continued to promote the game, the sales numbers kept climbing during his afternoon classes. The game's reviews also increased, and they were maintaining an overall rating of overwhelmingly positive. After school, since his game had launched today, Ichin decided not to have anyone continue testing it. He had already given activation codes to all the members of the game club, and they were surely playing it themselves. If there were any bugs, they could easily contact him via phone. It was the same with Iriri. She had already mentioned it during lunch, so Ichin packed up his bag and prepared to head home. Glancing at Yuta, standing next to him, Ichin asked, "I'm heading home. What about you?" Yutaha stood up as well and replied, "I'm going to the publishing house first." "All right, let's head out together." After leaving the school building and walking towards the school gate, Yutaha asked, "You didn't check the sales much this afternoon, did you? Any estimates?" "Not really," Ichin said, shaking his head with a smile. "But I think today's results shouldn't be bad. I'll check when I get home." Outside the school gate, Yutaha headed off towards the publishing house, while Ichin hopped on his bike and rode home. Once he got home, Ichin put his things away and went to the study room. He turned on his computer, logged into Steam, and opened the sales dashboard. What is this? Staring at the game's sales figures in the back end, Ichin was stunned. 20,000? How did it go up so fast? With confusion, Ichin opened several domestic forums and found many discussions about Slay the Spire. Thanks to the streamers and content creators promoting it, players have been trying out the game and then spreading the word themselves. The effect is even better than I expected. It seems this type of game is indeed quite easy to get into. In recent years, there had been a steady stream of independent games in the domestic market, but most were either simulation-type or pixel-styled games. The appearance of Slay the Spire, with its moderate difficulty and engaging mechanics, coupled with Ichin's low introductory price of 50 RMB in the Chinese region, was enough to attract a lot of curious players to give it a try. This promotional effort worked out well, so let's give something back. As he spoke, Ichin started contacting the content creators and streamers who had helped him promote the game, giving each of them 20 activation codes to use as giveaway prizes in their streams or social media posts. After the game reached the next sales milestone, he planned to give out even more activation codes. Once he had sent all the codes, Ichin turned off his computer and decided to make himself some dinner. He cooked some noodles and made a couple of small side dishes as toppings. While watching TV, he quickly finished his meal. After washing the dishes, the doorbell rang. Drying his hands, Ichin stepped out of the kitchen and opened the front door, finding Utaha standing there. "Good evening," Utaha greeted with a smile, her hands clasped behind her back. "Did you check the sales?" "Yeah, I did. Come on in." "Sure. Sorry for the intrusion." After stepping into the living room, Utaha took a seat on the sofa and asked, "Judging by your expression, things went pretty well." "Yeah, the sales have surpassed 20,000, Ichin replied, and a growing smile spread across his face. 20,000? That's quite impressive, Utaha responded, smiling happily at the news. "Congratulations. Hitting 20,000 sales on the first day for a game you developed on your own is amazing. As you accumulate funds and build a small studio, the efficiency and quality of your games will only get better." "A studio is still a long way off," Ichin said, shaking his head with a chuckle. "Right now, I'm just a student, and hiring people isn't easy." While the idea of starting a studio was tempting, Ichin knew it wasn't the right time yet. He also had high standards when it came to recruitment. He didn't want to hire just anyone. Utaha could tell Ichin wanted to build a studio, but felt he wasn't ready yet, so he was taking things cautiously. Since she didn't know much about game development, she avoided giving unnecessary advice and instead asked about his plans for the next game. "Since Slay the Spire only needs regular updates, do you have any plans for your next game?" Utaha asked. "Next game? Yeah, I do," Ichin nodded with a smile. "I've got a few ideas, but I haven't decided yet. All of them are more complex to develop compared to Slay the Spire's card-based battle mechanics." Ichin had 3 games in mind as potential candidates for development: The Binding of Isaac, Dead Cells, and Hollow Knight. The Binding of Isaac was a dungeon-crawling game with a top-down perspective. The combat was centered around bullet hell shooting, and players could combine various items to create unique and varied fighting styles. There was a popular saying among Isaac players, "The uglier the character, the stronger they are," which fit with the game's dark and grotesque art style that was heavily influenced by religious themes. The monster and boss designs incorporated crude and grotesque elements, and the storyline was dark and intense. In Ichin's previous world, the game went through many updates over a long period, with more and more items being added, making it a major time sink. The other 2 games, Dead Cells and Hollow Knight, were both action games. Dead Cells had a pixelated visual style, while Hollow Knight was a 2D action-adventure in the Metroidvania genre. All 3 games were highly replayable, but each came with its own set of development challenges. Ichin scratched his head and sighed. "There's only so much one person can do. After making one game, I don't want to keep churning out the same type. But with the ideas I have right now, Even just the art side of things is more than I can handle on my own. Can you tell me more about them? What kind of games are they? Utaha asked. They're mostly action games. Designing those requires a lot of work. Whether it's pixel art or 2D visuals, it's not something I can handle as easily by myself, unlike Slay the Spire, which didn't have very demanding art requirements. Ichin stretched and leaned back against the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Well, I'll take it one step at a time. I'll have to wait until Slay the Spire transitions into a full release before I start thinking about the next game. Anyway, enough about that. How did things go at the publishing house? Not bad, Utaha replied, smiling as she looked at Ichin lounging lazily. I handed part of my manuscript to my editor and she seemed pretty pleased. She said my progress has been astonishingly fast. She glanced at Ichin a couple of times, her expression a bit uncertain. Noticing Utaha's gaze, Ichin turned his head and asked, "What is it?" Utaha shook her head without saying anything, but beneath her long hair, her ears had a faint blush. Earlier at the publishing house, Utaha's editor, Machida Sonoko, had commented that her writing had become more delicate in its portrayal of characters' inner emotions, drawing readers in deeply. She even asked Utaha if she was in love. Of course, she wasn't in love, but Utaha Kasumigaoka stayed at Ichin's house for a little while, but eventually headed home, as Ichin needed to get back to work, and she didn't want to interrupt him. After returning home, Utaha went straight to her bedroom and opened her laptop. She started typing a few lines, but suddenly, her motivation faded. After procrastinating a bit, she closed the document and opened Steam instead, navigating to the Slay the Spire game page. Although she knew that Ichin's game sales were gradually increasing and had achieved significant success on the first day, she had bought her own copy but hadn't yet taken a good look at the game's reviews. Scrolling down to the review section, she filtered it to display her preferred language. To her surprise, there were already over 100 reviews. This was quite impressive considering that Ichin's promotional efforts in this region consisted of only 3 streamers, far less than what he could achieve in his own country. Most of the reviews were overwhelmingly positive. Some praised the game's engaging mechanics, while others noted its challenging difficulty. After reading through a few reviews with a smile, Utaha decided to launch the game. She had previously played a test version at Ichin's place, but now that the official release version was out, she hadn't tried it yet. Even if I have to start from scratch, it won't be a problem for me. I'll play a few rounds and then get back to writing, she said to herself and dove into the game. That same evening, apart from working on the development of the third character, the Defect, Ichin also took some time to browse various domestic websites and check out the streams and videos of different gaming content creators. As prime streaming hours approached, more and more streamers, both big and small, started showcasing Slay the Spire on their channels, riding the wave of attention from viewers and word-of-mouth promotions in various forums. Although many viewers opted to be cloud gamers, viewers who watch streams without playing, some were tempted to purchase the game after seeing the affordable price tag. After all, with Steam's 2-hour refund policy, they could always return it if they didn't enjoy it, provided they hadn't been frequently requesting refunds before. As a result, Ichin saw another spike in sales that evening. Switching between various streams with a smile, Ichin muttered, "As long as I keep up with updates, I won't need to worry too much about sales or ratings." With this in mind, he logged into his Bilibili account and updated his username. He chose the same name as his studio's alias on Steam, derived from the initials of his name. Even though it's just me right now, I can still start using the studio name. No harm in that, he thought. After updating the name and profile signature, Ichin closed the browser and went back to work. His plan for this account was to eventually create and upload update videos for the game, but there was no rush. Once he had more progress to showcase, he could always reach out to some content creators to help promote the videos. The next morning, Ichin woke up on time, did his morning exercise, and had breakfast before heading out early. He didn't see Utaha when he left, so he wasn't sure if she had already left or hadn't come out yet. He decided not to knock on her door to ask, and instead got on his bike and set off. On his way to school, Ichin passed the intersection where he had witnessed an accident on the first day of the semester. That accident, he mused. The school only mentioned it briefly during the opening ceremony. I think it was a first-year student. I wonder how their family is doing now. He shook his head, dismissing the thought as the traffic light turned green, and continued pedaling forward. As Ichin approached the school gate, he noticed Iri Spencer Sawamura stepping out of a sedan. She looked utterly exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, and was yawning non-stop. Ichin got off his bike and walked up beside her, greeting her. "Good morning." Judging by those dark circles, did you stay up all night? Ah, Iriri jumped in surprise, fully waking up in an instant. She relaxed once she realized it was Ichin. Oh, it's just you. Good morning. Tsk. Someone who didn't know better might think we're in the same grade. I'm your senior, you know, Ichin teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Then he asked, you look really tired. Don't tell me you were up all night gaming. How's your progress? Irari didn't bother to deny it. She admitted directly, yeah, I pulled an all-nighter, cleared the game with 2 characters, even managed to beat Ascension 1 with the Ironclad. Oh, not bad. Seems like you've improved, Ichin said, genuinely impressed. Hearing Ichin's praise, Irari lifted her chin proudly. What do you expect? I mean, it's a simple game for someone like me. From her tone, one might assume she was exceptionally skilled. But the reality was that her progress was built on countless failed attempts. Still, Ichin didn't point this out. After all, he'd need her help as a game tester in the future. Even though Eri wasn't the most skilled gamer, she'd played a lot of different games and could provide valuable feedback. Since he needed to park his bike, Ichin didn't continue chatting. He headed toward the bike parking area while Iriri walked into the school building alone. Just as she entered, 2 girls from her class caught up to her and grabbed her by the shoulders. Samura-san, was that Ichin-senpai from the 2nd year? One of the girls asked. Yeah, he's so tall and good-looking. Come on, tell us, is he your boyfriend? The other added. Huh? Iriri was momentarily stunned, and her face flushed bright red. No way. We just happen to know each other. Really? One girl questioned skeptically. You're blushing so much, it's hard to believe there's nothing going on, the other teased. There's nothing going on, Iriri protested loudly. That guy's in the same class as Kazumigaoka Utaha. I only know him because of her, that's all. If anything, it's those 2 who seem like they have something going on. She couldn't help but recall the scenes she had witnessed at school and outside, where Ichin and Utaha seemed to share some sort of connection. She sank into a sea of gossip-filled thoughts. Huh? Kasumigaoka-senpai? The 2 girls exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued even further. Though Iriri's situation was intriguing, the idea of gossip involving the famous school beauty, Kasumigaoka Utaha, was even more enticing. Unaware that he had become the topic of gossip, Ichin finished parking his bike and headed upstairs to his classroom. After greeting a few classmates with a quick good morning, Ichin made his way to his seat. Utaha Kasumigaoka had already arrived earlier. Before he could say anything to her, she spoke first. You came with Saomura? Yeah, we just happened to run into each other, Ichin replied instinctively. Then, he froze and turned to look at her. How did she know that? Ichin's seat was by the window, so he could indeed see outside to the school gate. However, Utaha's seat was on his right, which shouldn't have given her a view of the gate at all. As Ichin met Utaha's gaze, he noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed. Smiling slightly, Utaha propped her chin up with one hand and said, What's wrong? Staring at a girl like that is quite rude, you know. Ichin rolled his eyes in response. It's nothing. I just happened to run into Saomura. She had really dark circles under her eyes, so I asked if she'd stayed up all night playing games. Oh, I see tilde, Utaha said, nodding thoughtfully. Knowing Iriri's personality, it wasn't far-fetched that she might have pulled an all-nighter after the game's release, so the dark circles were to be expected. The thought seemed to lift Utaha's spirits a little. After glancing around the classroom and noting there weren't many students around, Utaha lowered her voice and called out, Ichin-kun. What's up? Golden Week is coming up soon. Will you be free then? She asked. Oh, right. The holidays are almost here, Ichin replied, having nearly forgotten. I don't have any plans. I'll probably spend most of my time at home working on game updates. Why, do you need something? Just a little. There's something I need your help with, Utaha replied, her face lighting up with a smile. Since you won't be busy, could you set aside a day for me? Although he wasn't sure what she needed help with, Ichin nodded in agreement. Sure, just let me know when. I don't really go out much anyway. Hearing his response made Utaha even happier. Thanks a lot, she said, then seemed to drift into her own thoughts. Her mood noticeably brightened. As for Ichin, he took out his phone and logged into Bilibili to check the game's popularity. Thanks to the fact that no deck-building roguelike games like Slay the Spire existed in this world yet, Ichin's game was gaining significant traction just 2 days after its release. After browsing through some domestic websites and forums, Ichin logged into a few international streaming platforms. There, he also saw quite a few streamers playing his game. It seemed like releasing the English version from the start was the right choice. Without it, the game wouldn't have gained such global momentum. He popped into a few streams and watched briefly, seeing that these streamers were doing quite well. But with classes about to start, Ichin had to put his phone away after a quick look. At noon, neither Ichin nor Utaha went to the club room. Instead, they stayed in the classroom to eat their lunch. Just as Utaha was taking a few bites of her bento, her phone buzzed. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Eriri. Unable to help herself, Utaha let out a small laugh. Putting away her phone, Utaha closed her bento and slipped it back into her bag. She then looked over at Ichin and said, "Ichin-kun, can I borrow the key to the club room?" The key? Ichin swallowed his mouthful of food and took the key from his pocket, handing it over to Utaha. "You need to use the club room?" "It's not me, it's Eriri," Utaha replied with a soft laugh. "She stayed up late last night and is really exhausted. She wants to use the club room to take a nap." "Sure, go ahead. Just make sure you lock the doors and windows when you leave. The wind's been strong these days, and it'll be a pain to clean up if dust blows in." "No problem, I'll remember," Utaha promised. She took the key and, with her bento bag in hand, left the classroom. Meanwhile, Ichin continued eating his lunch while watching a live stream. Outside the classroom, Utaha headed to the 5th floor, where she saw Eriri waiting by the clubroom door. Leaning against the wall, Eriri looked like she was on the verge of dozing off, her eyelids drooping heavily. She was clearly struggling to stay awake. "You got here quickly. Did you fly up the stairs?" Utaha teased. Surprisingly, Eriri didn't respond with her usual retort. She yawned and mumbled, "You're alone? Where's Ichin-kun?" "What? You need a guy to keep you company during your nap?" Utaha smirked. "If you want, I can make an announcement over the school's PA system to find a volunteer." While speaking, Utaha unlocked the clubroom door and stepped inside. "Wait, keep me company?" Eri, who was still hovering between sleep and wakefulness, needed a few seconds to process the comment. She snapped back to her senses and hurriedly followed Utaha into the clubroom. "Don't say weird stuff. I only asked because this is his clubroom." "Is that so?" Utaha replied, non-committal, and sat down in her usual seat. She opened her bento box and said, "Ichin-kun is eating in the classroom, so he won't be coming. You should get some rest." Exhausted, Eriri slumped onto a nearby table. As she watched Utaha unpack her lunch, she mumbled, "You're not going back to the classroom." "It's the same no matter where I rest during lunchtime," Utaha said casually, taking a bite of her food. "Besides, I wouldn't leave a half-asleep girl alone in an empty room." Eriri, hearing Utaha's response, slowly closed her eyes. She muttered under her breath, "You're more dependable than you look." And with that, she fell silent. Utaha glanced at Eriri, surprised to see she'd already fallen asleep. Wow, she must not have slept at all last night. The consequences of being addicted to a game, huh, she mused. Soon enough, Utaha finished her lunch and tidied up her things. She made sure to lock the clubroom door from the inside before settling back into her seat. She took out her phone, put on her headphones, and started playing a game since she hadn't brought her novel. Lunchtime passed quickly, and with 10 minutes left before class, Utaha decided it was time to wake Eriri up. "Eri, it's almost time for class," Utaha gently called out. Where am I?" Eriri groggily rubbed the drool from the corner of her mouth and blinked at Utaha, slowly piecing together her surroundings. "Oh, right. I'm in the clubroom." Seeing that Eri was fully awake, Utaha stifled a laugh as she pointed at the red marks on Eri's face from where her clothes had pressed against her skin. "It's time to head back to class." Eri nodded, rubbing her eyes as she stood up and followed Utaha out of the clubroom, returning to her classroom. The moment she stepped inside, the whole class turned to stare at her. The red marks on her face were far too obvious to ignore. Eri's embarrassing incident wasn't something she could talk about, so as soon as classes ended that afternoon, she rushed out of the school, her face flushed with shame, desperately avoiding any encounter with Kasumigaoka Utaha. So, even though Utaha knew what happened to Eriri, she didn't get the chance to tease her in person. The last 2 days of April passed by uneventfully. With his game released, Ichin's school life became less hectic, allowing him to step back from fully immersing himself in game development. However, he didn't come to a complete halt. During his free time at noon, Ichin would be in the clubroom, reading advanced programming books to further hone his skills. Although he had successfully developed a game on his own and was seeing promising results, Ichin knew that if he wanted to create different types of games in the future, he needed to continue improving his abilities. The first day of Golden Week, Ichin indulged in a rare late start, waking up at 9 in the morning. After a workout and his morning routine, he ate some bread and returned to his room, habitually turning on his computer. The progress on defect is looking good. I have these few days off, and Utaha mentioned needing my help with something, but that's only for one day, so that leaves me with 6 more days for development. At this pace, I should be able to finish the content for Defect by the end of the month and roll out an update. With that plan in mind, Ichin opened his video editing software to create a video update on the game's development progress. Having changed his account name, it was time to make use of it. Ichin spent most of his day editing the video and finally finished it around 4 in the afternoon. He uploaded it to the website, and while waiting for the video to be reviewed, he headed to the kitchen to whip up a quick dinner. After eating and returning to his room, he was pleased to find that the review process had gone smoothly and the video was already approved. Ichin then proceeded to contact several Bilibili creators and streamers, asking them to help share his video. Just as he finished reaching out to the last person, the doorbell rang. There weren't many people who knew his home address, so if it wasn't a delivery or takeout, it was likely the neighbor. When he opened the door, it was indeed Kasumigaoka Utaha. Standing at the doorway, Utaha took one look at Ichin's greasy face and could immediately tell he'd barely moved all day. "Were you working the whole day?" she asked. "Yeah, pretty much. Come in," Ichin replied. After letting Utaha inside, Ichin poured her a glass of juice before heading to the bathroom to wash his face. "I was making a video update on the game's progress today," Ichin explained when he returned. "I plan to maintain my account properly so that it'll be useful when developing future games as well." "You can make videos?" Utaha asked, sounding surprised. "It's not that hard, really," Ichin chuckled. "It's not like I'm making anything super professional. I just showcase some development progress, like character artwork and new cards, give a bit of commentary, and outline the future development plans. The video's already done and uploaded, so I can focus on game development tonight. Anyway, you're here to discuss that matter you mentioned before, right?" "That's right." Nodding, Utaha looked at Ichin and said, "You should be free the day after tomorrow, right? I checked the weather forecast and it looks nice, so I was hoping you could come out with me." "Sure. Where to?" Ichin asked. "There's no specific destination." Utaha felt her cheeks flush slightly as she continued, but she decided to just say it directly. "When I was talking to my editor earlier, she suggested that to make my novel more engaging and immersive, I should experience certain situations myself. So, I want you to help me get a sense of what a date feels like, so I can better write those scenes." "Huh?" Ichin was taken aback for a moment and pointed to himself. "You want me?" "Who else?" Utaha retorted. "You know I hardly interact with other guys. You're pretty much the only person my age that I talk to. Do you expect me to ask the head editor of the publishing house? That guy's older than my dad." "So, you're gathering material?" "Yes, gathering material," Utaha confirmed. "I'm not writing an isekai novel, nor one of those fake harem dramas. My story needs to be more grounded in real life. But since I've never been on a date before, the editor suggested I experience it firsthand before writing about it. I thought she had a good point, so I came to ask for your help." As for whether she had other motives, only Utaha herself knew. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Ichin understood Utaha's reasoning. Seeing him deep in thought, Utaha continued. "Besides, if I hadn't come to find you, you'd probably be cooped up at home all these days, wouldn't you?" "Yeah, with the game just launched, I need to make the most of this time," Ichin replied. "That won't do," Utaha interrupted. "Staying at home like that all the time will make you moldy." "You don't really have the right to lecture me on this," Ichin said, looking at her with exasperation. "I heard from your mom that you once holed up in your room for 3 straight days writing, only coming out to eat and use the bathroom, and not even taking a shower. If anyone's going moldy, it's you." Utaha was baffled. "Wait, how does my mom even tell you things like that?" Ichin shrugged and laughed. "I guess she sees me as a good kid. She enjoys chatting with me, so she just shared a bit more." Utaha's cheeks gradually turned red, and she forced herself to take a few deep breaths before saying, "So, are you agreeing or not?" "I never said I wasn't," Ichin replied with a smile. "Going out for a bit doesn't sound too bad. When should we meet?" 9:30 in the morning the day after tomorrow. I'll come by to get you. That's settled." With that, Utaha quickly stood up and left Ichin's place, determined to have a good talk with her mother about why she'd been sharing such embarrassing details. As he watched Utaha make her hurried exit, Ichin closed the door and couldn't help but laugh. What a funny family. Well then, time to get back to work. Since I promised to help Utaha with gathering material, I need to work extra hard today and tomorrow. Meanwhile, as Ichin returned to his work, the video he had just uploaded was slowly gaining traction, and his subscriber count was gradually increasing as well. For most students, Golden Week is the time to stay up late playing games and sleep until they naturally wake up in the morning. However, for Ichin, who is both a student and an independent game developer, Golden Week was a rare opportunity to fully concentrate on game development. After getting up in the morning, Ichin checked the game's sales data. With the increase in live streams of Slay the Spire on foreign platforms, its sales in overseas markets had also started to rise. However, the domestic sales were increasing even more rapidly. Given that it was currently the Labor Day holiday in the country, students and office workers had more free time to relax and explore new games. As a result, the game's total sales exceeded the 100,000 mark in just a few days. This was a number Ichin couldn't have imagined when he first launched the game, but it seemed he had underestimated its potential. Since the game had only been released at the end of April, the revenue for this month would only include a portion of the total earnings. However, if the current trend continued, his earnings in May would be quite substantial. With enough revenue, Ichin would be able to hire a few people to help with the development of new games, and even the subsequent updates and maintenance of Slay the Spire would become more manageable and efficient. Humming a tune with his headphones on, Ichin happily resumed his game development work. At that moment, a notification for a new email popped up in the bottom right corner of his computer screen. When he opened it, he was surprised to see that it was from WeGame, Tencent's gaming platform. They wanted to discuss the possibility of releasing Slay the Spire on their platform. Ichin hadn't expected this to happen so quickly. He originally thought that domestic platforms would only approach him after he had developed his second game. WeGame, huh? Not really interested. The process of getting a license for it takes too long. It's just not worth it, he muttered, scratching his head. Ichin then proceeded to politely decline the offer in his reply, citing his current overseas studies and solo game development as reasons. Just as he sent the email, ready to return to working on the card sets for Defect, the doorbell rang. It's probably Kasumagaoka again. My parents didn't mention sending anything over. As for his parents visiting, that was even more unlikely. Considering the flight schedule, they wouldn't be able to arrive until the afternoon. When he opened the door, it was indeed Kasamigaoka Utaha. Seeing her holding a laptop, Ichin asked, "What's up?" Utaha nodded. "I've got something to trouble you with. I'd like to do some writing at your place." "Write? Here?" Ichin was a bit confused but still invited her in. Once inside, Utaha explained, "My parents are off having their own couple's getaway, leaving me alone at home. It's kind of lonely by myself, so I thought I'd come here. Would that bother you?" Although that's what she said, the truth was that Utaha had been alone at home, writing plenty of times before. The suggestion to visit Ichin was actually from her mother, Mrs. Kasamigaoka, who had said something like this to her before leaving. "Didn't Ichin-kun give you some advice for your novel? It's the holidays now and you're both creators, so why not go over and work together to inspire each other?" After saying that, her parents had happily left without even preparing lunch or dinner for her. Upon hearing Utaha's explanation, Ichin shook his head and glanced at his living room. "It won't bother me. Where would you like to work? I don't use the living room." "Can I work in your room?" Utaha asked, adding, "I thought we could discuss some novel-related ideas as well." "My room? Sure, as long as you don't mind." Utaha had already visited his room before, and even, to his surprise, inspected under his bed once. Since Ichin didn't have anything to hide, he led her straight to his bedroom. "How about this small table? I need to use the computer desk," Ichin suggested, placing a small folding table onto the carpet. Utaha didn't mind at all. She set her laptop on the small table, plugged in the power cord, and sat down on the carpet. "This will work just fine," she said. "All right then, if sitting like this gets uncomfortable, just let me know. I'll prepare some drinks for you. What would you like?" Ichin asked. "Coffee, please." Ichin went to brew some coffee and brought back a few snacks along with it. Returning to the room, he handed them over. "Here you go, coffee and some snacks." "Thank you," Utaha replied, giving him a bright smile before diving into her writing. Seeing Utaha fully immersed in her work, Ichin put on his headphones and resumed his development tasks. The game's main framework had already been built, so the subsequent work on Defect and the Watcher would be much more manageable, as it was mostly a matter of following the established plan. In fact, Ichin had already thought of implementing a creative workshop feature when he started the game's development, allowing players to create and upload various mods to the game. In his previous life, he'd played many interesting mods, some featuring parodies of anime characters or creative card effects that were comprehensive enough to form their own systems. "Once Defect is updated and launched, I can open up the creative workshop," he mused. Both Ichin and Utaha shared a common trait. They were extremely focused once they got into their respective work, so much so that they became entirely oblivious to the passage of time or the outside world. In no time, over an hour had passed, and it was already 11:30 a.m. Having only eaten a bit of bread in the morning, followed by a cup of coffee, Ichin naturally began to feel hungry. He stopped what he was doing, rubbed his eyes, and turned his chair towards Utaha, who was still typing away. Sitting in Seiza for too long could be tiring, so Utaha had shifted into a side-sitting position. As Ichin turned around, he happened to catch a glimpse of her legs and feet wrapped in black stockings. Okay, eyes up, he quickly thought to himself. After glancing away, Ichin spoke up. It's almost noon. What do you want to do for lunch? Lunch? Utaha echoed, snapping back to reality and checking the time on her laptop. Wow, it's already this late? Should we order takeout? When she was home alone on weekends, Utaha often relied on takeout for meals. Ichin thought about it. If he were alone, he wouldn't mind, but since there was a guest, he couldn't let them both just eat takeout. After considering for a moment, he stood up and said, "How about this? You take a break and I'll prepare lunch." Watching him walk out of the room, Utaha pondered for a moment, then saved her document and got up to follow him. As soon as Ichin entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, Kasumigaoka Utaha followed him in. Taking out 2 eggs along with some meat and vegetables, Ichin asked, "What's up? You've been writing for so long, aren't you going to take a break?" Utaha countered, "Weren't you working without a break as well?" "Alright, you got me there," Ichin conceded with a shake of his head. He placed the ingredients on the counter, tied on an apron, washed his hands, and got ready to make lunch. "I'm not good at complicated dishes, so I'll just whip up some noodles. That okay with you?" "Sounds good. I'm not picky." Standing off to the side and watching him chop the vegetables, Utaha asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" "Are you sure?" Ichin turned and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "I never saw you lift a finger during our home economics classes at school. At most, you helped rinse the veggies, and if I'm not mistaken, didn't you cause quite a commotion last year?" "That's not true. You're overthinking it." "Really?" Ichin stopped chopping and turned to face her with a skeptical smile. Feeling his gaze, Utaha turned her head slightly and muttered, "I almost burned a hole through the pot, that's all." "That's all?" Ichin knew she was downplaying it. The real story was definitely much worse. He sighed and said, "Alright, how about this? You can beat these 2 eggs for me. I'll use them to make a tomato and egg stir-fry topping." "No problem. Leave it to me." Utaha gladly accepted the task. Although she had offered to help, chopping vegetables or handling the wok would have been out of her league. But beating some eggs? That she could manage. Cracking the eggs into a bowl, Utaha picked up some chopsticks and quickly whisked them, adding, "When my mom makes tamagoyaki at home, I always help her beat the eggs." As Ichin continued slicing bell peppers and shredding bamboo shoots, he nodded. "Nice, keep at it." Utaha pouted a little. She could tell Ichin's compliment was just polite encouragement, but what could she do? Cooking was definitely her weak point, even worse than her athletic skills. Accepting this was inevitable. Soon, the eggs were beaten, and she handed them over to Ichin, who started preparing the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. While Ichin wasn't exactly a culinary expert, his experience living on his own in his previous life had taught him some basic dishes. Simple home-cooked meals like this weren't a problem. With the tomato and egg stir-fry done, Ichin also whipped up a dish of shredded pork with bell peppers and bamboo shoots. Finally, he boiled some noodles, and lunch was complete. Carrying the dishes to the dining table in the living room, Ichin announced, "Add whichever toppings you like. There's also broth, so you can go with either dry or soup noodles." Utaha nodded, using the shared chopsticks to place a little of each dish onto her noodles. Picking up her own chopsticks, she said, "Itadakimasu." Although Ichin had downplayed his skills, Utaha found the food surprisingly good after taking her first bite. "Not bad at all," she remarked, looking at Ichin. "But if you're this good, why didn't you cook yourself in home economics? Why just assist? Why do more work when you can do less?" Ichin replied casually while eating. "The dishes we learn in home economics aren't that complex, so I figured I'd let the others get a chance." Utaha nodded in agreement. True, it's better to let others have that opportunity. With that, she happily continued eating. Soon, both the noodles and the 2 dishes were finished. Ichin didn't let his guest handle the dishes and instead cleaned up and brought everything to the kitchen himself, finishing quickly. When he came back out of the kitchen, he saw Utaha relaxing on the living room sofa, sipping on tea. Ichin said, "Take your time and rest a bit. I'm going back to work." After Ichin went into his room, Utaha tilted her head slightly and glanced towards the bedroom. She mumbled softly, Is this guy really one of those straight-laced types the internet talks about? Here I am, a beautiful girl sitting right here, and all he can think about is developing his game, pulling her legs up and hugging her knees. Utaha rested her chin on them, staring blankly at the TV that was playing a drama, but her mind was clearly preoccupied with other thoughts. 10 minutes later, the bedroom door opened, and Utaha walked in. As expected, Ichin was already wearing his headphones and fully engrossed in his development work. Utaha quietly approached him from behind and glanced at the computer screen, where Ichin was steadily designing card after card. She then shifted her gaze to Ichin's neatly made bed. Utaha let out a small yawn, raised her hand, and gently tapped Ichin on the shoulder. Removing his headphones, Ichin turned to her and asked, "What's up?" She pointed at his bed. "I'm feeling a bit sleepy, Ichin-kun. Can I lie down for a while?" "Huh?" Seeing his confused expression, Utaha repeated, "I said, can I lie down for a bit? I'm kind of tired and want to take a nap." "You?" Ichin hesitated, then finally replied, "You could just go home to sleep, you know." If Utaha had an anger meter, it would definitely have shot up to 100%. "No, make that 1000%. With a huff, Utaha ignored him and, under his wide-eyed gaze, went straight to his bed and laid down. She even pulled the covers over herself, turned her back to him, and closed her eyes. "I'm going to sleep. Keep it quiet," she ordered. Ichin was left utterly stunned by her series of actions. "Isn't this a bit too shameless? No, wait, maybe that's not it." Ichin shook his head. From what he knew, this didn't really fit Utaha's personality. Although he had never dated in his previous life and was fully focused on his work, and now on game development, that didn't mean he was clueless. After seriously thinking about it for a few minutes and analyzing Utaha's behavior, Ichin suddenly came to a realization. Wait a minute, is she interested in me? He turned to his phone, opened the camera app, and switched to the front-facing camera to examine his own face on the screen. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Letting out a silent sigh, he muttered to himself, "Sigh. Seems like that really might be the case. This is going to be tricky. If Kasumi-gaoka Utaha really made a move on him, should he accept it or accept it?" Although Kasumi-gaoka Utaha had initially gone to sleep with a hint of frustration, her drowsiness deepened as she lay under Ichin's blanket, and eventually she drifted off completely into slumber. Sitting in his chair, Ichin watched for a while. After 10 minutes of observing her unmoving figure, back turned to him, breathing steadily and slowly, he realized that Utaha had genuinely fallen asleep. Shaking his head helplessly, Ichin murmured softly, "You really trust me, huh? Falling asleep here so easily, I thought you were just pretending." Since she was truly asleep, Ichin decided not to continue working in the bedroom. He saved his work on the computer, left the room quietly, and closed the door gently behind him. Back in the living room, Ichin picked up a console he kept there. Knowing there was a strong chance that Utaha might have some feelings for him, though he wasn't 100% sure, he was at least 80% confident. Ichin was in a good mood. He figured he deserved some downtime. Come to think of it, ever since I started game development here, I haven't really taken the time to play any games seriously. I've just picked up a few new releases on Steam, tried them briefly, but never finished any. That won't do. I've got to complete those games. They were quite fun. For the next hour, Ichin got absorbed in a game, until an untimely interruption came. His phone rang. Although he didn't want to answer, seeing that it was his mom calling, he had no choice but to pause the game and pick up the call. "Mom, what's up?" he asked. "What? Can't I call you just because?" his mother replied in a slightly irritated tone. "Did you eat properly for lunch?" "I did. I made noodles and stir-fried a couple of dishes." "Really? Did you take a picture? Show me." "I didn't take any photos, but I can show you the kitchen leftovers as evidence," Ichin offered. "No need. Just video call me," his mom demanded, immediately hanging up and sending a video call request. With no other option, Ichin answered the video call, and there was his mother, looking at him with a satisfied smile. "All right, take me to the kitchen," she commanded. "Fine, fine," Ichin replied, leading the camera to the kitchen. He showed her the kitchen waste. Bamboo shoot peels, bell pepper seeds, and eggshells, all captured clearly on camera. Seeing this, his mom nodded approvingly. "Good, you ate well. That puts my mind at ease a little. And your grades? Are they fine too?" "Grades come second now, huh? Of course, I know how capable my son is. You're smart, so it's okay to mention them last," she replied confidently. "Wow, you really have faith in me, Mom," Ichin said with a chuckle. "Well, you're right. I got first place in the mock exams, so that's not too bad, right? That's more like it. Keep it up." After a brief scolding, his mom continued, Your dad's company has a project to follow up on, so he's been busy lately. I've been taking care of him, otherwise I would have visited you during this break. Ichin shook his head. It's fine, I've gotten used to it. I'm doing perfectly well. Do you have enough living expenses? I do, more than enough. His parents had always given him ample allowance, enough to cover his expenses comfortably. Ichin hadn't mentioned his game development plans to his parents just yet. He intended to wait until Slay the Spire had been on the market for a full month before reporting its sales figures to them. As long as it's enough, his mom said with a smile. Spend what you need to. There's no need to scrimp. If you run short, just tell me. We've got plenty of funds saved up for your studies abroad. Just as they were about to end the call, the bedroom door opened, and Kasumagaoka Utaha came out, rubbing her eyes. Ichin-kun, aren't you working? She asked sleepily. Hearing the sudden voice of a young girl, Ichin's mother was stunned. Her eyes widened as she stared at her son through the phone. Son, did I just hear a girl's voice? Oh no. Ichin glanced at the still groggy Utaha and quickly said to his mother, I have something urgent to take care of. I'll call you back later. He hurriedly ended the video call and turned off his phone. Back in China, Ichin's mother sat in her living room, staring at the now-ended video call. She pondered for a moment before saying, That definitely wasn't the TV. I didn't hear anything earlier. Could it be that Ichin has a girlfriend? With that thought in mind, she quickly stood up, grabbed her things, and headed out the door. She was planning to go to her husband's office to tell him about this. It seemed she had a trip to Japan in her future. Switching back to Ichin's perspective, Utaha, now fully awake, saw Ichin coming out of the kitchen and asked curiously, What were you doing in the kitchen? I thought I heard you talking earlier. Yeah, my mom called to check up on me, Ichin replied, feeling relieved. It was fortunate Utaha didn't understand Chinese, or that would have been a real mess. Utaha didn't think much of it and nodded. Ah, so that's why you weren't in the room. Well, you were hogging my bed. I couldn't keep working in there, could I? What if I woke you up? Ichin remarked with a chuckle. So, what's your plan now? Going to do some writing or heading home? Utaha smiled and replied, My parents won't be back until after dinner, so I'll be imposing on you a bit longer, Ichin-kun. Your parents sound pretty romantic. Are they off having a candlelight dinner? Ichin laughed. Anyway, he continued, you've already mooched lunch. I suppose dinner won't hurt either. It's the afternoon. Want some milk tea? Really? Utaha's eyes lit up. I'd love that. It's no trouble. It'll just take about 10 minutes, Ichin said, heading back to the kitchen to start preparing the milk tea, with Utaha naturally following along. After watching him work for a while, Utaha suddenly said, I'm going to pop back quickly to get something. Without overthinking it, Ichin nodded and continued to brew the black tea. In just 2 minutes, Utaha returned, holding a small notebook and a pen. She went back to the kitchen and began writing while glancing at Ichin from time to time. Seeing her actions, Ichin couldn't help but ask, What are you writing? The steps for making milk tea? You know you can find that online, right? Nope, Utaha denied with a smile. She continued scribbling as she explained. It's for the second male lead in my novel. I think I can flesh out his character better. Seeing you, Ichin-kun, I've decided to use you as a template for him. Huh? Wait a minute. Wasn't that character supposed to be? Ichin felt his worldview shatter in an instant. By evening, after having dinner, Utaha finally left. Ichin let out a long sigh of relief and immediately pulled out his phone to turn it back on. As soon as he powered it up, it rang with a video call from his mother. Since he was now alone at home, he didn't bother hitting decline and accepted the call. As the video connected, his mother's face appeared on the screen, and to his surprise, his father's as well. Dad? Ichin glanced at the clock in the living room and asked curiously, Weren't you supposed to be busy? How come you're home already? His father smiled at him and said, Well, your mom came straight to my office and told me something big was up. How could I stay and keep working after that? I wrapped things up and came home. Now, tell us, what's going on? What's going on? Nothing at all, Ichin tried to play it off. Still trying to be tight-lipped, his mother cut in with a glare. Explain it. Who was that girl's voice I heard earlier? Seeing no way out, Ichin knew if he didn't say something, his parents might just book the next flight to Japan. She's just a neighbor, really. It's not as complicated as you think. Not complicated? His mother leaned closer to the camera. You're not telling us everything, are you? Well, if you don't spill it now, I'm booking the tickets. Realizing she wasn't bluffing, Ichin quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, fine. She's not just a neighbor, she's also a classmate. She sits next to me. A classmate, huh? His parents exchanged glances, and then his mother pressed on. So, what does she look like? Huh? I asked. What does this classmate of yours look like? Ichin was stunned for a good 3 seconds before he looked at his mom and said, "Aren't you supposed to be lecturing me about how I shouldn't date early and all that stuff? Why are you asking this?" Of course we need to know. If she's pretty and has a good personality, that's one thing. But if she doesn't meet my standards, we'll have to discuss this further. Typical mom, sharp as ever. But thinking about it, it made sense. He was doing well academically, and their family was well off. His mom's main concern was his health while studying abroad, so the only other worry she had would be his relationships. If he had been studying in their home country in a regular setting, this kind of questioning would probably wait until after university. But now, being abroad, if something happened, his parents couldn't stop him immediately. It made sense to talk it out properly. Understanding his mom's reasoning, Ichin replied, "She's decent looking, I suppose. I don't have any photos, but I can find some. Give me a second." He carried his phone into his bedroom and logged onto his school's forum through his computer. As one of the top beauties at the school, even though Kasamigaoka Utaha tried to avoid it, there were bound to be some photos of her floating around. Events like the annual sports festival always left behind a few pictures. Ichin quickly found a photo from last year's sports festival. After saving it, he sent it to his father's phone via the computer. "I sent the photo to Dad's phone. Take a look, but let me be clear, there's really nothing between us." Well, for now at least, there wasn't, so technically he wasn't lying. His father picked up his phone and opened the image. He was taken aback by what he saw. "This is what you call just decent looking?" Ichin's mother peeked at the photo her husband was holding and raised an eyebrow before asking, "What's this girl's name and her grades?" "She's Kasamigaoka Utaha. As for her grades, I was ranked first in the year before coming here, and in the entrance exams I took first place again. She came in second." Suddenly remembering something, Ichin's mom asked, "Is this the neighbor you sent us that request for tea and a robot vacuum to gift?" "Yeah," Ichin nodded. "They've been taking good care of me since I came here alone for my studies. They're really nice people." A pretty neighbor, who's also his classmate and desk mate at school, with excellent grades. Apart from being a foreigner, she seemed great in every other way. From her son's answers, Ichin's mother began to consider things more seriously. Noticing his mother's thoughtful expression, Ichin's face remained calm. His mother then said, "For now, focus on your studies. Your grades must not drop. As for anything else, since we're not there to supervise you, think carefully. Just don't do anything that could hurt this girl, understand?" That's it? What else did you expect?" His mom shot him a look. "Should I fly over to keep an eye on you?" "I wouldn't mind, but you'd have to let your dad survive on small diner food for a couple of days." "Let's not do that." Ichin quickly shook his head, stopping her in her tracks. "Flying here and there would be exhausting for you." "I'm fine, really. I'll be home for summer vacation. Actually, I might not be." "What do you mean, might not be?" Ichin scratched his cheek, regretting the slip of the tongue. "Well, it's not something I can explain right now. I'll have more information by the end of the month. It's nothing bad though, don't worry." His mother still wanted to press on, but his father placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "All right, we'll wait until you can tell us more. Your mom and I haven't finished dinner yet, so let's stop here." "Got it." After hanging up the video call, Ichin slumped in his chair, rubbing his forehead. Dealing with parents is more tiring than developing games, but Kasamigaoka Utaha, He glanced at the forum page on his computer, where posts featuring Kasamigaoka's photos were frequently bumped up. After scrolling through a few, he closed the browser, collected his thoughts, and got back to working on his game. Since he had plans with Kasamigaoka tomorrow, Ichin didn't work late that night and went to bed before midnight. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Ichin woke up on time and went for his usual run. After a shower and breakfast, he mumbled to himself, "Even though Kasamigaoka said it's for research, I really don't know what to expect. Ichin, focus on developing the game. Don't let other things mess with your mindset." Half an hour later, dressed in casual wear, he headed next door and rang the bell. The door opened quickly, and there stood Kasamigaoka Utaha in a dress with a blue vest over it, her long black hair meticulously straightened. Seeing her like that, Ichin's resolve wavered. Mindset? What mindset? Despite the emotional turmoil he felt, Ichin maintained his usual calm expression. Looking at Utaha, he greeted her. "Good morning. Are you ready?" Utaha nodded and stepped out, joining Ichin. "Let's go." As Yutaha closed her door, Ichin happened to catch sight of Mrs. Kasumogaoka inside, who gave him a knowing wave with a mischievous smile on her face. Ichin's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded back at her before walking alongside Utaha towards the apartment elevator. Once inside, Ichin pressed the button for the first floor and asked, "So, have you decided where to go first?" Utaha smiled softly. "Yes, let's go to Shibuya. I was thinking of Shinjuku, but we've been to the shopping district there a few times recently. It's been a while since I've been to Shibuya." "Alright, Shibuya it is. I'm fine with that." "Shibuya, huh? I guess it's going to be a shopping trip," Ichin thought. Even Kasumigaoka can't resist the temptation of shopping? Girls, huh? Noticing Ichin's indifferent demeanor, Utaha asked, "Ichin-kun, is there anywhere you want to go? We have plenty of time today. After we're done in the morning, you can suggest somewhere for the afternoon." "I haven't really given it much thought," Ichin shrugged. "Since you're here for research, it's better to follow the storyline of your novel. I went straight to bed after finishing my work last night and didn't have time to plan anything. Besides, I'm just a foreigner, so it's better for you, the local, to choose the places." Utaha narrowed her eyes at him, saying, "Ichin-kun, that won't do. When you're out with a girl, you can't leave all the planning to her." "But isn't this for research?" Ichin retorted. "If this were a real date, I'd definitely plan something fun. But since it's for your novel, you, the author, should take the lead, right?" Utaha felt a pang of frustration. Why did I have to call this a research trip in the first place? While gathering material was indeed important and one of the objectives today, it wasn't something that had to be done urgently. What she truly wanted was to experience a typical boy-girl date. But now that she had said it, and Ichin had taken it seriously, Utaha knew she had to stick with the excuse for now. There's still a way to handle this. "Fine, let's focus on research first," Utaha sighed as the elevator doors opened. As they walked out, she continued, "But Ichin-kun, in my story, the main characters meet by chance and then spend time together. So, I hope you won't approach this purely from a research standpoint. Just treat it like a normal outing, alright?" "Got it. Today, you call the shots." Ichin agreed, and the two of them left the apartment building, heading towards the bus stop. The train station was a bit farther away, but the bus would get them there just as easily. While waiting for the bus, Ichin asked, "In your next storyline, what's the relationship status between the main characters?" "Relationship status, huh?" Utaha pondered for a moment. "Well, they're good friends who have mutual feelings but haven't realized it yet. Then, due to the appearance of the second male lead, the female lead mistakenly believes that he has feelings for her, causing her to be conflicted." "Ah, Ichin-kun, should I treat you as the main character or the second lead today? I could tweak the story so that the female lead runs into the second lead by chance outside. Since I based the second lead on you, maybe that would be easier to write." "Please, spare me from these conversations," Ichin responded with a look of utter despair. After all, because of him, Utaha had turned the second male lead in her story into a closeted guy, and unfortunately, she modeled that character after him. It was impossible to say he wasn't feeling down. However, Utaha seemed quite amused, gently nudging Ichin's arm with her shoulder. She looked at his profile and said, "Don't be so concerned, Ichin-kun. It's all a necessary sacrifice for the sake of my writing." "Then, can I ask you to use someone else as a reference?" Ichin replied, slightly exasperated. "Nope, not happening," Utaha countered cheerfully. "You're the only guy around my age that I'm this close with. Who else would I use?" "A sacrifice for your writing, huh? Fine, do whatever you want, but just promise me you won't tell anyone you based it on me. I really don't want people getting the wrong idea." Utaha readily agreed, clearly finding his concern amusing. "Don't worry, Ichin-kun. I won't let anyone misunderstand you." While they chatted, the bus arrived and the two of them boarded. The bus wasn't crowded, with only a few scattered passengers. After purchasing their tickets, Ichin and Utaha headed to the back of the bus and found 2 seats. Utaha sat by the window, and Ichin took the seat to her left. Since they had been at the bus stop, Ichin had caught a faint, pleasant fragrance coming from Utaha. It wasn't the scent of shampoo or body wash, probably perfume. He glanced over at her and noticed the light makeup she had put on. Clearly, she had taken quite some time to prepare before leaving the house, unlike him. For a guy, it was enough to just clean up, fix his hair, and wear something presentable. This was the first time Ichin had gone out like this with a girl, and once they sat down, he found himself unsure of what to do next. With no better option, he pulled out his phone and logged into Steam to check the game's sales numbers. But Ichin wasn't the only one feeling tense. Utaha herself was just as nervous. She had felt confident while planning the outing alone last night, but once they were actually out together, her confidence faltered. Seeing Ichin fiddling with his phone, Utaha leaned in a little closer, her curiosity piqued. "Checking the sales?" she asked. A few strands of her hair brushed against Ichin's shoulder, occasionally tickling his cheek, causing his heart to beat a little faster. "Yeah," Ichin replied. "I hadn't checked this morning yet. The numbers are looking good. It's almost at 150,000 copies." A smile spread across Ichin's face, unable to contain his excitement. His good mood seemed to be contagious, as Utaha smiled back and said, "That's wonderful. I'm sure the sales will keep going up. Let's have a nice meal at lunch to celebrate." "Yeah, we definitely should." Soon enough, they reached Shibuya, got off the bus, and began their day of research. On a weekend in Shibuya, the streets were packed with people, all out enjoying their holiday. Ichin glanced at Kazumigaoka beside him and asked, "Where should we go first, the mall or just walk around?" "The mall," Utaha replied, pointing toward a large shopping complex ahead. "There are a lot of clothing brands there, and I need to pick some outfits for the upcoming summer. My novel earnings just got credited at the end of April, and I haven't really spent much yet." Ichin nodded. "Yeah, you've earned it, so you should treat yourself. Let's go." They started heading toward their destination, but with so many pedestrians around, Ichin soon felt a gentle tug on his sleeve as Utaha lightly grabbed hold of it. Ichin didn't resist and spoke softly. "It's really crowded today. Be careful not to get bumped into. Stay a bit closer." Utaha nodded and moved a little closer to Ichin. "I didn't expect there to be so many people," Utaha remarked. "Is everyone really this free?" Ichin chuckled. "Well, it is a holiday. Office workers have exhausting schedules, so naturally, they'd want to unwind when they get the chance. And I've heard that in Japan it's common for employees to work overtime, right?" "Probably," Utaha replied. "Even my dad has to work overtime occasionally, and he's in middle management. It's probably worse for younger employees who just joined the company." "Yeah, the world is a tough place nowadays," Ichin said, shaking his head. "I'm glad I'm planning to start my own studio in the future. It'll be hard work, but at least I'll be doing something I love. What about you, Uta? Do you plan on continuing to write novels? You're in your second year of high school, so you'll be thinking about future career plans soon, right?" "Yeah, probably after the midterm exams," Utaha replied. She hadn't really considered this topic before, but now that Ichin brought it up, she pondered for a moment. "I do enjoy writing novels. There's something about creating stories with my own hands that I find fulfilling. But I'm not sure if I can keep doing it forever. I've already faced quite a few challenges, and I'm just getting started." "That's true. Everything's just beginning, so there's no need to rush. With your grades, getting into a good university won't be difficult, and you'll have time to figure out what you really want to do in the future," Ichin encouraged. "Yeah, I'll definitely aim for a university," Utaha agreed, then smiled at Ichin. "But Ichin-kun, you seem to have already decided on your future path. You're pretty determined." "Of course," Ichin said confidently. "I've had this dream for a long time. I want to become a world-renowned game developer, but this is just the start. Although, there's one thing that's been on my mind a lot lately." "What's that?" Utaha asked. "The issue of setting up a studio," Ichin explained, sharing a thought that often crossed his mind. "Look, Slay the Spire is out now, and sales are great. Once the updates are done and it transitions to the official version, I'll be ready to start developing a new game. But the new game's overall production complexity won't be comparable to this one. I might be able to manage it on my own, but the progress would be excruciatingly slow, like, really slow. But if I set up a studio now, by the time I graduate high school or even college, I'll have to decide whether to return home or stay here. What would happen to the studio's staff in the future?" "Oh, right," Utaha realized. "You came here to study abroad." Utaha also realized this issue and began to analyze it. "If you recruit talented developers here, it'll be hard to manage if you plan to return to your home country later, Ichin-kun. Oh, what if you establish studios in both locations? I've been researching game companies these days, and many of them have development studios around the world, like Ubisoft. Setting up studios in both places, huh? That's actually a good idea," Ichin nodded, smiling. "But thinking about this now feels a bit arrogant, doesn't it? I don't even have a shadow of a studio yet, and I'm already planning to open multiple branches." "What's wrong with that? You need to set ambitious goals. Didn't you say you wanted to become a world-renowned game developer? I have faith in you, Ichin-kun." "You have faith in me?" Ichin muttered softly, then smiled at the girl beside him. Thanks, Kasamigaoka. That gives me even more motivation. Utaha's cheeks turned slightly pink as she smiled charmingly and met Ichin's gaze. Freshly made croquettes. Get your fresh croquettes here. A vendor's call from a nearby shop interrupted their pleasant moment. Ichin quickly snapped back to reality, cleared his throat and said, we've reached the mall. Let's head inside. Utaha, her face still slightly flushed, responded, yes, let's go in. Her grip on Ichin's sleeve tightened just a little. The mall was bustling with people, just as lively as the streets outside. After entering, Ichin took a look around and saw that the mall was primarily filled with clothing stores, some of which he recognized, while others were entirely new to him. Once inside, Utaha's attention shifted, her mood visibly brightened. She eagerly pulled Ichin onto the escalator, heading straight to the second floor. Before long, Utaha led them into a women's clothing store on the second floor. I come here often. Let's see if they have any new arrivals, she said. The store was busy, with several customers browsing for clothes. Many of the female customers were accompanied by male partners, so Ichin's presence didn't draw much attention. Soon, Utaha picked out 2 dresses. Ichin-kun, I'm going to try these on. Wait here, okay? She said happily as she headed into the fitting room, leaving Ichin waiting outside. During the wait, Ichin glanced around the store. He noted to himself, I'm the youngest one here. The other guys seem to be in their 20s or 30s. He also observed that, although many of the female shoppers were stylishly dressed, none quite matched Kasumigaoka in terms of looks or figure. A moment later, the fitting room door opened, and Utaha stepped out wearing a fitted floral dress with a cinched waist. The style was entirely different from the simple white dress she had worn earlier. Seeing her now, Ichin was reminded of the lead actress in a Korean drama. Of course, her face wasn't so dramatically unrecognizable. Utaha twirled in front of Ichin and asked, how about this one? It looks really nice, Ichin replied, giving her a thumbs up after admiring her outfit. It suits you well, but perhaps it might look even better with a different hairstyle. Given that Ichin had experience with art-related work during his time developing games in his past life, his aesthetic sense wasn't too shabby. A different hairstyle? Utaha tilted her head slightly and brushed her long, straight black hair with her fingers. Then tell me, what kind of hairstyle do you think would look better? It doesn't need to be anything too complicated, Ichin mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Maybe some curls would work. No, wait, on second thought, keep it as it is. It looks great right now. Utaha smiled and narrowed her eyes at Ichin. Ah, does Ichin-kun prefer long, straight black hair? Ichin nodded honestly. Yeah, compared to other hairstyles, I do prefer long, straight black hair. And you, Kasumigaoka, really suit it. Other styles just, after mentally imagining a few alternatives, Ichin firmly stated they wouldn't look as good as your current hairstyle. Ichin's straightforward confession left Utaha feeling a bit embarrassed. She brushed her hair behind her ear and turned toward the fitting room. I'll go try on another outfit. Was she shy? If Ichin wasn't mistaken, Utaha's ears had turned a bit red. It seemed that even she could get flustered. Shaking his head, Ichin waited patiently. Inside the fitting room, Utaha didn't start changing immediately. Instead, she sat down and tried to calm herself. She gently held a lock of her long hair, speaking quietly to herself. So he likes long, straight black hair, huh? When he first mentioned that another hairstyle might suit the dress, I was considering trying something new. But then he said that, it's so like Ichin-kun to be so open about his preferences. It's not bad though. Determined to keep her hair well maintained, Utaha began changing clothes. For the next half hour, Ichin was treated to an endless fashion show as Utaha tried on one outfit after another. From bohemian styles to British chic, she showcased a variety of looks, each giving Ichin a fresh perspective. In the end though, Utaha only purchased a light blue dress. Only one? Ichin asked, taking the shopping bag handed over by the clerk. There were a few others you seemed to really like. Smiling, Utaha replied, we still have several more stores to visit, so there's no rush. All right, Ichin agreed. After visiting 3 more shops, Utaha bought 2 more outfits and even picked up a jacket for her mother. Passing by a lingerie store, Utaha glanced at Ichin and asked, Ichin-kun, do you want to go in here? Huh? Ichin was momentarily confused until he turned to look at the store she meant. Feeling a bit awkward, he replied, please, don't tease me like that. I can't accompany you in there. Don't worry, I was just mentioning it. I wasn't planning to buy anything today. Well, thank goodness. I wouldn't even know how to react, Ichin thought, letting out a sigh of relief. He then asked, we came out today to do some research, but so far it's just been shopping. Do you have other plans? Of course I do. I've saved those for the afternoon, Utaha said brightly. But for now, let's find a restaurant for lunch. It's already midday. Time had flown by as they visited one store after another, and lunchtime had arrived before they knew it. Ichin and Utaha left the mall and headed to a popular nearby restaurant for lunch. After eating and resting for a bit, they came out of the restaurant and found themselves in front of a movie theater. Going to watch a movie? Ichin asked. That's right, Utaha nodded as she led the way into the theater. After storing their shopping bags in a locker, they headed toward the ticket counter together. There's a scene in my novel that involves watching a movie, so I wanted to experience it firsthand. Plus, it's been a while since I've been to the theater. Ichin-kun, do you have a movie you want to watch? I'll let you decide this time. A movie, huh? Ichin hadn't kept up with recent releases due to school and spending most of his time developing games at home. He glanced over the list of currently playing films and noticed one that piqued his interest. Free Guy? Ichin vaguely remembered seeing trailers for it before leaving the country. So it was out already, huh? He suggested, how about Free Guy? I don't think you've seen it yet. I'm pretty interested in it. Utaha's eyes fell on the title after Ichin mentioned it. It seemed to be related to games. As expected of you, Ichin-kun, Utaha teased, smiling. Even when we're out to watch a movie, you're still thinking about games. Sorry, occupational hazard, Ikin said helplessly. If you'd rather pick something else, I can always watch this one later. No need. Let's go with this one, Utaha decisively told the ticket agent. Are there seats left for the 2:30 screening? Yes, there are. Please choose your seats, the ticket agent replied, and a seating chart appeared on the screen in front of them. However, many seats were already taken. After scanning the screen, Utaha noted, there aren't many good seats left. The ticket agent offered a suggestion. If you prefer, we have a special screening room with couples seats available for the 2:30 show. However, the tickets are a bit more expensive. Would you be interested? Couples seats? Utaha's eyes lit up at the mention. Let's go with that. Let me pick the seats. She turned to Ichin with a smile. It's all for research, you know. Research. Yeah, right. Like I'm buying that. However, since Utaha was insistent, Ichin had no objections. He let her choose the seats and took out his wallet to pay for the tickets. When Ichin paid first, Utaha seemed a bit surprised but quickly accepted it with a pleased expression. With their tickets in hand, the two found seats in the waiting area to pass the time until the show started. It wasn't even 2 o'clock yet, so they had a while before the screening. As they sat down, Utaha's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she faced Ichin. Ichin-kun, what do you think the couple seats will be like? What else could they be? Probably just 2 seats pushed together without a divider between them, Ichin replied. Oh my, Ichin-kun seems pretty knowledgeable about this. Utaha leaned forward playfully. Have you been to one before? Ichin couldn't help but feel that Kasumigaoka was getting bolder with her words. He shot Utaha a look and calmly replied, no. I've just seen videos online showing similar couples' seating arrangements in cinemas, and I think you might have a slight misconception about high school life in China. They're really strict about early relationships, and I was always focused on my studies. I didn't have the time or opportunity to go out and watch movies on weekends. Is that so? Utaha nodded thoughtfully and then grinned. So that means your first time in a couple's seat is with me? Well, although that phrase could be easily misinterpreted, technically, you're not wrong. Seeing Ichin's unbothered expression, Utaha pouted slightly. You really are thick-skinned. It's not thick skin, it's just that I've come to understand that you never mean anything good, Ichin chuckled, taking a sip of his cola. We've known each other for 2 months now, after all. That's true, 2 months already. Utaha echoed with a soft smile as she looked at him. In the past, Utaha would never have imagined herself going out with a boy like this, much less watching a movie together at the theater. And earlier, she even had the audacity to take over his bed for a nap. But, surprisingly, it didn't feel bad at all. At 2:10 p.m., the entrance to the screening room opened. Ichin and Utaha handed in their tickets and entered the so-called couples seating theater. As expected, there were fewer seats in this screening room, with each pair of seats spaced apart, explaining why the ticket prices were higher than usual. After settling into their seats, Utaha looked around at the other couples entering the room and remarked, I was wondering if we might see some different types of people here. Huh? What do you mean by different types? Ichin asked, confused. Look over there, Utaha pointed out. Following her gaze, Ichin saw 2 men who had entered together and were seated in a secluded corner of the back row. Ichin quickly averted his eyes, pretending to focus on the still dark screen, while Utaha continued to sneak glances for a while. Finally, she snapped back to reality, and with the lights still on, she eagerly pulled out her notebook and began writing. I never expected such an unexpected find today. Maybe I can use this for the subplot involving the second male lead. Better jot it down, she muttered, scribbling away. Ichin covered his face with one hand, feeling the weight of his self-inflicted trouble. Why did I ever tell her about that? He thought to himself in regret. 2 minutes later, after jotting down her thoughts, Utaha put her notebook back in her bag and glanced at Ichin beside her. Ichin-kun, this seat feels quite different from the regular ones, doesn't it? Well, given the higher ticket price, the service should be a bit better, Ichin replied casually. He turned to look at her, only to realize just how close Kasumigaoka was sitting to him. Without the usual armrest between them, the double seat was much closer than he had anticipated. From this close, he could see the length of her eyelashes and how pretty they were, unintentionally causing him to stare in a daze. Noticing his gaze, Utaha's face gradually turned pink and the blush spread to her ears and neck. Fortunately, the dim lighting in the theater concealed it somewhat. Otherwise, Utaha felt she wouldn't be able to stay there any longer. Ichin's unintentional stare seemed to be more potent than she had imagined. But she couldn't back down now, so Utaha met his gaze, locking eyes with him. The longer she looked, the faster her heart seemed to beat. Then, with a click, the lights in the theater dimmed completely, and the screen lit up, snapping them both back to reality. As advertisements began rolling on the big screen, Ichin awkwardly scratched his cheek. Looks like it's starting soon. Yeah, Utaha murmured softly, then fell silent. After the advertisements finished, the movie finally began. Although Ichin hadn't seen Free Guy before, he was somewhat familiar with it from trailers. It seemed to be about a protagonist who realizes he's an NPC in a game that's about to be shut down, leading him to try and save his world. As the plot progressed, both Ichin and Utaha became absorbed in the story. The movie was well made. As a seasoned gamer, Ichin caught several gaming references and took the opportunity to explain them to Utaha, ensuring she didn't miss anything significant. Overall, despite its game-centric setting and in-jokes, it turned out to be a pretty enjoyable popcorn flick, complete with impressive visual effects and action sequences. The lead actor, who played Deadpool, was quite solid in his role. However, Ichin occasionally noticed that some of the couples in the theater seemed more focused on each other than on the movie, taking advantage of the dark to engage in some risque activities. Wow, bold moves, Ichin thought, shaking his head. He glanced at Utaha beside him. As the movie progressed, she seemed to inch closer without realizing it, lightly leaning against his shoulder, completely unaware of the activities happening in other parts of the theater. Well, at least that's a relief, he thought. The 2 hours flew by. When they left the screening room, both Ichin and Utaha were quite satisfied with the movie. Stretching lazily, Ichin smiled. That was a good movie. The tickets were worth it. Utaha seemed equally pleased. The film was enjoyable, and they got to sit in couples seats, although there wasn't much more development between them. This sort of time spent together already sparked some creative ideas for her. They managed to enjoy themselves while also gathering some inspiration. Mission accomplished. After retrieving their belongings from the lockers and leaving the theater, it was already past 4:30 p.m. Ichin turned to Utaha and asked, "Anywhere else you'd like to go?" Utaha glanced around and pointed to a nearby bookstore. "How about we check that place out? I've finished the book I was reading, so I'd like to find something new." "Sure, let's go." Ichin readily agreed. The bookstore was a large, comprehensive one, so it should also have books on software programming. After wandering around the bookstore for a while, Utaha picked up a new novel, while Ichin grabbed 2 books on programming. After their purchases, it was time to find a place for dinner. For dinner, they went to a barbecue restaurant. After enjoying a delicious meal, it was time to head home. The most convenient way back was by bus, so Ichin and Kasumigaoka decided to head to the nearest bus stop. Halfway there, a few women carrying boxes exited an office building ahead of them. All of them looked dejected, and 2 of them even had red, teary eyes. Seeing this, Utaha muttered softly, "Did they just get fired? But wait, isn't this supposed to be a holiday?" Ichin didn't respond right away, instead lifting his gaze to the signboard hanging outside the building. Eagle Jump? The moment he saw that name, Ichin's memory surged forward. This company had produced a well-known game series called Fairy's Story, and its 3rd installment had been released not too long ago. Ichin even had a physical copy of the game lying in his room back in China. Moreover, he recalled something else. This wasn't just any company. In an anime he once watched, the protagonist worked at a company with this very same name. New game. Yes, that was it. And if he remembered correctly, the characters in the anime were all women, too. But what was going on now? With a furrowed brow, Ichin quietly explained the situation to Utaha as they approached the group of women. Understanding the context, Utaha realized it was a game development company. So Ichin-kun wants to investigate? She remembered his plans to start his own studio. If these people really were leaving their company, wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to recruit them? As they got closer, they overheard the conversation between the women. A beautiful girl with a single ponytail, who looked like a well-bred young lady, spoke in a choked voice. Why did the company have to do this all of a sudden? Another woman, slightly older and with long blonde hair, replied with a resigned sigh. I don't know either. Everything seemed fine until recently, and then headquarters ran into financial trouble. So, they decided to cut off studios like ours that weren't bringing in significant revenue. A third girl with twin pigtails, who was very petite, barely 150 centimeters tall, sighed heavily. I've only been here for a year, and Fairy's story was just released a few months ago. Couldn't they have held on a little longer? At that moment, a woman with long gray hair and glasses came out of the building, also carrying a box. She sighed as she spoke. There's nothing I could do. When I heard the news, I tried to negotiate with the higher-ups. But unfortunately, due to their heavy investments in new ventures, the company faced a massive funding shortfall. Although our team has been creating new games every year, the returns weren't as good as expected, and the expenses for facilities, staff, equipment, all of it costs money. Plus, it wasn't just us. Multiple studios and departments were downsized last month as well. Just as she finished explaining, the gray-haired woman noticed Ichin and Utaha approaching. She particularly caught Ichin's gaze, quickly realizing that he seemed to be there specifically to talk to them. When Ichin approached the group, he asked, "Excuse me, are you all developers from Eagle Jump? You must be Yagami Ko, the lead artist, right?" The striking appearance of Ichin left Yagami Ko a bit flustered. With her cheeks slightly flushed, she smiled and replied, "Aha, yes, that's me, Yagami Ko." "Hello," Ichin greeted her politely before continuing. "May I ask what happened to your company? I'm a big fan of Fairy's story." The gray-haired woman chuckled bitterly. This isn't exactly a secret in the industry anymore. The parent company ran into financial difficulties, so they needed to cut expenses by selling off or closing down less profitable ventures. Several small studios under them, like ours, were affected first. I see, Ichin nodded, now fully understanding the situation. It was indeed a frustrating turn of events. Eagle Jump had always produced quality games, but they never seemed to be financially successful, just like a few other game developers he remembered. Such companies often ended up either being acquired by larger corporations or disbanded entirely. With this in mind, Ichin turned to the group and asked, "So, have any of you already found another job?" "To be honest, I'm an independent game developer. I've only completed one game so far, but I'm looking to expand and establish my own studio for future projects." As he spoke, Ichin pulled out his phone and showed his Steam backend to Yagami Ko. She, still trying to process Ichin's words, took the phone hesitantly. Then, she noticed the game displayed on the screen. "Wait, is this Slay the Spire? Aoba, haven't you been playing this recently?" Yagami Ko asked, surprised. "Ah, it is." The twin-tailed girl, Aoba, leaned over and looked at Ichin with wide eyes. "Are you the developer of Slay the Spire?" Ichin nodded with a smile. "That's right, my name is Ichin. The developer name is based on my initials." The gray-haired woman glanced at the phone screen and raised her eyebrows. "Well, this is unexpected. You're the rising star in the industry we were discussing recently. Although the game currently only has a PC version, it's already generated a fair bit of buzz. So, are you here to recruit us?" "That's correct," Ichin replied confidently. "I know you've all just lost your jobs, and this must be a difficult time, but I really don't want to miss this opportunity. I have quite a few new game ideas in mind, but it's impossible to execute them all alone. I need a team." "Hold on." Yagami Ko returned the phone to Ichin, her face filled with astonishment. "You developed this game by yourself. Is that even true?" Before Ichin could answer, Utaha chimed in. "Yes, Ichin-kun developed it all on his own. It took him less than 2 months from the start of development to the game's release, and he managed everything by himself, all while keeping up with his schoolwork." "You're still a student?" Yagami Ko blurted out, eyes wide. Ichin nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'm a foreign exchange student from China, currently a second year at Toyogasaki Academy." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. a high school exchange student who had developed a game on his own and sold over 100,000 copies within a week of its release. It was almost unbelievable, seeing the group of beautiful women of varying ages all displaying the same expression of disbelief. Ichin found it quite amusing. However, he continued, "So, what do you think of my proposal? If this time and place aren't suitable, we can arrange a meeting in the next few days to discuss things in detail." The women all looked towards the gray-haired woman, clearly the one in charge. She adjusted her glasses thoughtfully before taking out her phone. "Sure, let's exchange contact information first. My name is Shizuku Hazuki. I'm the production director of the studio. Please take care of us." "Likewise," Ichin replied, exchanging contact details with her. After that, he and Utaha bid them farewell and left. There were likely more employees coming out, and it seemed the group had plenty of other matters to handle. After leaving the building of Eagle Jump and walking some distance away, Utaha Kasumigaoka finally spoke up. "Ichin-kun, are you planning to bring those people into your studio?" "Yes," Ichin nodded. "I've played the games developed by this company. They aren't large-scale productions, and their art style leans toward fantasy and cutesy designs, but their artistic strength is quite solid. What I lack right now are skilled artists. Among them, Yagami Ko stands out. She's been mentioned in several game industry news articles as someone big companies have tried to poach over the past few years. She's very talented in art direction. In fact, she was responsible for the character designs in Fairy's Story 3. "I see. I thought you were just drawn to their good looks," Utaha remarked with a teasing smile. "Not at all," Ichin replied, shaking his head. "As long as they're talented, I wouldn't care if they were middle-aged, overweight men. I'd still bring them in." "Let's not go that far," Utaha immediately objected. "That kind of scene would be too scary. For the sake of the workplace environment, I'd rather not see that." While saying this, Utaha unconsciously included herself as part of Ichin's studio. Or perhaps, a more fitting title would be the boss's wife. Ichin just chuckled, not denying it. "In any case, I've found some candidates. Now, I need to attract as many talented people as I can." Soon, they arrived at the bus stop, and just as a bus approached, the two of them got on. Only a couple of minutes after settling into their seats, Ichin received a message from Hazuki, whom he had exchanged contact information with earlier. "Hazuki. Ichin-kun, I've shared your details with everyone. Some of them are considering switching jobs, while others want to try applying to major companies. However, the ones you met earlier, along with a few others, are interested in meeting with you. When would you be available?" "Willing to meet, huh?" Seeing the message, Ichin smiled with satisfaction. Although it wasn't everyone, the ones he had met earlier seemed to be mostly from the art department, which was exactly what he needed. Ichin immediately composed a message in response. "Ichin. How about the day after tomorrow? I'll arrange a time and place so we can all meet up. Tomorrow, everyone can handle their ongoing matters. As for me, I plan to use tomorrow to work on my ideas for a new game. I think if I can present these ideas, it will make them more inclined to join my team." On the other side, Hazuki was with Yagami Ko and two other friends. After reading Ichin's reply, Hazuki smiled and said, "Looks like he's more reliable than I expected. I think it's worth giving it a shot. What do you all think?" Yagami Ko nodded. "Agreed. If Slay the Spire really was developed by him alone, then there's no doubt about his capabilities. It's only natural for someone like him to move forward after achieving initial success and to want to establish his own studio. While it may not be on the same scale as Eagle Jump, I'm quite interested in giving it a try." After Yagami Ko finished speaking, a gentle-looking woman with short hair beside her added, "Since Ko-chan wants to give it a try, I'm fine with it too. Let's go ahead and meet him." Another woman with long hair, darker skin, and a calm expression also agreed. "I'm willing to meet as well. I haven't found a new job yet anyway." "Great! Umiko, you're on board too, which means if the meeting goes well, you all can continue working together." Hazuki clapped her hands happily. Umiko then turned her gaze to Hazuki and asked, "What about you, Hazuki?" "Well," Hazuki tilted her chin thoughtfully and said with a smile, "I'm planning to take a break and spend some time with my family, but I am interested in Ichin's studio, so as long as nothing major comes up, I'll definitely join you all later on." "That's good to hear," Umiko nodded, no longer having any concerns. Back on Ichin's side, he and Utaha took the bus back to their apartment building and parted ways. Once home, Ichin took a shower and then immediately sat down in front of his computer. He created 2 new folders. 1. Hollow Knight. 2. Dead Cells. These were the two games Ichin was planning to develop next. One was a 2D Metroidvania action game, and the other was a pixel art game that blended Metroidvania elements with roguelike features. Both were standout indie games that Ichin personally loved. They weren't massive in scale, but had distinctive styles, making them great projects to start with for his new studio. But then again, if the upcoming negotiations went well, those recruits were already familiar with each other, which would allow them to dive into development much faster. Ichin cracked his neck to loosen up, feeling energized at the thought of finally establishing his own studio. Just as he was about to start working with his graphics tablet, a thought struck him. If the studio gets set up, where will the office be? We can't use Eagle Jump old company space, and I won't be hiring all of their staff, so there's no need for such a large place, and this apartment obviously won't work either. Crossing his arms in thought, Ichin eventually picked up his phone and called his father. At this hour, Ichin's father had already returned home and finished dinner. Seeing his son's call, he answered immediately. "Hey, Ichin, what's up?" "Dad, I need to tell you something and ask for your help." "Oh?" His father's interest was piqued, and he sat up straight. "Go on, what is it?" Ichin's mother, who was sitting beside his father, motioned for him to put the phone on speaker. Once the speaker was on, Ichin's voice came through clearly. "Well, I've been working on something besides my schoolwork these past few months. I developed a game, and it launched at the end of April. It's been selling well, and now I'm planning to set up a studio, but I haven't settled on a location yet." "A game? A studio?" Ichin's father was momentarily stunned before putting two and two together. "So this is what you've been keeping secret?" "Yep. I originally planned to show you the results after the game had been on sale for a month, but I ran into a situation this evening that might push up the timeline for setting up the studio." Ichin then explained to his father how he had run into some of Eagle Jumpin' employees. "Basically, it was an unexpected but fortunate coincidence. I met some people with the talent I need. If the negotiations go well, I intend to set up the studio immediately. But for that, I need an office space. I can't just do it out of our house, right?" After listening to the whole story, Ichin's father didn't get angry about his son's secret game development. Instead, he curiously asked, "So, how are your game's sales going so far?" "It was released at the end of April. When I launched it, I got some streamers both domestically and internationally to help with promotion. Plus, the game's quality is pretty decent, so it's sold around 150,000 copies so far," Ichin explained. 150,000 copies? How much are you selling the game for?" his dad asked. Ichin answered directly. "Since the game isn't fully developed yet, it's currently in early access. I set the price in the domestic market at 50 yuan per copy. In lower-priced regions, it's a bit cheaper, and in higher-priced regions, it's a bit more expensive. Once the final version is out, I'll raise the domestic price slightly to around 65 yuan. On the other end of the line, Ichin's father was doing some quick mental math, muttering to himself, "Let's see, 150,000 copies at 50 yuan each, subtracting taxes and revenue shares." There was a pause before Ichin's dad took a sharp breath and exclaimed, "You've really got some talent, kid." Ichin grinned at his father's compliment. "It's not bad, I guess. Could be better." "Not bad?" his dad laughed. "I've known you were into games since you were little, so I've got some idea about the game industry here. What you've accomplished is incredible, especially considering you developed it on your own, and it's not even been a full month since the release." "But Ichin," he continued, his tone turning serious. Hearing his dad call his name, Ichin knew the real conversation was about to start. "As for your studio plans, I'm on board. Don't worry about your mother's opinion, I'll handle it. But if you're going to do this, then you need to do it right. No quitting halfway, and your studies can't suffer either. You have to keep your grades up, understood?" Without hesitation, Ichin responded, "No problem. I'll keep my grades in the top 3 every time." He didn't promise to always be number 1 because Yutaha was also very strong academically. If she went all out, she might surpass him at times. Ichin's dad wasn't too fixated on his son always being at the top. He just wanted to see the right attitude. Nodding, he said, "All right, since you've agreed, make sure you stick to it. Now, how many people are you planning to hire for this studio?" After a brief moment of consideration, Ichin replied, "For now, about 7 or 8. 7 or 8, huh?" His father pondered for a moment before coming up with an idea. "When I was arranging your current place, I worked with a friend in Japan. The apartment building you're in was built fairly recently, so there should still be vacant units. I'll call him and have him get in touch with you. If there are 2 adjacent apartments, you can take them. If not, find something nearby and buy 2 units to connect them. Wow, Ichin thought. He had planned on renting, but his dad was suggesting outright buying 2 apartments? That would save him a huge expense. Overjoyed, Ichin said, "Thanks, Dad. No need to thank me. Consider this my support. Keep up the good work. Oh, and send me the name of your game. I want to check it out." After a few more brief exchanges, Ichin's father hung up. When the call ended, Ichin's mother turned to her husband. "You agreed just like that?" "Well, what else was I supposed to do? He's doing great, so of course I should support him," he replied. He received a message from Ichin with a link and led his wife into their home office. Opening up the computer, he clicked on the link, which directed him to Slay the Spire's store page on Steam. After seeing the number of reviews and their content on the store page, he searched for some news articles related to the game and found them full of praise for Slay the Spire. With a satisfied smile, Ichin's dad turned to his wife. "Now you can relax, right?" Having seen everything, Ichin's mom had no choice but to agree. "All right, let's let him give it a try. As long as it doesn't interfere with his studies, this could be really beneficial for his future." Since his wife was on board, Ichin's dad proceeded to contact his friend in Japan. Not long after, Ichin received a call informing him that a unit on the 3rd floor of his building had just gone up for sale, and the adjacent apartment was also vacant, perfect for his needs. After a brief discussion, they tentatively decided to proceed with the plan, intending for Ichin's dad to purchase the units right after the upcoming meeting. "Oh right, if the studio does come together," Ichin thought, "I would need to officially register the company. After all, he'd be hiring people and paying them salaries." With that in mind, Ichin consulted his dad's friend about it. His dad's friend agreed immediately, offering to help with the company's registration paperwork as early as the next day, no problem at all. This put Ichin completely at ease. After expressing his gratitude and hanging up, he got back to work with renewed focus. The next day, around noon, Ichin's doorbell rang. He had been working non-stop since getting up that morning. Hearing the doorbell, he went to open the door and found Kasamigaoka standing there, holding a lunchbox. Seeing his messy hair, Utaha couldn't help but laugh. "Don't tell me you just got up." "Not really. I just washed my face and didn't bother with my hair. Too much trouble," Ichin said, scratching his head. He stepped aside to let Utaha in. "What brings you here?" "I came to check on you. Didn't you say you'd be busy with the new game today? I figured you might not have time to cook, so my mom made you something to eat." Noticing the lunchbox in her hand, Ichin smiled gratefully. "Thanks. I hadn't made lunch yet, and I was just planning on ordering takeout." "Perfect timing, then. Just eat this," Utaha said as she placed the box on the dining table and opened it. "I thought if you had already prepared lunch, you could save this for dinner." Inside the lunchbox were several neatly arranged, beautifully prepared dishes alongside a portion of rice. Ichin's stomach growled. He had been so focused on his work that he hadn't realized he was getting hungry. Smiling, he said, "Sorry for troubling your mom." "It's no trouble. You helped me a lot yesterday, didn't you?" Utaha replied. Ichin didn't say anything further. He nodded and picked up the chopsticks, diving into the meal. Watching him eat with such urgency, Utaha asked, "Is one day really that tight for you?" "It's not too bad," Ichin replied after swallowing a piece of chicken. "The main issue is that I have ideas for 2 games, so I want to get some preliminary plans ready for both, including gameplay concepts, art design, and character settings. There's a lot to handle." Speaking about the games, Ichin's expression became focused. "Those people are all professionals who have developed complete games before. I have to be 1000% prepared." Listening to him, Utaha couldn't help but smile. After finishing lunch quickly, Utaha didn't let Ichin wash the dishes. She simply took the bento box and left. But just 2 minutes later, she came back again. This time, Utaha had brought her laptop along. It was clear she intended to work on her writing here. Considering that a similar situation had happened the previous day, Ichin didn't refuse and let her in. When they reached Ichin's bedroom, Utaha noticed the walls near his computer desk covered with various sketches. These drawings depicted unfamiliar characters that clearly weren't human and had a completely different art style from Slay the Spire. "Are these characters for the new game?" Utaha asked. "Yep, for the new game," Ichin replied as he pulled down one of the sketches from the wall. "What do you think this looks like?" Utaha leaned in for a closer look, then guessed. "An insect? The 2 horns on its head, they look like a stag beetle's." "Well, it does resemble one, but in the game's lore they aren't actually insects. This design is part of the game's entire world-building concept, Ichin explained. He then briefly outlined the lore of Hollow Knight. In this game, there's an ancient, abandoned kingdom buried beneath a small town called Dirtmouth. The protagonist is just a small figure, with the goal of exploring this vast underground world, gaining strength, and defeating a series of enemies. Utaha listened attentively as Ichin described the game's setting, and after about 10 minutes, she excitedly remarked, "This sounds like such an interesting game. With a world like this, you could even write a novel based on it." "Maybe, but creating a game like this is still more appealing to me," Ichin said with a smile. "I've set ambitious goals for this one, a Metroidvania-style action game, with a huge map and a decent level of difficulty." "Metroidvania?" Utaha asked curiously. "You've heard of Castlevania, right?" "Yeah, I know about it," Utaha nodded. "I haven't played it much, but I've watched some videos. It's quite an old game, and there haven't been any new releases in recent years." "Exactly, Castlevania," Ichin confirmed as he opened his computer to show Utaha the provisional layout of his game's regions. Although the layout was still in its rough stages, its complexity was already apparent. He pointed out that the large map was divided into several regions, each with its unique style and atmosphere. At the start, the game map will be completely dark. The areas only light up on the map as the player reaches them. Additionally, every region has a purchasable map that marks various features in that area. When you leave one region and come back, the enemies will respawn. And of course, if you die during exploration, all the monsters will respawn upon revival, except for the bosses. Listening to Ichin's explanation, Utaha began to grasp the game's difficulty. "So, if I die once at the door of a boss room, I'd have to fight my way back through the area to reach the boss again? That's kind of like Slay the Spire." "Exactly. But the key difference is that this is an action game. Every death serves a purpose because enemy placements are always fixed. No matter how challenging an area is, you can eventually get through it by learning the controls and getting familiar with it. In Slay the Spire, every run is different." Utaha nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "So, are the monsters in the game really tough? If I give away too much, it'll ruin the fun," Ichin replied playfully. Ichin wagged his finger and smiled, saying, "The game hasn't even started development yet. It's better to keep some mystery for now. Once the demo is ready, you'll get to experience it firsthand." Hearing this, Utaha held back her curiosity, opened her laptop, and began writing. Ichin, too, organized his materials and resumed working on the game's proposal. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Ichin woke up early. After having breakfast, he printed 2 copies of the proposals he had completed the previous day and saved the digital versions on his laptop to take along. As he finished packing up and stepped out of his apartment, he saw Utaha standing at his door. "Oh my, good morning. I was just about to ring the doorbell," Utaha greeted. "Good morning. What's up?" Ichin asked. With a smile, Utaha replied, "You're going to negotiate with those ex-Eagle Jump people, right? Let me come with you." "You want to come along?" Ichin was surprised. "But I'm going to discuss the studio stuff. I can handle that on my own. Shouldn't you use the time to focus on your writing? You're only a third of the way through your second volume, right?" Utaha's lips twitched slightly, and she let out a breath. "What, can't I come? I was even thinking about investing in Ichin-kun's studio," she said with a teasing grin. "Invest?" Ichin raised an eyebrow, and seeing the look on her face, he started to get an inkling of what might be going on. The team from Eagle Jump was all female, and each of them was quite attractive. Could it be that Utaha was feeling a bit wary? It seemed like a plausible assumption. However, Ichin knew that New Game, the anime in question, was produced by Doga Kobo and featured an all-female cast, making it a light-hearted Yuri-adjacent series with some implied relationships. Utaha's concerns seemed somewhat unnecessary, but Ichin decided not to bring that up and instead nodded. "All right, you can come, but as for the investment part, let's discuss that later. You haven't exactly earned that much yet." Utaha's earnings from the first volume of her novel were still less than what Ichin's game had made in its first week of release. As they headed towards the stairs, Ichin said, "I'm just starting a studio. Expenses for the venue, equipment, and salaries are already quite substantial. Your funds wouldn't cover much." "Then, Ichin-kun, do you have enough from your game's revenue?" Utaha asked. "It can last for a while, but but it's definitely not enough, Ichin replied frankly. So, I called my dad yesterday. He'll support me with some of the space costs. As long as the negotiations go smoothly, I plan to buy 2 rooms to use as the initial office for the studio. You're buying them outright? Of course. Even if I don't need them later, I can sell them off, right? I won't lose too much. Taking a bus, Ichin and Utaha arrived at a board game cafe at 9:20 a.m., where they had arranged to meet Hazuki. The cafe was owned by a friend of Hazuki's. Compared to a typical cafe or family restaurant, this setting was more relaxed and suited for discussions. Upon entering, Ichin spotted Hazuki chatting with another woman at the front counter. "Good morning, Miss Hazuki," Ichin greeted. "Oh, you're here. Good morning, Ichin-kun, and this lovely lady as well," Hazuki replied, turning her gaze to Utaha. Utaha introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Utaha Kasumigaoka." Utaha Kasumigaoka, what a beautiful name, Hazuki complimented, then gestured to the 2 of them. "Come on, everyone's here." "Everyone? That's pretty early," Ichin remarked. Leading them inside, Hazuki explained, "Well, since no one has a job at the moment, they have a lot more free time. However, at the same time, several of them are quite uncertain about their futures, so they're taking your invitation seriously." They arrived as early as 9 o'clock. Ichin understood the situation well. After all, they were doing fine in their company, and then suddenly got laid off. It's natural to feel a bit lost when life loses its direction so abruptly. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a private board game room. When they opened the door, they saw the room was already filled with girls, 7 in total, including Hazuki, making it 8. Entering, Hazuki cheerfully announced, "Everyone, Ichin-kun is here." After setting down his laptop bag, Ichin greeted the group. "Hello everyone. For those who weren't here the other day, let me introduce myself again. My name is Ichin. I'm an international student and an independent game developer. I recently released my game, Slay the Spire, on Steam at the end of April. Nice to meet you all." Utaha added, "Hello everyone, I'm Utaha Kasumigaoka, and I'll be a future shareholder of the studio." Hey, I haven't agreed to let you invest yet," Ichin said. "That's why I said future. Once I make enough money, I'll be ready to invest," Utaha replied playfully, taking a seat next to Ko Yagami. Following this, each person in the room introduced themselves. Leading the character design team was Ko Yagami, accompanied by Oba Suzukaze, Hifumi Takimoto, and Yun Ijima. In charge of art direction and head of the background team was Rin Toyama, a peer and friend of Yagami. Hajime Shinoda, responsible for action design, introduced herself next. Finally, Umiko Abagune, with her darker complexion and in charge of programming, completed the introductions. Everyone was now fully acquainted, setting the stage for the upcoming discussions. When it was Hazuki's turn to introduce herself, she simply waved her hand and said, "In our previous company, I was the director and planner for the Fairy Tales series, but for now, I'm planning to take a break. We can talk about my situation later." "I see, got it," Ichin acknowledged with a nod. He then glanced around at everyone present, considering for a moment before speaking. "As I mentioned the other day, after completing Slay the Spire, while continuing updates for the game, I started planning a new game. The next project will be on a much larger scale than Slay the Spire and will lean more towards the action genre. This isn't something I can complete alone in a short time, so, knowing all of your situations, I want to invite you to join my studio and develop the game together. Does anyone have any questions?" Koyagami raised her hand first, curiosity piqued. "I've played Slay the Spire, and it's indeed an interesting game, but from what you said, the next project is going to be an action game? Will it be 2D or 3D? "Yes, it'll be an action game with a 2D style," Ichin replied, patting his laptop bag. "I finished drafting the plan yesterday. If you're all interested in joining, we can discuss the new project in more detail shortly." "Oh, sounds intriguing," Ko said with a spark of interest in her eyes. She then turned to her colleagues and said, "What about you guys? Feel free to ask about things like salary or other conditions." "Indeed," Ichin smiled. "Salaries are something we should definitely discuss. Let me be upfront. You're all experienced professionals in the industry. While my company is still in the registration process and won't be that large in scale initially, I can afford to pay decent wages. Of course, in the beginning it might not be as high as your previous salaries. Right now, I'm also investing in equipment and other studio necessities, so funds will be a bit tight. But I promise that as things progress, I'll offer salaries that will satisfy everyone." "Miss Yagami, could you tell me your previous monthly salary at Eagle Jump?" "Eh? Well, sure." Ko scratched her cheek, then gestured with her hand. "Without counting end-of-year bonuses or monthly overtime pay, It was around this amount, around 350,000 yen? For a company the size of Eagle Jump, that's quite decent. Ichin nodded thoughtfully and said, "All right, given our current scale, here's what I'll propose. For the first 3 months, I'll offer Miss Yagami a monthly salary of 300,000 yen. After that, I'll give you a raise to an amount that you'll be happy with. And from what you mentioned, you often worked overtime?" Rin Toyama chimed in. In this industry, overtime is pretty common. In Yagami's case, she often ended up sleeping at the company. Is that so? Ichin nodded in understanding. Ko Yagami was clearly someone who set high standards for herself, and he was determined to bring her on board. All right then. After the initial period, I'll raise your base salary to 400,000 yen, and we'll have separate allowances for meals and overtime. That being said, I'd prefer if we didn't overdo the overtime. It's not good for your health. I rarely stay up late myself while developing games. Upon hearing Ichin's salary offer, Ko slapped the table enthusiastically. Deal, let's sign the contract right now. Of course, a contract was bound to be signed, and she wasn't worried about Ichin going back on his word. Yagami! Rin Toyama tugged at her friend with a sigh. There are others here too. Ah, right. Sorry, my bad, Ko said, laughing awkwardly before motioning for the others to continue. Then, the smallest member of the group, Aoba Suzukaze, raised her hand timidly. May I ask where the studio will be located? I currently live with my family, so I need to consider the commute. I understand, Ichin nodded with a smile. Regarding the studio's location, since I'm not planning on hiring too many people at first, keeping it under 10, I don't intend to choose a typical office building. After consulting with a few acquaintances, I plan to buy 2 apartments and merge them to serve as the studio. Currently, I'm considering the apartment building where I live, or another one nearby. Ichin gave them the addresses, and Aoba quickly looked them up on her phone. She smiled happily. It's even closer than my previous workplace. I really enjoy game development, and I'm still quite new to the field, so I don't mind if the salary is a bit lower at first. After Aoba's question, the others also raised their own concerns, mostly about working hours, salary, and other standard issues. Ichin answered them all, one by one. In the end, all 7 people present agreed to join Ichin's studio, with the exception of Hazuki, who was still undecided about her plans. Signing contracts wasn't something that could be done on the spot. Ichin hadn't prepared anything in advance, but he quickly stepped outside to make a phone call. He contacted his dad's friend, who helped arrange everything, and a lawyer would come by tomorrow to draft the contracts. The company registration process was also proceeding smoothly. Ichin had provided all the necessary documents, and with some connections, it would be completed by the afternoon. Upon hearing that the contracts would be ready for signing the next day, everyone was visibly excited. They wouldn't be unemployed much longer. Seeing their reactions, Ichin felt great as well. All right, now that we're all partners, let's move on to discussing the new game. Miss Hazuki, does this place have a projector? Yes, it does. I'll go get it for you. Thanks. As Hazuki left to fetch the projector, Ichin opened his laptop bag and took out his PC, along with a stack of documents, distributing them to everyone. All the details are here. Please have a look. Each set contains information on 2 games, but I'll start with the first one, Hollow Knight. As they flipped through the documents, everyone saw a unique cover design. It depicted a small figure with an odd white head adorned with 2 little horns, wearing a tattered cloak and holding a slender spear. The figure stood on a cliff, with blurry, insect-like carapace structures in the background. At the top of the cover was the title, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight? The character design is quite unique. It looks simple, but oddly cute, someone remarked. Just then, Hazuki returned with a projector. After setting it up, she placed it on the table and said, "Okay, I'm not part of your studio yet, so I won't join your meeting. I'll go chat with my friend." With that, she left the room. Watching Hazuki leave, Ichin didn't try to stop her. After all, she had mentioned wanting to rest for a while, and she would most likely join them later. When that time came, she could participate in the development as well. Ichin connected his laptop to the projector and displayed his design documents on the large screen. Hollow Knight is the name of my new game. The synopsis of the game's world is on the paper, and the character on the cover is the protagonist. This game belongs to the Metroidvania genre of 2D action games. Hearing this, Ko Yagami looked up, intrigued. Metroidvania? You're referencing Castlevania and Metroid, right? A side-scrolling exploration action game. It's been a while since someone tackled this genre. Interesting. The group quickly went through the world building and storyline summaries and became quite intrigued by the game concept. Ichin then started explaining the game mechanics, character designs, and other essential aspects. Despite Aoba Suzukaze only having worked for a year and still being relatively new, everyone else in the room was quite experienced. Notably, Koyagami, Rin Toyama, Hifumi Takimoto, and Umiko Ahagon were all seasoned developers. It didn't take long for them to grasp the scale of Ichin's ambition with this game. Finally, Hifumi Takimoto, who had been quiet up until now, raised her hand and asked softly, in this type of game, isn't the map really important? Absolutely, the map is crucial to the game, Ichin replied, pressing a key on his keyboard. The screen displayed an expansive, detailed map. That concludes the initial map design. Of course, this is just a rough draft with nothing inside yet. It still needs all of you on the art team to fill in, along with creating interesting enemies, puzzles, and mechanics to enrich the gameplay. Naturally, I'll be involved in this process as well, Ichin explained. He then showcased several concept sketches of monsters and bosses. After looking at them, Hajime Shinoda, the short-haired girl, eagerly said, "These creatures look so unique, completely different from our previous games. What about their movements? How do you plan to design the monsters' actions? With the aim of conveying the challenges of exploring an underground world, we must carefully design the monsters' movement modules," Ichin said, smiling kindly. "We'll give players a bit of space to dodge, but there will also be some traps to induce errors. Games that are too simple and easy don't leave a lasting impression on players." "I have a question." Umiko raised her hand, her expression calm. "For programming, is it just the two of us?" "That's correct. For now, it's just the two of us," Ichin confirmed with a nod. "But don't worry. Once development begins, I'll focus primarily on programming. We have enough people on the art side, and with Yagami-senpai here, I'm confident." "Oh ho, trusting me this much, huh? Guess I can't slack off." Yagami clenched her fists, looking fired up. For lunch, the group headed to a nearby restaurant where Ichin treated everyone to a meal. During this time, he got to know his future studio teammates better. Ko Yagami and Rin Toyama were not only colleagues but also the same age and had joined the industry at the same time. They were clearly close friends, with Toyama constantly looking out for Yagami like she couldn't trust her to manage on her own. Hajime Shinoda was a short-haired, lively girl with a bright personality who loved collecting all kinds of figures and merchandise. Most of her previous monthly salary had gone towards her hobby. Yunijima, a petite girl with short blonde hair, looked quite young, but she was actually the same age as Hajime Shinoda, both being 21. She seemed a bit tsundere, but unexpectedly loved drawing monsters. Umiko Ahagon, from Okinawa, was a huge fan of survival and shooting games. She often appeared indifferent, but it seemed like she was easily flustered by Yagami's words. Hifumi Takimoto was the most beautiful among them, but was quite timid and seemed socially anxious. She rarely spoke, and when she did, her voice was very soft. She was close to Aoba Suzukaze. Lastly, there was Aoba Suzukaze. She joined Eagle Jump straight after high school and was only 19, making her 2 years older than Ichin and Utaha. Despite her young age, she was quite skilled in art and could even handle some 3D work, indicating a promising future. However, she did look very much like a middle school student. Ichin hadn't expected that everyone would be female. He initially thought he'd have to recruit fresh graduates from universities and train them to fit in gradually. But with how things were shaping up, the release of his new game might come sooner than he anticipated. While eating, Ichin addressed everyone. "By the way, I'll be checking out the office location this afternoon, and then we can start setting up the studio. I was thinking of leaving 2 of the bedrooms free to serve as resting rooms. How does that sound?" "Oh, that's a great idea," Yagami immediately approved. "That way, if I have to work overtime, I won't have to sleep on the floor." "Senpai, I never said you had to work overtime," Ichin sighed internally. "Don't be so eager about it, please." In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to everyone, Ichin and Utaha returned to the apartment building to meet his father's friend. Ichin didn't need to worry about spending money. All he had to do was confirm that the property was in good condition and sign his name. The current apartment complex already had available units, so they went straight to the 3rd floor to check them out. One of the units was previously owned and had undergone some renovations, so it only needed some rearrangement. The other unit was a fully furnished apartment where they could simply keep the necessary furniture and start using it immediately. After inspecting both, Ichin made his decision on the spot and went back to the sales center to sign the contract, purchasing the properties. He also finalized the company's registration, keeping the name the same as planned. Now, Ichin officially owned his own game studio and would have his team on board starting tomorrow. As they left the sales center, Yutaha looked at Ichin with an amused expression. Ichin-kun, your family's wealth is beyond what I imagined. It's not that much, Ichin shrugged. It's all thanks to my parents' business doing well over the years. My family isn't on the same level as those super rich people, but they can still afford a couple of properties. I could have used my own income, but my dad offered to sponsor me, so why not save my own money? Yutaha nodded in understanding, then commented with a smirk. Now your new game can start development right away. Just don't get too carried away with a studio full of girls, okay? Come on, give me some credit, Ichin shot back, glancing at her. Besides, I still have school, so I won't be at the studio all the time. Speaking of which, maybe I should adjust the work schedule. How about taking 2 days off and working weekends instead? I'll compensate with extra overtime pay. Yutaha was momentarily speechless. Why not just leave the work to the team? Why does he feel the need to do everything himself? In this regard, she couldn't help but acknowledge how similar Ichin was to Koyagami, except that Ichin wasn't obsessed with working overtime. Returning to the apartment building with keys and documents in hand, Ichin and Yutaha went up to the 3rd floor and opened one of the newly purchased units. Since there was still work to be done in setting things up, they didn't bother changing into indoor slippers. Ichin took out his phone and began snapping photos of the rooms, which he sent to the newly formed studio group chat. Ichin, hey everyone, here are some photos of the studio. Feel free to check them out and share any suggestions for the setup. If your suggestions are good, I'll take them into consideration. Once the photos were sent, the chat came alive with enthusiastic discussions. People suggested things like adding extra display shelves for figurines or placing a large TV in the living room for game testing. For a game development studio, maintaining a relaxed atmosphere was important. Although Ichin stayed quiet in the chat, he was carefully considering all of their suggestions. Later in the evening, Ichin finally spoke up in the chat. Ichin, I've pinned the address. Everyone, come to the studio tomorrow morning to sign the contracts and check out the future work environment. In the afternoon, let's go shopping for equipment together. How about we aim to set up the studio within 2 days and then start working right away? Ichin's proposal was met with unanimous approval. The team was eager to experience building their studio from scratch, ready to take on the challenge. After sending the message, Ichin let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the hand-drawn pictures on the wall, he revealed a smile filled with anticipation. A studio, huh? It feels surreal to finally have one. After a few minutes of daydreaming, Ichin snapped back to reality, reopened his laptop, and connected his drawing tablet. Alright, focus up. Let's continue working on the parts for Slay the Spire. Although the studio would soon be operational and the development progress of Slay the Spire would pick up, Ichin still intended to contribute as much as he could, since this was the first game he was developing. With 2 days left in the holiday, Ichin had no reason to slack off. After eating breakfast, he went downstairs to the studio and waited. By 9:30 a.m., the 7 members of the team arrived together. Oh, is this the new studio? It looks really nice. Hajime Shinoda bounced into the living room. The space is even larger than what we saw in the photos. We can set up all our computers here and work together. Ichin-kun, will this be the office area? Exactly, it is the office area, Ichin replied with a smile. The space from the living room to the dining area will primarily serve as our workspaces. The kitchen here can be used as a storage room for miscellaneous items, and the dining room and kitchen next door can be for eating and cooking. Koyagami quickly glanced around the living room before darting toward the bedroom. I've decided, this will be my bedroom from now on. Rin Toyama, who followed closely behind, sighed at his friend's declaration. Ko, are you really planning to live in the studio? Eh? Not really. Ko laughed. But you see, it's not uncommon to work a bit extra due to development timelines. Even though we're a small studio, we still need to have some time management. At this moment, Ichin approached them, smiling as he said, this room is meant for everyone to rest and recharge. But just to be clear, I personally don't advocate for overtime. During the day, it's important to stay focused. Even if we have a schedule, I won't enforce it as strictly as other companies do. Instead of working late during the final development phase, I'd prefer everyone to be energetic and dedicated while refining each project. Don't worry, Ichin-kun. We've always done things this way, Ko replied, which prompted nods of agreement from the others. Umiko leaned against the doorframe and said, an empty room. It's a shame there's no space on the rooftop for a simple shooting range. Before long, the group finished checking out both units and quickly drafted some simple plans. Then the lawyer arrived with the finalized contracts. After everyone reviewed them, they signed their names, officially becoming partners in the studio. At 10 a.m., the renovation crew showed up. Ichin had previously informed the neighboring residents, so there were no issues with the renovation work. They quickly opened up the 2 units and connected them. Next came the overall setup of the studio. At noon, Ichin ordered takeout for everyone from a nearby restaurant, opting for a deluxe sushi set. Out of all the takeout options, Ichin's favorites were sushi and burgers. Since the studio downstairs wasn't fully renovated yet, Ichin invited everyone to his place for the meal. When the food arrived, he addressed the group, saying, "Let's just make do for now. After we finish purchasing everything this afternoon, we'll go out for a proper meal to celebrate the opening of our studio." Everyone clapped happily, and Aoba Suzukaze, looking at the assortment of sushi on the table, exclaimed with delight, "This is hardly making do, it's deluxe sushi. Wow, look at that huge sea urchin." Hifumi Takimoto smiled and said, "Ichin-kun, you've really gone all out. It's no big deal, I'd be eating lunch anyway, so this isn't much. I'm counting on you all to help me develop our game from now on. Now, let's dig in. Let's eat." Hajime Shinoda, who had been eyeing the food hungrily, grabbed a piece of sea urchin sushi and eagerly popped it into her mouth. "Wow, it's so good. Oh, by the way, Ichin-kun, where's Utaha? Isn't she coming today?" Hajime Shinoda asked as she looked around Ichin's apartment. "She's not your girlfriend, right? You two seem really close." "We're classmates and neighbors. Her place is right next door," Ichin explained. "She had something to do today, so she'll be back this afternoon." Kasumigaoka Utaha was originally supposed to join them, but her editor had called her in for a meeting to make sure she hadn't been slacking off in her work. Ichin guessed she wouldn't be back until the evening. "Wow, tilde. So you're classmates and neighbors?" Koyagami said curiously. "But from what you said, she sounds busy. Does she have another job besides studying? Is she working part-time?" "Not a part-time job," Ichin shook his head. "But as for what she does exactly, you can ask her yourself later. She's just getting started, so she probably doesn't want too many people to know yet." Ichin's words sparked everyone's curiosity, and they began guessing what Utaha's job could be. Hifumi Takimoto speculated that Utaha might be writing novels, but Ichin remained tight-lipped, letting them entertain themselves with guesses. While chatting and eating, Suzukaze, now half full, turned to Ichin and asked curiously, "Ichin-kun, how's the development of Slay the Spire coming along? Is there anything we can help with next?" Out of everyone, Suzukaze was the most engrossed in Slay the Spire. She didn't have the greatest talent for action or shooting games, and her reflexes and speed often lagged behind, so she preferred slower-paced RPGs. Ichin's game, Slay the Spire, being a card game, was much easier for her to play, unlike action games where she seemed to be constantly dying. "Oh, Slay the Spire? Yes, I'll definitely need everyone's help with it," Ichin said with a smile after taking a sip of cola. "I mentioned in the update notes on Steam that we'll be adding 2 more characters. I've already made some progress on the 3rd character, a glitch bot named Defect. Once I finish the card set and polish it up, we should be ready to release it. As for the 4th character, I haven't started on it yet. If you're interested, you can help me out." Suzukaze excitedly raised her hand. "I'm in. I want to be a part of the development." Just like how she joined Eagle Jump right after graduating from high school due to her love for their Fairies story series, and was fortunate enough to participate in the development of its 3rd installment, Aoba Suzukaze was thrilled to now be part of Ichin's studio. She was delighted to have the opportunity to work on the further development of Slay the Spire, a game she also deeply enjoyed. Umiko Ahagon also chimed in. "I haven't worked on this type of game before. I'd like to get involved in the programming as well. Sounds interesting." Seeing that Umiko was also willing to join in, Ichin felt relieved. "That's great. How about this? For the initial character design and environment mapping of Hollow Knight, Ko can lead the rest of the team, while Aoba and Umiko join me to first finish the major update for Slay the Spire. After that, we can all fully shift to Hollow Knight's development. We can afford to slow down a bit with Slay the Spire's future updates." Everyone had no objections to Ichin's suggestion, as it was only a preliminary plan, and they would definitely make a more detailed development roadmap later. After lunch and a brief rest, the group set out to buy the necessary equipment. The first priority, of course, was the computers needed for game development. The store they headed to was one Ichin had carefully selected when he first came to Japan to build his PC. The shop stocked all the essentials at market prices, and they had a wide variety of high-end graphics cards available. Since there were 8 people in total and no one had a car, they took a bus to the store. On the bus, Ichin explained to everyone, "I called the store this morning. They have high-end, professional-grade graphics cards and CPUs in stock, and I asked the owner to set aside what we'll need. Just pick according to your needs. Don't worry about saving me money. Choose the best available. Even though our current projects are 2D games, we'll eventually transition to 3D game development." "Oh, are we finally going to have good computers?" Yunijima said excitedly. The computers at the previous company weren't that great, and anything complex caused major lag. Koyagami nodded in agreement. "Yeah, my computer used to freeze up during overtime. Although part of it was the software's fault, having a better computer would make a huge difference." Soon, they arrived at the store. Ichin led the way, and they found the owner to start picking out the computer components. The artists' computers needed to be high-end, while the programmers could get away with slightly lower graphics card specifications. It wasn't too critical for them. For the 8 members, Ichin also planned to add an extra computer for himself in the studio and a couple of spares. So, they ended up configuring 10 computers in total. The store owner, recognizing this as a large order, personally attended to them and offered some discounts. Ichin's game studio had potential for future growth, and the owner knew that if things went well, they would keep buying equipment from his store down the road. With the 10 computers sorted, the store staff began assembling them right away. Ichin also bought drawing tablets for the artists, a projector, and a screen. After that, they went to the appliance store next door to pick up a fridge, air conditioning units, and a 65-inch 4K TV. After swiping his card and seeing the charge notification on his phone, Ichin shook his head and muttered, "Money really doesn't last long." With all the items purchased, the computers were scheduled to be delivered to the studio tomorrow, while the rest of the appliances were set to arrive in the evening. Ichin still needed to take the group out for some additional shopping in the afternoon. After saying goodbye to the owner of the computer store, Ichin pulled out his phone and started searching. "All right, next, let's find a furniture store and buy some tables, chairs, sofas, and storage cabinets. Beds. And the beds for the bedrooms too." Yagami-ko's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Can I make some requests for the beds?" Ichin sighed and reluctantly nodded. "Sure, it's something we were going to buy anyway. But do you know how to pick a good one?" "Nope," Yagami-ko admitted cheerfully and then added, "But when it comes to beds, you just have to lie down and see if they're comfortable, right?" This left everyone speechless. "Fine, I'll leave the beds to you," Ichin decided. He thought about it for a moment. Aside from himself, there were 7 others, 2 apartments, and 4 bedrooms. Let's pick 2 of the bedrooms and put 2 single beds in each. They're just for resting anyway." "Hey, how about getting a wardrobe too?" Yagami-ko asked eagerly, then hesitated before saying, "By the way, Ichin-kun, the lease on my current apartment is almost up." Ichin looked at her wide-eyed. "You're not seriously thinking of moving into the studio, are you?" "Hey, wouldn't it be a waste to leave those rooms empty? It's fine. I can pay rent. You can even cut my salary if you need to," she said confidently, giving a thumbs up. Ichin was speechless. He turned to Aoba Suzukaze, who stood beside them. "Was she like this back at the company too?" "Ahaha, yeah, pretty much," Aoba replied awkwardly, scratching her cheek. "Sorry for the trouble. Yagami-senpai can be pretty carefree outside of work." "What do you mean, carefree? I'm just making full use of the available resources," Ko declared proudly. "Oba, you live at home, so you don't understand the struggles of renting. The rent at my current place is so expensive, and it's not much bigger than the studio. Plus, commuting every day wastes so much time. If I move into the studio, I could sleep in longer." Well, she had made her case. Ichin quickly waved his hand. All right, I didn't say you couldn't. We have extra rooms in the studio, so you can stay. I'll even give you a discount on the rent. When your lease ends, just move over here." "Yay!" Yagami cheered. Rin Toyama watched her friend, who was now brimming with joy, and furrowed her brow in slight concern. But then she remembered that Utaha Kasumiga, who had been following Ichin around yesterday, also lived in the same building, so she relaxed a little. They took a car to a furniture store and picked out office desks and chairs, storage cabinets, bookshelves, and a TV stand. Yagami-ko, who had taken charge of the beds, quickly chose slightly larger single beds, which were more than spacious enough for a girl to sleep comfortably. After paying with his card and providing the delivery address, Ichin made arrangements with the store to have the items delivered in the evening. With that done, he led everyone out of the store. After leaving the store, Ichin turned to the group and said, I'll be setting up the furniture this evening. The computers will be delivered tomorrow, so if any of you have time, you can come over to help with the setup. The internet installers will also be here tomorrow. If you're too busy, you can come the day after. We're not officially starting work yet anyway. Umiko Ahagon spoke calmly. I can come. I'm really looking forward to the new computers. Yon Ijima eagerly raised her hand. Me too, I want to come. The others were similarly enthusiastic, all agreeing to come tomorrow. Seeing their excitement, Ichin felt quite pleased. Since it was almost dinner time and everyone was a bit tired from shopping, he took the group to a nearby yakiniku restaurant to enjoy a meal. In the evening, Ichin returned home alone and happened to run into Utaha, who was just coming back from the publisher's office. Compared to Ichin, Utaha didn't look very energetic, but she still forced a smile when she saw him. Good evening, Ichin-kun. Good evening, Ichin replied. Noticing her tired face, he asked, Rough day at the publisher's office? Yeah. Utaha nodded with a sigh, looking defeated. My editor had me write non-stop and wouldn't let me leave until I hit my word count. Thankfully, I had my outline sorted out in advance, otherwise I wouldn't have made it home tonight. They're making you work even during your break? Ichin asked, surprised. Well, this is the only time I'm relatively free. Utaha sighed again. So, I got caught and dragged in. How about you, Ichin-kun? You must have had a fun day hanging out with so many girls. Fun, I guess, Ichin shrugged. But I swiped my card quite a few times and spent a lot of money. We bought 10 high-end computers and a ton of other stuff. Just as he finished speaking, a delivery truck pulled up in front of the apartment building, and Ichin's phone began to ring. He glanced at the truck and answered the call. Hello? Yes, this is Ichin. I'm downstairs. Can you see me? He waved towards the truck, and the workers got out, greeted him, and began unloading the items into the building. Since there was an elevator, the moving wasn't too difficult. After a few trips, the workers had carried everything into the 2 apartments, including assembling and arranging the beds. After verifying that everything was in order, Ichin signed off on the delivery. Utaha, who had been watching from the side, now seemed more alert. She narrowed her eyes playfully and said, Oh my. You even bought beds. Ichin-kun, you better not be thinking of any funny business. Office romances are a slippery slope, you know. Relax, I'm not that kind of person. Ichin rolled his eyes at her teasing. The beds are just there so people can rest when they're tired from work. Oh wait, I think I forgot to buy bedding. Oh well, I'll take care of the smaller things tomorrow. Let's head up. After turning off the lights and locking the doors, Ichin and Utaha took the elevator upstairs together. Before heading to her apartment, Utaha turned to Ichin and asked, Ichin-kun, you wouldn't mind if I dropped by tomorrow, would you? I'd like to help you guys set up the studio. I finally finished my work today, so I have some time to rest tomorrow. Of course, as long as you're not too tired, Ichin replied with a wave of his hand. They said goodnight, and Ichin opened his door and went inside. Utaha, satisfied, smiled and unlocked her door, heading into her own apartment. On the last day of the break, Utaha Kasumagawaka planned to head next door right after breakfast. Seeing her daughter emerge from her bedroom all dressed up, Mrs. Kasumigawaka asked, Utaha, you were busy all day yesterday. Are you going out again today? Yes, Utaha replied. Ichin's studio is finally set up. He bought 2 apartments on the 3rd floor below to use as an office. A lot of things are being delivered today, so I'm going to help out. Really? That sounds impressive, Mrs. Kasumigawaka said, somewhat surprised. Though she didn't fully understand the world of game development, she knew enough to realize that setting up a studio required quite a bit of money. It seemed Ichin's game sales were doing quite well. Mrs. Kasumigawaka didn't object. She smiled and nodded. All right then, go ahead and help. By the way, what are you all doing for lunch? Would you like to eat here? I'm not sure, Utaha shook her head. There are 7 people in his studio, and everyone's coming today. We'll probably go out or order something in. You and Dad should just eat together. Don't worry about me. All right, then go on. Since it was just on the 3rd floor, it wasn't that far away. Wait, he bought 2 apartments? Mrs. Kasumigawaka finally processed what her daughter had said, wanting to ask more, but by then Utaha had already opened the door and left. Mr. Kasumigawaka had just come out of the bathroom and saw his wife standing there. I heard you talking to Utaha. Where'd she go? He asked curiously. The couple then began discussing the matter among themselves. Unaware of her parents' conversation, Utaha had sent a message to Ichin before leaving. Knowing that he was already downstairs, she headed straight to the studio on the third floor. As she arrived, she noticed that the door was open and the inside was bustling with activity. Since the place hadn't been cleaned yet, Utaha didn't bother changing shoes and walked right in. In the living room, there were several large boxes, and Ichin, along with a few others, was setting up computers and monitors on the office desks. When Ichin noticed Utaha entering, he handed off his task to someone else and walked over to greet her. "You're here early. I thought you'd come by a bit later." Nodding, Utaha brushed a lock of hair behind her ear and surveyed the lively scene before her. "Are these the computers you bought yesterday?" she asked. "Yeah, we picked them up yesterday. It cost me quite a bit," Ichin replied with a wry smile. "But these will be the core tools for game development over the next 2 or 3 years. I even got 2 extra units as backups. Once we have the new game demo ready, you can test it here anytime." "Good morning." A cheerful voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Both Ichin and Utaha turned to see a girl with short hair, dressed in a short-sleeved top and hot pants, energetically bounce into the room. This was Hajime Shinoda. As Hajime practically bounced into the studio, Utaha's gaze involuntarily fell on the girl's impressive figure, comparable to her own. Just from her build alone, Hajime Shinoda seemed like a formidable threat. Combined with her outgoing personality, she appeared to be the type to get along well with everyone. While greeting everyone with a cheerful good morning, Utaha was quietly calculating things in her mind. As Hajime Shinoda entered the living room, her eyes lit up at the sight of all the computers and monitors on the desks. She rushed over to one of the desks, brimming with excitement, and marveled at the setup. New computers. Playing games on these would be awesome. Hey, I didn't get these computers just for you guys to play games on," Ichin said, walking over and giving Shinoda a light tap on the head. Rubbing her head, Shinoda laughed without a trace of fear. "Heh, just kidding. But if I finish my tasks, playing a little should be okay, right?" "Of course, that's fine. As long as you finish your work, I won't care even if you all gang up and play together," Ichin replied. He then headed to the kitchen and returned with a rag and a mop, looking at Shinoda. "Since you're here, get to work. Do you want to mop the floor or clean the windows?" "I'll clean the windows," Shinoda eagerly responded, taking the rag, setting her backpack aside, and getting right to work with swift efficiency. Utaha took the broom from Ichin and offered, "I'll help too. The living room still needs organizing, right?" Ichin nodded. "If you don't mind, could you mop the bedroom floor? But wait until we finish setting up the computers. Then I'll go out and buy a vacuum cleaner." Saying that, he took the broom back from Utaha and returned it to the kitchen. Although she came to help, Ichin wouldn't make Utaha do anything too strenuous. Instead, he asked her to tidy up some trash in the living room, while he focused on organizing the cables for the computers. As time passed, more people gradually arrived, joining in to help organize the studio. True to form, the girls brought things from their work routines. They came with seat cushions, mouse pads, and even other small items. After finishing the windows, Shinoda opened her bulging backpack and pulled out a bunch of figurines and game-related merchandise, arranging them on desks and shelves. While setting up her items, she chirped, "This way, I can work more efficiently." Utaha, slightly puzzled, tugged on Ichin's sleeve and whispered, "Is this really okay?" "No worries," Ichin replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "Game development is a unique kind of work. Without genuine passion for games, I wouldn't even want to hire someone. Treating game development as just a job is entirely different from seeing it as something you love. The energy and motivation that comes from the latter are incomparable. Of course, maintaining that passion requires dedication." Hearing this, Utaha seemed to understand. She nodded thoughtfully. After all, if she didn't genuinely love writing novels, she wouldn't endure her editor's constant nagging and persistently revise her work. Throughout the entire day, they cleaned and organized, set up the network, and installed various software on the computers. One by one, all the tasks were completed successfully. During lunchtime, Ichin took the opportunity to go out and buy a vacuum cleaner, along with a bunch of snacks, drinks, and everyday supplies to make working at the studio more convenient for everyone. Looking around at the transformed space, Ichin exhaled in satisfaction. Finally, we're ready to officially get started. With the holiday break over, it was time to return to school. However, since today was also the first official day of the studio's operation, Ichin had called his homeroom teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, the day before to ask for a day off. When she heard his reason for the leave, Hiratsuka was a bit stunned. "Wait, You've already started a studio? That quickly? Although she was aware that Ichin's self-developed game had been released, Hiratsuka hadn't had any time to play games and relax during the break, as she was busy visiting her family. Given Ichin's strong academic record, Hiratsuka agreed to the day off but insisted on coming by herself to confirm that Ichin wasn't lying. Ichin had no objections and provided her with the address. At around 9:30 a.m., Aoba Suzukaze, who lived closest to the studio, arrived at the apartment building. She was wearing her so-called work uniform, which looked suspiciously like a high school uniform. Taking the elevator up, Aoba's heart was filled with excitement. Although their previous company, Eagle Jump, had disbanded due to unforeseen circumstances after a year, it was fortunate that fate had allowed her and her close friends to work together again. I wonder how long Hazuki-senpai will need to rest before joining us. Hopefully another company doesn't snatch her away. With these thoughts swirling in her head, Aoba exited the elevator and reached the studio's door, where she took out her key. Since their office wasn't in a commercial building, Ichin had given everyone a key for convenience. Upon entering, she noticed a pair of men's sneakers near the entrance. Huh? Aoba tilted her head in confusion. The studio only had one male employee, and that was their boss, Ichin. After putting on her indoor slippers, she headed to the workspace and, sure enough, saw Ichin engrossed in work at his computer. Ichin-kun, aren't you going to school today? Ichin turned around at the sound of Aoba's voice. Good morning, Aoba. You're pretty early, even though work doesn't start until 10. Ichin hadn't set an early start time of 9 o'clock, but had instead chosen to stick with their previous schedule of starting at 10 and ending at 6:30 in the evening. Well, since today is the first day of the studio's operations, I decided to take a day off from school. You just took a day off? Aoba asked, placing her bag down. Is the school okay with that? And what about your grades? Don't worry about it, Ichin replied casually while continuing his programming. I'm ranked first in our grade, so academics aren't an issue. It's easy for me to handle. Oh, by the way, I brewed some coffee over there. Feel free to help yourself. There's milk and sugar too. If you prefer tea, we have both black and green tea, some high-quality leaves my dad sent over. Wow! Got it, Aoba responded, impressed by Ichin's casual mention of his top rank. She turned on her computer and eagerly went to pour herself a cup of coffee, adding milk and sugar. Returning to her seat, Aoba's mood instantly shifted to excitement. Ichin-kun, can I start working on Slay the Spire now? Absolutely. I have some new monsters that need creating. You can help with their design. All the references and concept materials are in the shared folder. No problem. Aoba clenched her tiny fists in determination. After thoroughly reviewing her assigned tasks, she found some rough sketches of the new monsters in the extensive development files and began drawing them in the game's style. Aoba Suzukaze, who was already familiar with the development process, quickly got into her rhythm. Soon after, as the rest of the team arrived one by one, the studio grew lively. When everyone saw Ichin still at the studio, they were as surprised as Aoba had been. Ichin had to explain the situation over and over, mentioning that his homeroom teacher would be coming by soon to check up on things. At 10 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Looks like my homeroom teacher is here. You guys keep working, I'll go answer the door. Ichin got up and headed to the entrance. Opening the door, he saw Shizuka Hiratsuka standing there, dressed in her usual white lab coat. Good morning, Hiratsuka-sensei. Please come in. Morning, she replied. As soon as she entered, Hiratsuka noticed the various pairs of women's shoes lined up by the entrance, feeling a bit odd about it. When she stepped into the living room, she could no longer keep her thoughts to herself. Hey! Are you sure this is a game development studio and not a kingdom of women? Why are all the employees female? The rest of the team noticed Hiratsuka as well, and Rin Toyama exclaimed in surprise, Wait, this is Ichin's homeroom teacher? She's so young. Ah, thanks for the compliment, Hiratsuka replied, immediately cheered up. Hello everyone, I'm Ichin's homeroom teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka. Being called young put Hiratsuka in a better mood, but she still turned to Ichin, expecting an explanation. With a shrug, Ichin explained, It's perfectly normal. They were all employees of a game development company called Eagle Jump. After the company disbanded, I happened to meet them and extended an invitation. They're all professionals, or I wouldn't have recruited them. Is that so? Hiratsuka still seemed skeptical, so Ichin walked over to Koyagami's desk, pointing at her. This is Koyagami, responsible for character design. She was the lead character designer for the Fairies story series. If I recall correctly, there's an interview with her online. He returned to his computer and quickly searched for the interview. Ko, who was a bit slow to catch on, looked over just as Ichin brought up the interview on his screen. Her usually composed face turned bright red, and she jumped to her feet, rushing towards him. "Stop it! Don't show that!" But it was too late. Ichin had already pulled up the interview, pointing at her photo. "See, here it is. She's quite well known in the industry, a true professional." "Don't look!" Ko covered the screen with her hand, but her reaction had already drawn everyone's attention. They all left their seats and gathered around Ichin's desk, looking at the interview photos of Ko. Anaba chuckled. "Is this a different interview? I remember seeing one in a magazine too. Yagami-senpai looks so pretty when she's all dressed up. Why does she always dress so casually?" "Shut up! Stop looking!" Ko's face was burning red as she pushed everyone away one by one, then grabbed Ichin's mouse to close the browser. Only then did Hiratsuka finally believe Ichin. It was clear that this studio was serious. Fairies story, huh? Hiratsuka had played that game before and was quite surprised to see that Ichin had recruited such a talented group of people. After introducing everyone in the studio, Ichin invited Shizuka Hiratsuka to sit at an empty computer. He booted up the machine and asked, "Hiratsuka-sensei, have you tried the game I developed?" No, I haven't," Hiratsuka replied. "Well, since you're here today, why not give it a try?" Ichin suggested. Hiratsuka didn't refuse and let Ichin set up the computer while asking, "By the way, how are your game's sales doing?" As he opened the game's program, Ichin casually replied, "I checked this morning, and it's already sold over 250,000 copies. It's doing surprisingly well." 250,000? 250,000 copies? Hiratsuka was shocked and asked, "How much is your game priced at?" "In Japan it's set at 1,200 yen. Not too expensive, right?" Ichin said. The price indeed wasn't high, but Hiratsuka quickly did the math in her head. Even with a low price, the sheer number of copies sold added up quickly. 1,200 yen per copy, and 250,000 copies. Wait, is this global sales? Yeah, it's worldwide, Ichin confirmed. The pricing varies a bit between regions, but the differences aren't too significant. Hiratsuka mentally calculated the revenue and realized that Ichin had made more money in a few days than she could earn in several years. Is making games really this profitable? You can't generalize like that, Koyagami interjected, spinning her chair to face Hiratsuka. Most games are made by large development companies. Even if their games sell well, they have to cover a lot of costs, salaries during development, equipment, office space, and ongoing marketing and advertising expenses. Those are all significant expenditures. But in Ichin's case, he developed the game independently and didn't spend much on promotion, so his profit margins are much higher compared to big studios. That's one of the advantages of indie games. However, it comes with its own risks. If the game isn't good enough or doesn't reach many players, it won't sell well, and the developer won't make enough to cover their time and effort. Ichin nodded in agreement. Exactly. Profit and risk always go hand in hand. Fortunately, the gaming industry is still largely driven by quality. As long as the game is captivating, even if it's not perfect in every aspect, people will still support it. It's just a matter of how long it takes to break even. After hearing Ichin and Ko's explanation, Hiratsuka quickly grasped the situation. Glancing around at the 8-person studio, she asked, "Now that you've set up a studio, do you feel confident about your next game?" "If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have established the studio so soon," Ichin said with a smile, handing the mouse over to Hiratsuka. "All right, Hiratsuka-sensei, give it a try." "All right then. Let's see what your game is all about," she said, taking the mouse and putting on the headset. She began playing Slay the Spire, genuinely curious about Ichin's work. While Hiratsuka got into the game, Ichin walked over to Umiko Ahagon. "Umiko-senpai, how's the programming going?" he asked. Umiko Ahagon's movements didn't stop. She nodded and said, "Your core program design is excellent. When filling in content, it can greatly prevent some bugs from appearing. I checked earlier. Are you planning to allow mod support?" "That's right," Ichin confirmed. "I won't be continuously updating this game forever. Once the original 4 characters are completed and the in-game optimizations are in place, that's enough. After enabling mod support and with a large player base, the game's popularity can be maintained steadily." "That's a very good idea," Umiko praised. "This is one of the advantages of PC games over console games. By the way, have you considered developing a console version?" "Of course," Ichin said with a smile. Why not seize a money-making opportunity? But with our current limited staff and only this one newly released game, I haven't planned to jump into the console market just yet. Let's wait a bit. After Hollow Knight is released and Slay the Spire's popularity stabilizes, we can start thinking about porting to consoles. Alright, you're the boss, Umiko replied and continued her programming work. Ichin returned to his seat to resume his tasks. Meanwhile, Shizuka Hiratsuka had gotten a hang of the game after exploring the first 2 rooms and seemed quite engrossed. Despite being a teacher now, she had a history of reading manga and playing games, so her learning curve wasn't steep. In fact, she was progressing faster than Iriri and had easily cleared the first floor boss and reached the second. Midway through his work, Ichin got up to brew some tea and glanced at Hiratsuka's screen, finding that she was already in the 3rd floor. He was pleasantly surprised by her progress. Judging by her expression, it was clear she was fully immersed in the game, and Ichin felt happy to have won over another player. By 11:30 a.m., after failing once, Hiratsuka managed to clear the game at an impressive speed, unlocking the higher difficulty mode. Taking off her headset, she exhaled and said while looking at the game screen, "That was a pretty good game." She then glanced at her watch. "Great for passing the time. I'll probably play it during the holidays," she commented. Hearing this, Ichin grinned. "If you enjoyed it, Hiratsuka-sensei, I can give you a game key. You can activate it directly on your Steam account." Hiratsuka waved her hand. "No need, I can't take advantage of my own student. It's only 1,200 yen, so I'll just buy it myself later. Consider it my support for your venture. Anyway, it's getting late. I'll be heading out now. Make sure you come to class tomorrow." Letting you take today off was already the limit, understood? Not staying for lunch? We were just about to order some takeout, Ichin offered. "No thanks," Hiratsuka smiled. "It's rare for me to have free time at this hour, so I plan to visit a restaurant I haven't been to in a while." After seeing Hiratsuka off, Ichin turned to the others and asked, "Is anyone bringing their own lunch? I'll order some takeout for the rest." Only Hifumi Takimoto raised her hand hesitantly while the rest didn't bring their own food. Ichin let them choose for themselves and ordered from a local bento place he had tried before and found quite good. After placing the order, Ichin addressed the group. "The kitchen here is fully equipped. Right now, we're just using it for making tea and coffee, but it's more than enough for cooking. If you don't want to keep ordering takeout, especially with the weather getting hot, you can buy some ingredients and cook meals here at the studio." His words were met with a profound silence. Ichin immediately understood. No one here knew how to cook. In the end, it was Rin Toyama who raised her hand, saying that if she had some free time, she could help cook for everyone, easing the awkwardness. Then Yun Ijima also volunteered. She knew how to cook and was willing to assist. As for the others, except for Aoba Suzukaze, who lived with her family, the rest all rented their own places. When they used to work at Eagle Jump, they often had to stay late, and dinners were typically solved with convenience store food or takeout. The life of game developers was indeed tough. Noon, Toyogasaki Academy. Carrying her lunchbox, Utaha Kasumagaoka left her classroom and made her way to the club room. She took out the key she got from Ichin earlier in the morning, unlocked the door, and walked inside. After taking a few bites of her lunch, there was a knock at the door. Utaha went over to open it and found Iriri standing there. "What brings you here?" she asked, but didn't stop Iriri from coming in. Iriri was also holding a lunchbox. After stepping inside, she replied, "I overdid it during the break, so I wanted a place to rest during lunch. I can't get any proper rest in the classroom. Why are you here alone? Where's Ichin-kun?" "He took the day off and isn't at school," Utaha replied. "He took a day off?" Iriri asked curiously as she pulled up a chair. "Is he sick?" "No, he just got his studio up and running. Today is its first official day of operation, so he took the day off to work with his team." "What? The studio's already up and running?" Iriri's eyes widened in surprise. "How big is it?" "Not many people. Only 8, including Ichin-kun," Utaha recalled. "He recruited 7 people, 1 for programming, 1 for animation, and 5 for art. They're all experienced professionals. They're probably starting on the new game already." "That's impressive. He's already starting a new game? I haven't even played much of Slay the Spire yet." Iriri reflected on her 7-day break. Besides rushing her own art deadlines, she spent most of her time playing Slay the Spire. She had only managed to reach Ascension 4 with 2 characters, and that felt like her limit. Seeing Iriri's expression, Utaha chuckled softly. "Stop dreaming. You're never going to catch up. Who knows if you'll even make it in this lifetime." "Shut up. It's none of your business," Iriri retorted, her face flushing red as she glared at Utaha. "Anyway, Where's Ichin-kun's studio? I've never visited a game studio before, and I'd like to check it out. Didn't you say he hired 5 artists? Maybe I could learn something from them. Want to visit, huh? Utaha narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind already calculating. To be honest, she herself had been tempted to take the day off today. Even if Ichin seemed indifferent, the fact remained that the studio was filled with female staff members, all of whom were quite attractive and of various types. Especially Hifumi Takimoto, her appearance and figure were exceptional. Aside from the height difference, Hifumi was on par with Utaha in many respects, not to mention her gentle and shy nature made her irresistible to most guys. Leaving Ichin in an environment surrounded by girls like that? No way. Utaha couldn't rest easy. She knew she had to take action, be more proactive, and secure her place by Ichin's side. Once she became the boss's girlfriend, that would send a clear message to everyone else. Eyeing Irier, Utaha casually suggested, "Sure, why not today? After school, wait for me, and we'll head over together." "Is that okay?" Iriri asked eagerly, but then suspicion crept into her eyes. She gave Utaha a wary look and added, "You're not planning something weird, are you?" Utaha rolled her eyes and took a bite of her lunch. "You're overthinking things. It's not that complicated. Weren't you the one who helped Ichin-kun test his game, and you even bought the game to support him? Even if I didn't take you, you could just ask him yourself and he wouldn't mind you visiting. Besides, if you're worried about disturbing him, you could always help promote his game under your Eri Kashiwagi persona when his next title launches." I guess that's not a bad idea, Iriri said thoughtfully. But then she shook her twin tails with a sudden jolt of panic. "Wait, you didn't reveal my secret identity, did you?" "Relax," Utaha replied. "I'm not that chatty. Ichin-kun just knows that your in-school and out-of-school personalities are very different." "Phew, that's a relief." Iriri sighed with a hand to her chest. "If it's just promoting his game, then there's no problem. It won't expose my identity. Alright then, let's go after school." At 3:30 p.m., as classes ended, Iriri packed her bag and went to the entrance of Class 2A, where she met up with Utaha. Under the astonished gazes of the other students, the two left the school together. Once outside, Iriri looked around curiously. "Which way? Is the studio in a business district?" "Nope." Utaha shook her head and began walking towards her usual bus stop. He bought 2 apartments in a residential complex and converted them into his studio. Since there are only 8 people, renting a commercial space would be too spacious and wasteful. Ichin-kun plans to find a proper office only when he expands the studio further. "An apartment complex, huh? Well, I guess that makes sense," Iriri replied. "But judging by that, he must have made a lot of money. Buying 2 apartments, seriously?" "Well, he did earn quite a bit, but those apartments were a contribution from his father as a gesture of support for his startup," Utaha explained. "Ah, I see," Irii muttered, slightly deflated. "Oh, and one more thing," Utaha added with a sly smile. "Ichin-kun and I are neighbors. My family's apartment is right next to his. Would you like to stop by for a visit later?" Iri froze, staring at Utaha in disbelief. "You're neighbors? Why didn't you ever mention that?" "Did I need to?" Utaha replied nonchalantly. "It's not exactly a crucial detail." Iriri tilted her head, then caught up to Utaha, eyeing her up and down suspiciously. "Hey, spill it. You're not seriously into him, are you?" Utaha didn't respond, but her smiling face gave everything away. That single expression was all Iriri needed to figure it out. Well. So, the Ice Queen is finally blooming? She thought to herself, utterly astounded.